Henry, Chuck, could you guys let us start. I call this meeting of the Appropriations Committee to order. I want to welcome everybody to our first full committee markup for fiscal year 2027. We'll first cover the Military Construction, Veterans Affairs, and Related Agencies Bill. Second, we'll cover Financial Services and General Government Bill. And third, we will approve the interim subcommittee allocation numbers for the first 6 bills. We've noticed this markup for both today and tomorrow, so we'll sort of hopefully get through the first bill and see how far we can get in the second. I'll try not to keep you here unreasonably late. I know you have things to do. On the other hand, we will stay on schedule to get these bills done. So please know if we go long, that's fine. Every amendment's okay. Opening remarks are okay, but we will stay roughly on schedule so these bills move out of here and put us in a position to begin talking at some point with our colleagues in the Senate. In an effort to, again, to consider all these bills expeditiously, I'll note that tomorrow's only necessary if we have business to conduct. But frankly, looking at the amendment schedule, I'd be shocked if we don't have business to conduct. If members are able to complete both bills in our interim subcommittee allocations today, then tomorrow's session will no longer be necessary. If, however, we are late into the evening and our work remains uncompleted, then we will continue today's markup beginning at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Before we get down to business, I'll offer a few general comments. Today's markup represents the first Appropriations Committee markup for a new committee member. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Representative Jefferson Shreve of Indiana, who's just joined the committee. The fact that he picked this particular moment to join us shows very poor judgment on his part, but we are very happy to have him here on this committee. First Republican appropriator from Indiana in 29 years, so it's been a long wait for us. Very happy to have Jefferson on board. Today's markup, again, as all members are aware, the Appropriations Committee has set out an ambitious schedule for completing our work for fiscal year 2027. You've all seen our proposed markup calendar, and you will know that our intention is to mark up all 12 bills in committee before the end of June. This will mean a very busy spring for members and staff, but I have the utmost confidence in this committee and our members and in our staff, both those who work directly for the committee and those who work on these difficult issues in your personal offices. As previously stated, we will be considering interim sub-allocations covering the first 6 bills. While I will have more to say on this topic later, I know there's a considerable desire for members to know what the final top line numbers will be. It's known that the FY 2026 appropriation process, like FY 2025 appropriations process, took longer than expected and unfortunately remains unfinished. Secondly, although we have received much useful information, as of today's meeting, we still do not have a complete budget request. Despite delays, we continue to make progress in determining final top lines for all 12 bills. My intention is to get those numbers out to all of you as quickly as I possibly can, probably, frankly, immediately after we return from the May recess. So we've got a notional picture of what we're working on. Before we move into today's agenda, I want to remind members of a few key committee rules and norms. First, as a reminder, our committee has a rule requiring a show of hands to secure a roll call vote on any question. If a member has requested a roll call vote, we must see a show of hands indicating at least 1/5 of the members present desire a roll call vote. If all 63 members are present, that means at least 13 members must raise their hands in support of taking a roll call vote. So if one of your colleagues has requested a roll call vote and you would like to support that request, hold your hand up and hold it high so that everyone here on the dais, both members and staff, can see it. Second, the committee will observe the 5-minute rule. You all will see the speaker's remaining time on the screens on either side of the room. When your time is up, the clock will turn red, and I'll tap the gavel to remind members that their time has expired. As usual, we'll try and be generous and let people finish their thoughts, but please try to help us. Finally, I will emphasize that this committee prides itself in our longstanding commitment to orderly and respectful debate. We have a strong tradition of working together and seeking consensus where we can. It's my hope and my intention that we will continue to do so now and into the future, and I want to thank all of you in advance for your cooperation. Let me just end with this. While we have not finished all of the 26 bills, we have the knotty Department of Homeland Security issue. I'm really proud of this committee. I mean, all 12 bills got through the committee. It was done cooperatively. Look, we know where we're going to disagree. We know where we're going to be. I want to particularly thank the ranking member because, honestly, we could have easily been in the middle of a government shutdown right now while we're in military operations. And I remind all of you that we passed a bipartisan product in that last 5 years, and we could not have passed it on our side without Democratic cooperation. That could not have happened without my friend. And we'll continue to try and work in that way. The way this process works, and a lot of you have been around here even longer than me, I mean, it starts out partisan, but it evolves toward being bipartisan by the end. Our Senate friends will start at a different place when they start. I've talked with Senator Collins extensively during the interim. She left me with one request for all of you on both sides of the aisle. She said, just pass bills. If you start passing bills, we'll come to agreement faster in the Senate, and we'll start passing bills. And when they pass bills, we'll bargain from where they're at, which will probably be higher than us in most cases, and we can come to agreements. We did that last time on almost everything, and hopefully we can work out those last parts. But again, we had, I think, a good result. That's because in the end, we had a bipartisan and mostly bicameral product. Nobody broke their words. Everybody negotiated in good faith. I think we got to a decent result almost every place. So our first order of business today is consideration of the Military Construction, Veterans Affairs, and Related Agencies Appropriations Bill for fiscal year 2027. I will now recognize Chairman Carter to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And good morning, everybody. Get your spurs on. We're fixing to ride hard and get it done, okay? One thing I want to say about Chairman Cole before he gets started. I've been on the Appropriations Committee now for almost 25 years, I think. And he has brought us closer to the way the Appropriations Committee is supposed to work than any chairman. And we've had great chairmen in different environments we were functioning in. But he's taken it by the way it should be done and insisted on it. And I think he's to be commended every time we do it. Because now we're acting like appropriators, not like followers of our leadership that want to go another direction. So God bless you, Mr. Chairman. We're actually acting like appropriators. I appreciate it. Our bill for 2027 is a good bill. It actually it funds the Veterans Affairs with everything that they need. Military construction is light. It's not heavy, but we've made intelligent decisions on military construction, and the related other small agencies, we've taken them into consideration. And I want to say that I think we've overall done a good subcommittee job. I really want to thank the people that helped us get there. I want to thank Ms. DeLauro she is the ranking member on the full committee. And of course, my friend, Ms. Besley. One thing I will tell you, I'm taking some kind of medicine that makes my mouth go dry. I got to take a drink of water every now and then. Debbie Wasserman Schultz has been a joy to work with, as usual. She's a tough negotiator for her positions, but she's also willing to compromise where we need to, and as I am willing to compromise with her. And so I think we've done a good job to come up with a bill that I think everybody will realize that we've done a good job. If there are things we don't agree on, the things you're not going to agree on. And that's why we have the amendment process. So I want to tell you that overall, once again, we did a tough job, and we did it like ladies and gentlemen. So I'm very proud to announce that. I'm pleased to present fiscal year 2027 military construction, Veterans Affairs, and related agencies appropriations bill today. Once again, I know we're moving quickly, but it's important that we do our jobs as appropriators and get moving on this critical legislation. It's a good bipartisan bill that takes care of our veterans and invests operational readiness and quality of life projects for our service members. The bill also provides the Department of Veterans Affairs and related agencies with $137.5 billion in non-defense discretionary funding, as well as $323 billion in mandatory funding to fulfill our obligations to our veterans. We have obligations to ensure that our veterans get the benefits and the care that they earn. And this bill does so while addressing other critical issues affecting veterans, including homelessness, mental health services, and takes care of our women veterans. The bill also makes critical investment totaling $19.2 billion in our infrastructure for our service members. It's where so they not only a place to live, but work and live in a good environment. Service members should not need to worry about child care and housing. Recognize there is more we need to do, but we have made these investments work towards improving the quality of life for our heroes. As always, we have kept our promise to those who put our nation first. We look forward to working with all of you as the bill moves forward, and I ask for your support of this legislation. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. I now would like to recognize the gentlelady, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, for remarks on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Happy appropriation season, I think. We'll all be spending a tremendous amount of time together, as we always do, fattening one another up with snacks and enjoying lunch and dinner together. And this is really what this season that we live through is really what always makes our committee so unique. I first want to start off by also thanking the ranking member, Ms. DeLauro, the chairman, Mr. Cole. They do give the Cardinals the wherewithal, the freedom to be able to work together and produce a product that that is, usually something that we have an opportunity to thoroughly debate and develop in a fulsome way, and we appreciate that. And I want to especially thank Judge Carter, who is my dear friend, and who also, I couldn't agree more, the word joy is applicable. He is also a joy to work with, and we both definitely carve out our own very clear point of view, and we endeavor to find the common ground that is reflected significantly in this product today. I also want to thank both of our staffs, Farouk Afaso, Tyler Coe, Samantha Price, my legislative director and personal staffer on this committee, and this is her last markup. She is departing the Hill, and our staff are like family. She'll be dearly missed, and I know she'll stay in our broader Team DWS family forever. Jason Wheelock, Justin Masucci, Jamara Villarreal, and Ariana Delgado on judges' staff as well. I believe that the bill before us today is the best that could have been written, given the subcommittee's inadequate allocation. While there are a few policy disagreements that I'll discuss, given the tentative inadequate allocation, if I had the pen, I would have needed to craft a bill with similar funding levels. The bill makes many necessary investments, but it also fails to fully fund some important programs. For military construction, as Judge mentioned, the bill cuts $9.4 billion from the President's request and continues an unfortunate, long-standing bipartisan problem underfunding the serious infrastructure needs of our military. This must change as we continue to do nothing to change the fact that 30% of our military infrastructure is in fair or poor condition. And I will tell you that having traveled the country and the world with many of you, a large part of it is that the military doesn't ask for a serious, significant increase in MilCon funds. Projects that they desperately need to come up the chain do not. And I think it would behoove us all to have communications with military leadership to encourage them to stop neglecting military construction. Infrastructure is critical to make sure that our service members can do their jobs effectively, safely, and that their quality of life is not negatively impacted. The bill also includes $50 million in funding to address PFAS remediation efforts and $15 million in dedicated funding to improve the resiliency of our military installations. These are positive steps forward. I think we can all agree $15 million in prevention now is a wise investment to help avoid billions of dollars in damage later, as we've seen in places like Guam or Tyndall Air Force Base in my home state. The bill also provides additional investments in child development centers and barracks, both areas of bipartisan concern. It includes $30 million for the military services to conduct oversight over privatized military housing. This is critical to improve the accountability owed to our military families living in substandard housing, which too many of them are. Unfortunately, the bill does not sufficiently fund the NATO Security Investment Program, underfunding it by $122 million below the President's request, but equal to last year. VA healthcare is fully funded, although not as high as what the President requested. With increasing healthcare costs and growing demand for VA services, the bill's funding level is sufficient. I'm disappointed the bill does not include $53.7 billion in advanced funding for the Toxic Exposure Fund to ensure VA can provide healthcare and benefits to veterans exposed to toxic chemicals as promised in the Bipartisan PACT Act. I believe that we're going to be able to work this out today as we did last year, but it's vital that we maintain our commitment to fully funding the TEF. This advanced funding is also included in the President's budget request. In terms of language, although this bill is thankfully largely devoid of culture war riders that plagued the process last year, which I appreciate, it does still contain several provisions that we oppose. This bill undermines VA's ability to keep at-risk veterans safe by preventing VA from reporting a beneficiary to the National Instant Criminal Background Check System. This requirement helps keep guns out of the hands of those who are prohibited under federal law from purchasing or possessing firearms. This bill is in effect prohibiting VA from following federal law that is intended to protect veterans from doing harm to others or themselves. Veterans make up about 1 in 5 adult firearm suicides, and we see an average of 4,600 veteran firearm suicides every year. It is tragic and unacceptable that this bill undermines this effective tool that, when used, keeps our veterans safe. The bill also includes 2 unnecessary provisions related to Guantanamo Bay and reproductive health report language. Although the report language is non-binding, it serves no purpose but to stick a finger in the eye of women veterans and those that support the ability for women to make decisions about their own health care. While the bill was written with the best information available, the budget was, once again, unacceptably late, the President's budget was, impacting the subcommittee's ability to do our job. And as I speak, the President still has not provided the required justification materials that we need to inform our funding decisions. We also, unfortunately, only held 2 hearings, down from about 6, again, partially caused by how late the President's budget was. The number we normally hold before we write this bill is about 6. We've not even heard from the VA Secretary, whose discretionary budget makes up 88% of this bill. I know the Chairman has been working to get the Secretary scheduled to testify. I have told the Secretary directly about his need to testify about the President's FY27 budget proposal for VA. And finally, once again this year, I'm concerned about the government services veterans rely on outside of the MilConVA bill. The president wants $1.5 trillion for the Department of Defense, but his proposed trade-off is to slash critical programs across the government upon which our veterans rely. Without the interim allocations for all 12 bills, it is impossible to understand the full impact to all our veterans and service members as we consider our bill today. I want to underscore how much I appreciate the hard work Chairman Carter has put into the bill before us, how well we have worked together, how we have done our best to align ourselves on everything that we can agree upon, and I look forward to working with him to strengthen the bill during the markup today and as we move forward, and look forward to continuing this important work with my colleagues through the rest of FY27. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. I now recognize myself for remarks on the bill. I'd like to once again welcome everyone for the first full committee markup for fiscal year 2027. To Chairman Carter and Ranking Member Wasserman Schultz, thank you for your work in getting us to this point as we begin consideration of the Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Bill. And to Ranking Member DeLaura, I look forward to another season of bipartisan engagement and lively and spirited debate. While we serve Article 1, the bill before us also represents another obligation, the one we have to those who put duty to our nation first. This measure is a testament to our veterans, our service members, and the families behind them. The legislation comprehensively supports the care, resources, and readiness that make a difference for those who answer the call to defend this nation, past, present, and future. These core elements are evident in the investments made throughout this bill, including fully funding veteran health care and benefits, a focus on critical mental health and suicide prevention efforts, and long-term capital improvements at VA facilities, military cemeteries, and monuments. Further, we recognize that military service is not carried alone. It extends to the loved ones who support it every day. This legislation ensures our military families are taken care of with important resources for housing, child care, and quality of life needs. We also enhance our military posture by strengthening the infrastructure, facilities, and readiness our troops rely on. In a world that's not standing still, this bill ensures our military isn't either. Strong bases, barracks, and installations are critical to a capable force, and we are providing the resources to get them built. Altogether, Chairman Carter's leadership delivers on our commitment to care, capability, and security. I am again grateful to him and Ranking Member Wasserman Schultz for their work and bipartisan engagement. I also thank the staff on both sides of the aisle for their hard work, which makes our efforts here today possible. I look forward to action on a measure that supports our veterans and troops, strengthens critical infrastructure, and advances the readiness of our nation that our nation depends on. I urge all members to support this bill and join me in advancing it out of committee. With that, I yield back. I now recognize my very good friend, the ranking member of the full committee, Ms. DeLaura, for her opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and welcome back, everyone. The appropriations journey begins, and it is a fast and furious pace. We have budget hearings, subcommittee hearings, and markups, and full committee markups. Quite frankly, it's only the members of this committee, and I want to say a thank you to the chairs and the ranking members of the subcommittees, the staff, know how to get it done, and we do get it done, as we did the last go-round, 11 of the 12 bills in a bipartisan way, and that is the goal moving forward. And we were going to get it done. Again, I never want to hear from the press about talking to us about will we shut down or won't we shut down. We're going to work like hell to make sure that this process and the appropriations process works in the way that it was meant to work. I want to say a thank you to the chair for his kind words, and we do work together. We differ, absolutely. It'll be a spirited debate, but you know, we understand what the function of the Appropriations Committee is about. We're both very, very clear that the Appropriations Committee is at the center of what this government is all about and the need for it to function so as we can really reflect the power that the Constitution has provided to us, and that is the power of the purse. That power of the purse will continue to reside in the Appropriations Committee, and I know the chair and working with the chair and working together that we will safeguard that power of the purse as we move forward and get through the 12 bills. The goal is to get the 12 bills done, it just it's damn the torpedoes, full steam ahead, which is what we are about. And I thank and I do so much enjoy working with Chairman Cole, and we are going to make sure the appropriations process is at the center of this government, and it resides nowhere else. With that, let me just say again, thank you, Chairman Cole, Chair Carter, Ranking Member Wasserman Schultz. As I said in the past, I think you allow us to reflect on how important it is for people to work together to produce a bill that maybe doesn't get everything that you want, but it really provides the resources that are necessary for the constituents that we serve. And keeping above that, it's not the process we're engaged in, but the process gets us to what the resources are that help to make a difference in the lives of the people who put their faith and trust in us to be here. And to you, Chairman Carter and Ranking Member Wasserman Schultz, thank you for that effort and success at that effort. Let me welcome our new member, Indiana. Frank, you have a partner here from Indiana. And I understand the first Republican in 39 years to be on the committee from Indiana. 29? 20. Okay, well, the numbers. But in any case, for a long time, Jefferson. But good to have you aboard. Let me just say a thank you to Farouk Ofaso, Tyler Coe, and the minority staff, along with their counterparts, Justin Masucci, Jason Wheelock, Ariana Delgado, in the majority as well, for their hard work on the bill. I just have to say one more word about the staff. I want to begin where we're going in this process. We don't get here and to stand here on the dais and speak about these bills without the work of the staff of this committee, which is exceptional on both sides of the aisle. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. In this bill, it's important that we not lose sight of what our responsibility is in the committee and with the bill. That is to take care of our veterans, to return to the men and women who have served this country in uniform the same commitment and dedication that they have showed to all of us through their service. The bill we are marking up today makes progress to that end, and in certain regards, while in some areas it falls short. The bill does not keep our commitment to our NATO allies, falling short of what we promised for NATO's infrastructure program. There are also several divisive policy riders which still remain in the bill, which I will oppose. For example, a rider which would make it more difficult to prevent veterans suffering from mental health crises from acquiring a firearm, despite posing a risk to themselves or others. However, the bill still represents a marked improvement over years past. I commend the chair and ranking member of the subcommittee for their bipartisan progress on this measure. I'm glad that we were able to reach an agreement in the manager's amendment on advance funding for the Toxic Exposure Fund to keep our commitments to our veterans under the PACT Act. This will go a long way to providing support for veterans who were exposed to toxic chemicals in the line of duty and who deserve stable and reliable access to care. We were also able to reach an agreement on a provision in the manager's amendment to withhold 25% of the budget for the Office of the Secretary of Veterans Affairs until they testify before the House and Senate Appropriations Committee. And this is an important provision. This asserts Congress's power of the purse and reclaim our constitutional authority over federal spending. I am glad that this bill increases funding for suicide prevention and treatment programs, including suicide prevention outreach. Although progress has been made, the veteran suicide rate remains higher than the population at large, and it is clear that we must do more to address this tragic situation. I am also supportive of the increase in funding for rural health and substance use disorder programs, which provide much-needed support for veterans across the country. And I am glad to see that this bill increases funding for women's health care, helping to ensure the women who have served our country that they are able to get the care that they need. Overall, the bill increases funding for the VA by more than $4 billion. It boosts funding for veterans' medical care by $6.5 billion. These are important resources that will go a long way to supporting the brave men and women who have served our country in uniform. This is far from a perfect bill, but when have we ever produced a perfect bill? But it is undoubtedly better than it has been in past years. I look forward to continuing to work with our colleagues to address some of the remaining issues with the hope that we can come to an agreement that passes with broad bipartisan support. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady for her comments. Are there other members wishing to make general comments on the bill? Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Bishop, is recognized for opening comments on the bill. Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. I did not know Chairman Rogers wanted to make opening comments. Let me go there, and then I'll come back to my friend. Mr. Chairman, you're recognized. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to take just a couple of moments to briefly remind you of a work that you've been doing for 20 years that I had the pleasure of leading in this committee on that fight. It's the VA's electronic health record system. My involvement in this issue began when a constituent of mine, a veteran from Eastern Kentucky, lost his eyesight because the VA and DOD couldn't share basic health information. And he was left to the disease, the injury that was caused in a battle. That was more than 20 years ago. And it should not happen to any veteran, anywhere in the country, at any time. Since then, this committee, all of us together in this case, pushed hard, reporting requirements of the departments, funding contingencies, oversight at every turn, prodding these departments all the while. Deployments are moving forward now. More sites are becoming online in both Department of Defense and Veterans Administration. But progress is not mission accomplished. I expect VA leadership, starting with Secretary Collins, to continue treating this as the urgent priority that it is. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the oversight and accountability language in this bill, and I thank the chairman and all members for keeping the pressure on these departments on behalf of our dear veterans. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Bishop, for remarks on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ranking Member Wasserman Schultz, I want to thank you for your work on the bill and for the staff level engagement throughout this process. I appreciate the effort to move a difficult allocation while still preserving support for military construction, for veterans' health care, and several quality of life priorities that matter to our service members, our military families, and our veterans. There are parts of this bill that I welcome. I appreciate the additional military construction funding that's made available for unfunded priority and cost to complete projects, as well as the added design funding for installation resilience, child development centers, barracks, and demolition. Those investments reflect the real needs across the force, and they acknowledge that readiness is not just about platforms and weapons, but also about safe housing, child care, and resilient installations. I also appreciate provisions that protect key VA functions, including support for the department's child care program and safeguards against actions which would increase veterans' wait times for their care. Those are practical protections, and they matter. At the same time, I have some real concerns. The bill comes before us in a constrained funding environment, and I remain concerned that the VA side of the ledger may be too tight in critical areas. In particular, I'm troubled by the rescission of previously appropriated medical support funding and by the broader question of whether the bill gives the VA enough room to absorb rising healthcare demand and inflation without shifting strain onto veterans or the workforce. I also believe that Congress must continue close oversight of the electronic health record modernization effort. This bill includes a funding fence and reporting requirements, which I believe are steps in the right direction, but we still need far greater confidence in execution, patient safety, and value for the taxpayer. So while I see constructive elements in this measure and appreciate all of the work that has gone into it, I believe we must be honest about its shortcomings. Our veterans and our military families deserve a bill that is not only timely, but truly sufficient to meet the responsibilities we owe them through more robust funding. Funding of the areas of the bill that are indeed underfunded. We are off to a great start and should advance the bill and then embrace improvements in allocation from the Senate so that on a bipartisan and bicameral basis, we're able to produce a final bill that best supports the needs of our veteran and our military communities. With that, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. And now recognize the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Molinar, for general comments on the bill. He appears to have stepped out, so I'll now go to my good friend, the gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Capter, for general comments on the bill.
Thank you very much, Chairman Cole, Ranking Member DeLauro, and our dear Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz from the great state of Florida, and my friend Judge Carter over there on the other side. And I want to thank the chair and ranking member of the full committee for meeting our constitutional responsibilities. Thank you so very much. I could say more. Let me just say I rise with thanks for your hard work, but 3 concerns about portions of this fiscal 2027 Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Appropriation Bill. First, the bill's underfunding of aging seniors, veterans' vital needs. First, in terms of access to updated, quality, state extended care facilities, these are a must for aging veterans. For example, in the district I represent, the Sandusky, Ohio Veterans Home, cares for more than 400 veterans and is waiting for crucial infrastructure improvements, and they have been waiting and waiting and waiting. However, there is a backlog of over $1 billion in priority projects. I'm hoping President Trump hears this. Maybe he can help us with this. Meanwhile, this bill before us today only funds this national grant program at a mere $171 million. This translates into over $100 million below last year's enacted level. Perhaps as we move forward, there may be some magicians here who can help us figure this one out. Underfunding this account is truly short-sighted, and the longer it takes for facilities to receive this vital funding, the more costly the projects will be, and the more American veterans will be forced to live in deteriorating facilities. Second, formerly a member of the Veterans Affairs Committee, I helped write the largest expansion of VA care in American history through passage of the Sergeant First Class Heath Robinson, honoring our promise to address comprehensive toxics, or the PACT Act, named after a valorous Ohio veteran who fought in the Middle East. But this bill fails to honor our promise by not including the dedicated $53.7 billion needed in advance funding for the Toxic Exposures Fund, especially for veterans who fought in the Middle East, but not just there. To not fund the PACT Act for the VA has already approved over 2.2 million claims for veterans is a step backwards in delivering crucial dignity and support for our service members. Fully funding the PACT Act should be a priority for all of us, and I will continue to ensure that our veterans are delivered the care and healing they earned and rightfully deserve. And third, I wanted to focus on a serious regional concern for which I need your counsel and perhaps help. I continue to push for recognition by the Department of Veterans Affairs of chronic challenges to veterans arising from an outdated VA decision inconveniencing, in my region, 84,000 eligible veterans in Northwest Ohio. These veterans may require ongoing treatment that currently is available at a VA hospital across our state line, our border, in a different state. A good, if you count hours and hours and hours away of driving, of waiting in the hospital, of coming back if they're on the bus. Imagine if that veteran has to have cancer infusions on a regular basis, and they require ongoing treatment. I can guarantee you, veterans from my area throw up on the bus coming back. It's not so easy to get those treatments. Orthopedic vets spend too many hours in the waiting rooms up in the VA hospital that we're approved to go to, very far from home. And the long journey is very, very debilitating. If you ever have to go to a distant hospital and you're elderly and ill, it is very, very stressful. The bus is not the best option. The VA is in a time warp. If a qualified state medical hospital is available in their home state, that is where they should be treated. And that is why a dual affiliation of the University of Toledo Medical Center, a state-approved Ohio teaching hospital, should be approved to allow a dual affiliation. This is an anomaly in the whole system. There's just a few of these around the country. But for some reason, the VA just can't get over this speed bump. And we have to offer more compassionate service to our vets. A dual affiliation for this particular region is pure common sense. And I will be offering an amendment at every point I can to achieve this sensible, deferred decision for no logical reason. Indeed, our region has more veterans than the attendant facility has in the adjoining state. There's simply no reason for this delay. And finally, let me say, thank you so very much to the committee for its forbearance, and I look forward to voting for this bill. I hope we can make it unanimous. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. McCullum, is recognized for general comments on the bill.
For the second year in the row, this committee has been put in a difficult position of writing bills and beginning markups without the full budget request. And we're still waiting for the justification documents and the granular detail needed to make adequate oversight. And it's unfortunate. And you know, it's a failure of the Trump administration, quite frankly, to get you, Mr. Chairman, and all of us the information that we deserve. I'm going to bring up a point that I think, you know, kind of reflects the problems that we don't have the full allocations and the justification books in. And I'm going to focus on military construction. Military construction is $9.4 billion below the president's request, below the enacted level from last year as well. And I understand that the chair and the ranking member have recognized this and they're working on it. But I want to point out why it's a concern for those of us on the Defense Committee and should be for all of us, especially if you have a National Guard facility, as many of us do. The National Guard and Reserve Construction Fund is $654 million below the request. Now, the Guard and the Reserve, they're definitely a key part of the total force. Just look at what's happening in the Middle East right now. They continue to do a lot of heavy lifting for the services. And as we spend money to modernize the Guard and the Reserve and the defense appropriation bills so they can complete their missions successfully and come home safely, we must make sure that the Military Construction Fund is aligned in what the Department of Defense is doing. For example, we have several National Guard units across the nation receiving C-130J air wings in the next several years, including in Minnesota. That's going to require additional military construction funding for projects that were not necessarily planned a few years ago. By underfunding the Guard and Reserve construction accounts now, it will present a problem in the future when it comes to basing those units. That's just one example. There's other examples I could go into, but right now we're at war. In my opinion, it's an unauthorized war. And along with that, we have damage to U.S. Installations across the region in the Middle East. And that's going to come with a price tag attached that's going to be affected by this bill. So we need to understand more about the cost of war is having on those facilities and whether the money is going to come from a supplemental, a reconciliation, or if it's going to come out of the base budget. So to the chair and to the ranking member, I know you've worked both very hard on this bill. I commend you for the work that you have done. Those of us on the Defense Committee and Mr. Carter, you serve on the Defense Committee as well as Mr. Cole. You know exactly what I'm talking about. We have to address this issue in the future. I also want to thank you for writing a bill that got rid of a lot of the poison pills and previous versions of this bill that came out at the end. Thank you so much for your work, and I look to working with you on the military budget when it comes to construction. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Before I move on next speaker, Chair will recognize himself. Just to respond to a couple of points my friend made that I agree with. Quite frankly, she made the point that we do not have all the information from the administration that we need to move forward. We do not. And we're working on that, trying to get it around. I can always understand that in the first year of any administration, quite frankly, any administration, because we require them to have a budget by February the 15th. Nobody does that when you become president on January 19th. But we're in the second year now, so we should expect a better performance on this, and we'll continue to agitate for that, and agitate is a carefully chosen word. The second point that I want to talk about in relation to this is a wider congressional responsibility that honestly I will tell you neither party has done in the last 5 Congresses. I'll give you guys just an explanation for how we would normally do allocations and markups. If I ever get a budget, Congressional Budget Committee budget that passes the floor, I'll mark up to that. That's what we're supposed to do. Nobody's done that of either party in 5 Congresses. You know, frankly, we didn't deal with it last year because by the time they were getting around to dealing with it, they'd worked so much in the big, beautiful bill, we'd already moved 9 bills out of committee. Because if I were waiting on them, we'd be waiting for a long time. And just to be balanced in this, my friends will remember when Speaker Pelosi was Speaker, you couldn't get a budget out of the Budget Committee. She had to deem it. So this is a congressional problem that impacts our work. We're not getting from the Budget Committee, and I've had extensive discussions, so you should know, with Chairman Arrington, who's sympathetic to our problem and frankly trying to do some things to help. So I give him credit for that. But I've also told him it doesn't help me if you just pass a budget that comes out of your committee and can't pass the floor. If it can't pass the floor, this committee can't write 12 bills to that number and expect them to get across the floor. So that's one. If we get that, I'd do that. If there's ever an agreement between the President of the United States and the leaders of both parties in both chambers, I certainly would mark to that. Frankly, if there were an agreement between the Speaker and the majority leader, since they're in the same party, I would mark to that. We don't have any of those things. We didn't get any of those things last year. I'm not holding my breath this year, but I'm hoping and working on that. In the interim, we will do what we did last year, and that is try to figure out collectively what we can pass this committee, eventually what might have a chance to get across the floor, and what goes into a genuine negotiation with the United States Senate. We've got a lot of members around here that have been around a long time. They know pretty good chance the Senate numbers come in higher than ours in most places because they're going to try to get to 60. And we'll end up negotiating some sort of agreement with them at some point between our numbers and their numbers, and hopefully that'll be done in a cooperative, bipartisan way, as it usually is. You just can't get there any other way. But I will tell you this. We have to move bills out of committee, and I'm very sympathetic to the concerns my friend voiced because she's right on. But if we do not move bills, if we wait on the other people to do things, we will not be in a position to negotiate. And frankly, we will be exerting no pressure, and I mean this in a friendly way, on the Senate. Again, as I've mentioned to a number of you, I've talked to Senator Collins a number of times. She said, the biggest help you can do me is pass bills. And then that encourages us to pass bills, brings pressure on us. So as inadequate as that is, That worked for us last year, and we're going to try and pursue that course. But in that, I want to recognize, again, the legitimacy of my friend's concerns. She's spot on. We need more information than we've gotten from the administration. We need, frankly, more help in passing a budget, but I'm not sitting around waiting on those people to do their job, and I don't want the responsibility if there's some crack up that on this committee that it did not produce a work product that it could sit down and negotiate with both the administration. President of the United States always has to be part of this process. Whoever's president, if they don't like it, if they won't sign it, they can generally sustain any veto they have. And with our friends in the Senate who frankly have to get to a higher number, and that impacts what we can do over here. That's a longer explanation than you wanted. It's more pleasant delivered with a cigar and a bourbon. So if any of you want to come by, we can talk about this ad infinitum. And I'm happy to do that. I think but it's really important for us to remember our committee does depend on other committees and other players to get things done before we can do ours. We have not gotten that. We've not gotten it under either party or either of the last couple of administrations, but I'm not going to allow that to be the excuse for why we don't move ahead. And as a matter of fact, the ranking member and I had this discussion last night, and I recognize the difficulties that it creates, and we're going to do our best to work those, but we are going to get our part of this done. Anyway, with that, I would yield back, and I would now turn to my good friend from Michigan, Mr. Molinar, for any general remarks he cares to make on the bill.
Mr. Chairman, and I rise in support of the fiscal year 27 Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Appropriations Bill. And this bill furnishes the VA with the necessary resources to provide our veterans with the services, care, and benefits they deserve. Additionally, it funds critical military construction projects throughout the country, including $162 million for Selfridge Air National Guard Base to mitigate runway encroachment and extend 2 taxiways. This funding helps deliver on President Trump's promise to station 21 F-15EX jets to replace an older fighter mission and secure the future of the base. I want to thank the chairman for his leadership in crafting this bill and including this crucial funding for my home state in Michigan. I urge all my colleagues to support it, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman for his comments. The gentleman from Hawaii, Mr. Case, is recognized for general comments on the bill.
Mr. Chair, and I want to start off by just thanking the subcommittee chair and ranking member for your partnership, for trying to do the right thing by our military facilities and veterans throughout a lot of years. You have a tough job, and I, for one, recognize your goals and your motivations, and that your heart is in this. But I do want to rise to really highlight the critical need to address seriously aging and increasingly failing physical infrastructure in Hawaii across all services. And I do this not just for my home state of Hawaii, which I hope we all realize is the epicenter of our Indo-Pacific military posture, where we need to have a 21st century infrastructure to match and to support 21st century warfare. But I really do it as a dangerous microcosm of our utter failure, really, to invest in our military facilities over time. And we simply cannot put this off any longer. I reference to my colleagues' attention a statement that I put in the Congressional Record on April 20th of this year, also submitted it to HASC for the annual NDAA process, in which I tried to itemize at length and put in one piece of paper the series of problems of infrastructure that we have in Hawaii, as an example, again, of what we face throughout the country. And I just go down the list here in this paper. The fact that in 2023, the CBO estimated infrastructure requirements at Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam, the epicenter of our activities in the Indo-Pacific, at least $5 billion worth of infrastructure needs, probably more like $10 billion. 2022 CBO for U.S. Army Garrison Hawaii, the second highest level of any Army garrison in the entire country, actually not the second, tied for first at $1.5 billion minimum. 24 CBO, Marine Corps Base, Hawaii, the top deferred maintenance facility in our entire country. And this is manifested not just in these big numbers, but in the actual practicalities of failing to invest in infrastructure. At Hickam Air Force Base, our airport ramps that can no longer support some of our more modern aircraft coming in. At Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam, our sewer and water systems are failing, dumping raw sewage into our waters and frankly, polluting, so to speak, the relationship between the civilian and military. Tripler Army Medical, the center of Army and military, really healthcare in the Indo-Pacific, 20 plus years beyond useful life. Our training areas don't have the basic infrastructure to work in a modern warfare environment. The Marines don't have adequate magazines for advanced weapons. The piers at Pearl Harbor are failing. The housing is old, in some cases 100 years old and insufficient. And these things simply add up over time. And the issue that we have, really in my mind, is that I can no longer accept the Department of Defense as the leader in advocating for not only deferred maintenance, but a much deeper level of deferred maintenance, actual maintenance over time of infrastructure in Hawaii. And I don't think that they're doing that for the rest of the country. And I guess I could sit here and evidence that by taking a look at the sum total of what the department has asked for in FY26 and FY27, FY26 discretionary and reconciliation, and FY2027 discretionary and reconciliation, which totals somewhere around $2.5 trillion, called a generational reinvestment in our military. And yet I bet that if we added that all up, the amount that was actually allocated to renovating, improving, and modernizing our facilities would be minimal as compared to many of the other very, valid uses of that money. But the fact of the matter is that I don't really think that the department is the person to lead this effort anymore. I think it has to be Congress, and I think we have to emphasize that as it goes through. And so I simply want to, I'm not only highlighting, my state, not only what the reality is of not investing in infrastructure and reinvesting is in Hawaii to our defense posture, but it applies everywhere in the country. And we ought to start to more affirmatively lead in this area without deferring to the department to prioritize, because they are not prioritizing this, and we need to prioritize it. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman for his comments. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cuellar is recognized for opening remarks on the bill.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Chairman Carter and the ranking member and both ranking members and both chairman for adding two provisions that I believe will improve the VA service delivery system in South Texas. As you know, South Texas is one of the fastest growing sectors in the state of Texas. Years ago, Mr. Chairman, I was involved in securing the funding along with the committee for the establishment and the expansion of a new Laredo VA clinic. And I want to thank the committee for that. That clinic currently provides important outpatient care, including primary care, mental health services, basic specialty services for the veterans in the Laredo area, in the surrounding area. But over time, Laredo and the surrounding area has grown, and now there are veterans that still have to travel to either San Antonio or down to the valley, as you know, and that takes time away from the family. That means missed work or other delays in getting care. The provision that the chairman and the committee ranking member were able to add will move us beyond just reviewing the problem, but it pushes the VA to conduct a full assessment of the Laredo clinic, spacing needs for this fast-growing area, and sets the stage for the modernization and the expansion of a new clinic to meet the demand in our area. So at the end of the day, the veterans in the Laredo area will receive more care closer to home. So I just want to say, Chairman and Ranking Member, thank you so much, and to the staff that were involved in this also. Now I want to move up 35 to the other part of my district, which is San Antonio. And I'm talking about the Audie Murphy VA Medical Center that I think a lot of y'all from Texas are familiar. This is a major VA hospital with more than 460 hospital beds, serving veterans across South Texas, including my area. The population growth in the San Antonio, as you know, San Antonio is one of the fastest growing cities that we have in the country, and therefore more and more veterans are being added to the system. In fact, our VA system, the one I'm talking about right now, is now the fastest growing system in the nation region, with more than 700 new patients added to the system every month. That's 700 new patients added to the system every single month. And the hospital system, the Audie Murphy that we have, was built in the 1970s. So we're talking about 50 years or so of a hospital that, quite honestly, if you haven't been there, just doesn't reflect the modern facilities that we need for our VA. So we have the fastest VA system, adding 700 folks every month, and we have a hospital system that has been there since the 1970s. We know that puts pressure. The men and women that work there are doing their best, but we need another facility. Now, the VA has started the planning efforts, and I want to say we got the land, 57 acres in the San Antonio Medical Center. We have the UT Health Center there. We have major hospital systems there, and putting the new hospital there in this 57 acres and working with the San Antonio Medical Foundation. I want to thank the president, Richard Perez, and the other folks that have been working on that. This will allow us to build that new facility, and as Mr. Bishop said a few minutes ago, making sure that we move on time to get that veteran effort. So this will help us build that hospital on time, the Audie Murphy, the VA clinic, and what the committee's doing is really helping this VA system, fastest growing one, Laredo, San Antonio, Audie Murphy, the VA clinic expand. So with that, I want to say thank you to the committee, all of y'all, for helping the veterans in South Texas. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Thank you so much.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Espiat, is recognized for comments on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to speak, ranking member. Mr. Chairman, there is still so much more that we can do to support our veterans. Unfortunately, this bill falls dramatically short on fully delivering on Congress' PACT Act commitments. Without full investment into the Toxic Exposure Fund, we are risking the consistent of care that veterans deserve that were exposed to chemicals. I know such things are true because in my district we have the James J. Peters VA hospital. But in addition to that, Mr. Chairman, it's also unfair to us and to the nation to ask our veterans to sacrifice for our country and then burden them with a rising cost of living. You see, veterans are not exempt from the challenges that the American people face every day. In fact, they are probably disproportionately more impacted by the great challenges of the cost of living, access to health care, and all the other benefits that they should have with their families. And the cuts that have been imposed throughout this year and last year impact veterans disproportionately because they're vulnerable. They have great challenges. So we cannot dig our heads in the sand and have a very sort of like narrow discussion about how veterans are being impacted without also considering how the cuts are impacting their daily lives. In addition to dealing with the cuts at home, military personnel now are caught up in this reckless war. And the war has a cost to our budget. And when we shortchange veterans here and we say, well, they could have this, but they cannot have this, is usually a budget decision that is made. And that budget decision is impacted by this, dramatically impacted by this reckless war. And we don't know, as the ceasefire comes to a close soon, it is not clear if the end of the war is anywhere near. And so veterans are caught up in this dilemma, as America is. And they are disproportionately hurt by not having the important services that they deserve as heroes, all of them, to our nation. So this effort falls dramatically short of providing what we need to have, the support we need to have for veterans, and I will be voting against it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Nevada, Ms. Lee, is recognized for opening remarks on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we know, we all have a solemn responsibility to take care of our brave men and women who sign up and put their lives on the line to defend our nation. And far too often, our service members don't have access to the support and the resources that they deserve to keep themselves and their families healthy and safe. And this is especially true at Creech Air Force Base in southern Nevada, which is home to the United States remotely piloted aircraft enterprise. This year, I submitted 2 community project funding requests to help address some of these concerns at Creech Air Force Base. One is to construct a mission support facility to allow airmen and their families to access childcare, legal support, and educational programming. If you know where Creech is located in southern Nevada, it's pretty difficult to get to. And currently, these airmen and their families must travel 50 miles each way to access these support services. I also have another request to build a remotely piloted aircraft reconnaissance operations and training facility to move personnel out of 3 aging, inadequate facilities in 2 temporary trailers into 1 centralized facility. I think now, especially as we are in the middle of a war, this is particularly important that our airmen and women have the adequate facilities in which to operate. Listen, the folks at Creech badly want these, and unfortunately, this funding was not included in this bill, and I commend the chair and the ranking member for putting forward a bill. But when we do this without the president's budget, it makes it impossible for us to include these types of funding requests in this bill. So I'm simply requesting that this funding be included in the final version of this bill. And with that, I yield.
Thank the gentlelady for her remarks. The gentleman from California, Mr. Levins, recognized for comments on the bill.
Thank the chairman very much for his approach to this entire process. I thank the ranking member, and I thank the chairs and ranking member of the subcommittee for working collaboratively. I also rise in support of the bill, and I just appreciate the hard work to put our service members first as opposed to partisan politics. I'm especially grateful for the chair and ranking member for working with me to secure continued support for the State and Tribal Outreach to Veterans Grant Program and the Manager's Amendment that we'll be considering shortly. While there are some things I would change about the bill, I'm proud, again, to be a member of the subcommittee that puts our service members first, and it's really, in this day and age, an encouraging sign. My main concern with the underlying bill was that it didn't include any advanced funding for the Toxic Exposure Fund. I'm very pleased that the Manager's Amendment fulfills our promise to our veterans by adding advanced funding for the TEF back in. Prior to serving on Appropriations, I was on the Veterans Affairs Committee for 6 years, and like so many others, I pushed for the passage of the PACT Act, which created the TEF to prevent political considerations from getting in the way of fulfilling our promise to our toxic exposed veterans. Very grateful to see this bipartisan compromise on the TEF and look forward to supporting the Manager's Amendment. Nevertheless, I do remain concerned that the subcommittee still has not heard testimony from Secretary Collins, or in fact anyone at VA. Mr. Chairman, this is back to agitating a little bit. That is really unacceptable. And from the MilCon side, we haven't seen the complete budget justifications from each branch. It's personal to so many of us that represent communities with different installations. For me, it's our Marines and sailors on Camp Pendleton and across the Marine Corps as they aspire towards the Barracks 2030 initiative. There are roughly 17% of 658 barracks that are in poor and failing condition. And we need to get all of the funding necessary in the coming years to achieve the Barracks 2030 goals, which have now been pushed, unfortunately, till 2037. That said, I really do commend the chair and ranking member for drafting bills with the information that we have. That's an important thing. But this is not how we should be working. We have to keep, as the chairman said, agitating. We need Secretary Collins to come before the subcommittee to explain exactly how he plans to allocate our taxpayer dollars to best serve our veterans. And we need complete information from the administration on the exact military construction needs of each branch. That should be a minimum expectation for every agency that we fund. And finally, I associate myself with the earlier comments of my good friend from Hawaii that we need to assert our role in this process. We simply cannot wait for the Department of Defense to share the needs and concerns of our service members. We need to stand up for them as their elected representatives. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman for his remarks, and I'll direct myself briefly just to quickly respond, frankly, mostly in agreement, because I agree, as I told my good friend from Minnesota, we need to get more information sooner, no question about that. And I will say this, not in defense of, but in explanation of why some of these secretaries aren't here. It's kind of hard to come up and testify about your budget when you don't know what it is yourself. So when they're late getting us that budget, they're late then producing the witnesses that we need to have and have every right to expect. Again, we'll continue to work with my friend to try and make sure these secretaries do get here. That process is underway, and we had a very good hearing in Mr. Simpson's subcommittee with Ms. Pingree, with the Secretary of the Interior yesterday. So it's coming now, but my friend makes a fair point when he says it should have been here sooner. That I would yield back, but I would now turn to one of our most distinguished veterans in this committee. Where's Mr. Zinke still here? There he is. He's back to me. How did I miss you? And so the gentleman's recognized for comments on the bill.
Thank you. I want to say thank you to both the chairman, both chairmans, for inserting two language that supports two issues that are slightly outside of my district in Montana, but equally important. One is we assumed a footprint in Subic Bay, and it was recognized we cannot defend the Pacific from San Diego or Seattle. We need forward. So the language supports the forwards rebuilding of our ammunition storage facility that we once had there, and the production of nitrocellulose, which is necessary for explosives. But again, we can't support our mission to defend the Pacific, even from Hawaii. We're going to need forward deployed assets and primarily munition storage. Secondly, from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, I recently took a trip with bipartisan members to South Korea. And South Korea, the deal that President Trump made, has agreed, South Korea has agreed to support $350 billion of investment in the U.S., $150 billion to rebuild our shipbuilding, primarily in the great state, a great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, primarily in Philadelphia. As a former SEAL Team 6 guy, I was in Philadelphia shipyards in the 1990s. I remember it being a little antiquated with a mothball fleet there, and I don't think it's improved very much recently. So it needs some upgrading in order to build ships, and they've committed to build our submarines, which is the most complicated of naval craft. But this is for a slice to improve the infrastructure, water, sewer, to make that happen. So I thank the chairs for their support in that, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Escobar, is recognized for comments on the bill.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. It's a privilege to be a part of this subcommittee. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your leadership. I'd like to especially thank the chairman and the ranking member of this subcommittee. The two of you really do demonstrate what it means to work in a bipartisan manner for the greater good, which makes it really an honor to serve with the two of you. So thank you. I'd like to talk about a few of the provisions in this bill. While it's not a perfect bill, it is certainly one that I will be supporting, and I rise in support of the bill today. I'm particularly proud of the fact that my bill, the El Paso VA Medical Center Activation Readiness Act, a bipartisan bill that I filed with Congressman Luttrell, is a part of the manager's amendment. And this will help with oversight over a brand-new veterans clinic that is being constructed in my district. I am proud to represent Fort Bliss and proud to represent over 50,000 veterans in my community of El Paso. That clinic is going to be a world-class facility, $700 million. And with that leads me to the next provision in this bill, $700 million for a clinic. That is a lot of money. All of us know just how challenging the numbers are and how much unmet need there is when it comes to military construction. And when you compare military construction costs with other public sector costs, frequently we are twice as expensive, sometimes 3 times, sometimes 4 times more expensive. This is an area in desperate need of reform. And my team and I are deeply committed to offering some ideas for reform. One of those is in a provision in this bill. And it is a provision that explores IGZAs, or Intergovernmental Support Agreements for Military Construction. As I mentioned, frequently the public sector can build something cheaper and more efficiently. We won't even compare ourselves to the private sector. But if we can partner with other public sector entities, universities build buildings all the time, cities build buildings all the time, counties, tribes. And if we can partner with them, we will likely reduce the overall costs, helping stretch our dollars and make those military construction dollars go a longer way. So I'm excited about that provision. And I am also proud of the provision on additive manufacturing and 3D printing. I would welcome any of you to come visit Fort Bliss, where we are building 3D printed barracks. They are resilient. They are cheaper. The construction is faster. It is really, really remarkable. We need to be doing more of this with military construction, and proud to have led on that. I want to thank members of my team who worked so hard on these provisions and on this bill. There is a rider that I will be seeking to strike later in our debate, something that comes from experience in conversations with active duty service members and veterans. But I'll get to that when the time comes. Thank you to our leaders for this. Proud to support this bill.
Thanks, gentlelady. Are there any other members wishing to make general comments about the bill? Okay, seeing no other members wishing to make opening remarks, I'd like to recognize Chairman Carter to offer a manager's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could, I'd like a moment of personal privilege.
Absolutely.
All of the conversations we heard today, Ms. Wasserman Schultz and I are well aware of the needs of Hawaii. We're well aware of what you've talked about. I'm encouraged by the way that they're building things at Fort Bliss. We keep up with that. But the numbers are huge. And if you really look, we both have separately taken a trip to the Pacific, and the needs in the Pacific are absolutely horrendous. But we don't have the money. we're, the money is in the defense bill is gigantic, but ours is minuscule. And yet, if a war breaks out, God forbid it, if a world war breaks out, from a standpoint of military construction, we're going to be where we were in 1941. And that's something we have to fear. I'm a history guy. And as I toured those areas, I thought, most of the stuff we're looking at was built in the Second World War. Now, that is definitely in history. But we don't have the funds to make the necessary improvements. Hawaii is a major improvement. And should something happen with all the things you've had to give up in Hawaii, especially with your fuel and all that stuff, if we don't get that stuff fixed, we'll be in desperate shape. And so I'm pleading to the military to start thinking about the military construction that you're going to ask our people to defend should the war break out. And let us know whether or not, I'm not talking about convenience, I'm talking about falling down buildings that we've got to deal with. I'm sorry, this is the kind of stuff that worries me, keeps me up at night. And that's the reason I wanted to talk about it. But I wanted you to know that the members of our committee are well aware of the needs in military construction. And we're going to do the very best we can to get those funds for you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Mr. Chairman, I rise to offer a manager's amendment.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will read the amendment. Or would the gentleman like it dispensed with?
Let's dispense with it, please.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and Chairman Carter is recognized to explain the manager's amendment.
This bill includes report language agreed upon on a bipartisan basis by both sides, and I urge its adoption.
The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is recognized to respond on the manager's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to completely associate myself with the chairman's remarks about the wholly inadequate MilCon allocation in our bill, but also the wholly inadequate requests coming from the administration. And just for the edification of the members here, because you know, if you're not on a subcommittee, perhaps you don't know the intricacies of how decisions are made. Judge Carter and I, no matter who's chairing the sub, can't pluck military construction projects from outside the list. You know, they have a 5-year plan. There's a UFR list, which is the unfunded requirements, you know, that we're able to pull up onto the list. We can do that with CPFs and in other ways, depending on how far down the list we can fund. But the initiative for what MilCon projects are funded comes nearly exclusively from the military itself. So, I mean, we should all, as I said in my opening remarks, be expressing really serious frustration with the military because they're not putting the money into the president's budget request. It doesn't make it up all the way through. Even if the military is like the service branches goes up to DOD, goes up to OMB, and you know OMB ends up deciding. And so, you know, budgets are an expression of your values and your priorities, and clearly, and this is not just in a Republican administration. Both administrations multiple administrations have underfunded MilCon, and we have to pay the piper at some point. It's rusted out hangars, it's decrepit World War II era buildings, it's the infrastructure problems that there are in Hawaii and in Guam. So we're going to have to pay the piper at some point, and God forbid it is when a more widespread war. We're already at war, but when a more widespread war breaks out, God forbid, we're going to face a very serious problem. But in spite of that, I do want to sincerely thank Chairman Carter for his willingness to work with me and our members on advance funding the TEF. The advance funding of the TEF is in the manager's amendment. It lasts for, the funds last for 2 years, like the amendment we adopted last year. It'll go a long way to ensuring that veterans exposed to toxic chemicals and substances receive the care that they are owed. VA, under both Republican and Democratic administrations, request advance funding for several medical care accounts, including the TEF, to provide certainty and continuity of care and service for veterans. From 2022 to the beginning of this year, there have been 540,000 new enrollees in the PACT Act planning population, with over 1.8 million veterans and survivors with approved PACT Act-related claims. These numbers make clear that we need to ensure consistent, stable, and robust funding for PACT Act implementation, and the funding in this amendment will do just that. This amendment also contains various other bipartisan and non-controversial amendments that I support, especially our ranking member's request that 25% of the funds from the Secretary's administrative office be withheld until he testifies before our subcommittee. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentlelady from Illinois is recognized to address the manager's amendment.
Chairman, I rise in support of the manager's amendment, which includes my report language on hiring clinical specialists at VA medical facilities. Our veterans have made sacrifices that can never be fully repaid, but the least we can do is provide them with the benefits they have earned through their service. That means that VA facilities need to hire and retain enough healthcare providers to promptly give our veterans the care that they need, not leaving them waiting weeks or months for an appointment. Now, one issue that I've heard from veterans at home in Illinois is a lack of clinical specialists. I was especially concerned to hear about this problem because of its impact on our ability to implement the PACT Act. The PACT Act was a historic bipartisan expansion of healthcare and benefits for veterans exposed to toxic substances like burn pits and Agent Orange. Some of the conditions covered by the PACT Act require a specialist to diagnose and treat them. So it is essential that veterans have access to the right providers in order to fulfill that promise that we made to them. My report language directs the VA to increase clinical specialist staffing to address this issue. And I am so grateful to the chairman and ranking member for including my report language in this manager's amendment. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from West Virginia, Mr. Moore, is recognized for comments on the manager's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also rise in support of the manager's amendment. On April 10th, I joined Congressman Greg Steube and several of my colleagues on a letter to the Department of Veterans Affairs urging the agency to approve the crucifix as an eligible emblem of belief for inscription on headstones at national cemeteries. And I want to particularly thank the full committee ranking member, DeLauro, for working across the aisle to ensure that Catholic soldiers who defended their nation are honored in a way that reflects their deeply held beliefs. So thank you to the ranking member. Thank you very much for your support on this. My amendment, which has been incorporated as part of the manager's amendment, builds on that effort by directing the VA in coordination with the National Cemetery Administration to approve the crucifix as an eligible emblem of belief within 90 days. Catholic veterans make up nearly 20% of those who have served, yet they are denied the ability to have the central symbol of their faith represented on their headstone. The crucifix reflects sacrifice, redemption, and the hope of eternal life. Making it an eligible emblem of belief is a straightforward way to honor the faith and service of Catholic veterans who have fought for our country. I also want to recognize Stan Vojoy, a Vietnam veteran who passed away and included a request in his will that his tombstone have a crucifix on it. His brother Neil realized that it was not an eligible emblem and raised the issue with Congressman Steube, which brings us to where we are today. This amendment fixes that issue. It ensures that every veteran can be laid to rest with the reverence their service deserves and in a manner consistent with their faith. And I urge adoption. Yield back. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. Do any other members seek recognition to speak on the manager's amendment? Gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Perez, is recognized.
There you go. Thank you, Chair. I wish to speak on the amendment, and I'm hearing from veterans in my district who want to use their VA home loans, but the options that are accessible to them aren't eligible for these loan types. If you live in a rural community, often it's the value of the land, it's the woods, it's the property, and some of them choose to live in smaller facilities, not a large manufactured, but perhaps even a mobile home. And we need to be more realistic about how these programs we fund really work or don't for our communities. Right now, veterans cannot use their VA home loan to buy land if they are building a permanent fixed residence on that land at the same time. Some of our vets don't have the capital to make those kinds of purchases, but they do have an RV, just not somewhere to park it. I understand the home loans program's intention and statute here to put the opportunity for wealth building in the hands of veterans who have served our community, but we have to be realistic about the current circumstances. For some of these veterans, the alternative to living in an RV is that they are on the streets, and this is unacceptable. My provision included in this amendment would direct the VA to report to the committee on the feasibility and impacts of expanding eligibility for the VA home loan to be used to pay for land on which veterans could park their RV or their mobile home, not just manufactured homes, but mobile homes and RVs. And I thank the chair for inclusion in this. Of this provision. Another provision in this amendment asks the VA to expand partnership between VA facilities and local communities to provide safe and secure overnight parking for veterans living in their cars or RVs on VA campuses and connect them with VA support systems. I recently learned that the West Los Angeles VA Medical Center partners with the City of LA to offer this safe parking program for local veterans. I think this is I've heard from some of my friends who work at VA, from some of my constituents who are veterans, that often veterans who want to schedule surgery are not able to do that because they don't have somebody to drive them home after they've had partial anesthesia. This is not just about people who are wanting to park their RVs on VA facilities at night because they're homeless, but also for rural veterans who maybe don't have somebody to drive them back after an appointment where they've had their eyes dilated, but do have an RV or a camper that they could safely park at the VA overnight while they recover from any partial anesthesia or eye dilation or any just minor issues that have prevented necessary care from being delivered to veterans. So I'm thrilled at the work that's been done in LA and the committee's willingness to work together to urge a further understanding of how we could better facilitate medical care, use our parking lots in better ways, and ensure that veterans aren't on the streets or avoiding necessary medical care. So thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Do other members seek recognition to speak on the manager's amendment? Seeing none, the chair recognized Chairman Carter for 1 minute to close.
I urge your adoption.
I appreciate those eloquent words. Questions on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Gentlelady from Maine, Ms. Pingree, is recognized for purposes of an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
There's an amendment to desk. The clerk will read the amendment unless the gentlelady wishes to dispense with the reading.
I move the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a somewhat unusual amendment for this committee, but I have an amendment that is focused on the sanctity of Arlington National Cemetery. Last week, as you may have seen, President Trump's plans for the arch that he has designed were presented to the Commission on Fine Arts. Shockingly, in my opinion, this proposal boasts an arch that would achieve an arch that would achieve a height of 250 feet, which is 2.5 times taller than the Lincoln Memorial, and it is believed to be the tallest of such arches in any capital of the world. If you haven't had a chance to see it, happy to share this photo of the arch. I think there are numerous issues as this committee that we should be concerned about. There has been no congressional authorization of this. I know that's become kind of passé with all the building changes that are going on, but I think it's a really important thing to consider. And this is located in the reserve, and normally we do have congressional approval for that. There are no cost estimates or any kind of clear budget about what this arch will cost. And we are the Appropriations Committee, and usually we like to know how our money is going to be spent and what items like this will cost. The only sense of where the money is coming from is that there's an understanding that $15 million has been reappropriated from the National Endowment for the Humanities. That is money that we normally appropriate to libraries, local historical societies, and as you know, the structure and the funding there has been greatly changed. And the president has set aside $15 million as a partial down payment on this arch. But I want to focus my amendment on something that I believe we could have some general agreement on, and that is a specific concern that is shared by many veterans and their families. That's the impact of the arch on Arlington National Cemetery. Arlington is our nation's most hallowed ground. It is the resting place for 430,000 service members and their families. There are about 25 to 30 funerals held there every day, and 3 to 4 million visitors annually. The location of this arch is deeply symbolic. It is within the sightlines to the Lincoln Memorial and the National Mall, which were there intentionally as a reminder of our Civil War beginnings. The arch is proposed for the memorial circle less than half a mile from the entrance to Arlington. And I'm worried that no one is considering the needs of the veterans and their families here. Just in a practical way, how will the construction and then a permanent structure impact the entrance to Arlington and the many activities that are conducted there? And symbolically, I'm concerned about this triumphal arch with gold-plated lions blocking the view to the rest of the National Mall. And is that really what we want people to be looking at as they're looking in this direction at such a solemn site? So I believe we need to answer some of these questions. There are already multiple lawsuits going on from veterans organizations against this for the very reasons that I have stated, and I think we should speak up about this. All my amendment does is it directs the Army and Arlington to conduct a study on the impacts, and it requires that the veteran service organizations and Gold Star family organizations are meaningfully consulted. Even if you like the idea of the arch, surely you think this should be done before this money is spent, and doing so in keeping our service members and veterans in mind. That's it, and I encourage you all to support this simple but meaningful amendment.
Thank you, gentlelady. Chairman Carter is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I rise in opposition to the amendment, although I'm sympathetic to the lady's plea. The site for the proposed arch is on land managed by the National Park Service and not under the jurisdiction of the Secretary of the Army. The project is also not part of Arlington National Cemetery. The amendment is not germane to the bill, and I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment.
I thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I will just start by reminding my friend that there is no funding whatsoever in our bill related to Guantanamo Bay, yet we carry a provision that requires that no funds be spent to close it every single year. So this precedent has been set, and there should be no reason why we couldn't include something certainly that has much more connection to the veterans for whom we care and respect so much in this legislation, which is why I rise in support of this amendment, because it simply gathers the necessary information on the impact of the planned construction of the triumphal arch on those who visit Arlington National Cemetery for its actual purpose, honoring those who have served our country. I fail to see how anyone could be opposed to simply gathering information on how groups such as Gold Star families may feel about construction directly impacting their experience at Arlington National Cemetery. We should learn as much as we can about how this project would affect those groups, since it is clearly not being envisioned with their interests in mind. When asked who the arch was being built for, President Trump simply responded, "Me." I personally think political vanity projects have no place at Arlington National Cemetery, but even if any of my colleagues are concerned about an amendment which would block construction, this amendment does not do that. Instead, it ensures the voices that matter most for issues impacting Arlington are heard, veterans and their families. Federal construction in the immediate vicinity of the mall should not be done in a rushed manner without transparency or regard for outside feedback. It is clear that so far, the Triumphal Arch project is proceeding in that exact manner, full steam ahead with no regard for the thoughts or concerns of anyone except this administration, really from anyone except Donald Trump. We have already seen examples of veteran outrage at this project, most recently by a group of Vietnam veterans suing to stop construction. These veterans point out that the construction does not have federal approval, would dishonor their military service, pose a hazard to flights at National Airport, and impact the iconic view to and from the cemetery. Moreover, this project is just the latest example of this administration making grand claims about utilizing ethically dubious outside funding to pay for construction projects and failing to deliver, instead making the American taxpayer foot the bill. Let me remind my colleagues that first it was the border wall that Mexico would supposedly have paid for, ending in appropriated MilCon funds being stolen out of our bill to pay for it instead. Now it's an arch that was reportedly going to be paid for by outside donors that we now find is receiving funding from the National Endowment for the Humanities. As stewards of taxpayer funds, we must ensure that taxpayer money is not being used to mistreat the institution that honors our veterans and service members who paid the ultimate sacrifice in defense of our country. This amendment would gather information. Who's afraid of gathering information on the views of those that would be impacted by this project? We must honor the service and sacrifice of Gold Star families, our veterans and their families, and ensure that their voices are heard, and the best place to do that is in the MilConVA bill. I urge members to stand up for military families as well as our nation's veterans and support this amendment. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? If there's no further debate, the gentlelady from Maine is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to close by quoting Sean Burns, a U.S. Navy veteran who served during the Vietnam War. He said, "I fear this massive expression of domination will overshadow the values and the spirit of those who valiantly served our country and lie in Arlington National Cemetery. Those values of duty, honor, sacrifice, and love of the country. I urge you all to support my amendment to ensure that service members and veterans receive the respect and consideration that they deserve during this process," and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The question's now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Maine. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. I'm going to actually render an opinion, but that's okay, because I think you would have called for a roll call anyway. So with that, enough hands have been raised in support of a roll call. We've moved past me. The recorded vote has been requested, so a sufficient number in support. Recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt, Mr. Aguilar, Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amadei, no. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein, Mr. Cloud, Mr. Clyburn, Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole,
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Miss Dean, aye. Miss DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey, no. Miss Escobar, Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson, no. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Letlow. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Miss Underwood. Miss Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Miss Wasserman Schultz. Miss Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no. Mr. Shreve. Mr. Shreve, no.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Texas?
Mr. Cloud, no.
Gentleman from South Carolina?
Mr. Clyburn, aye.
Gentleman from California?
Mr. Aguilar, aye.
Gentleman from New York? Gentleman is not recorded.
Mr. Morelli, aye.
Gentlelady from Nevada?
Miss Lee, aye.
Oh, a gentleman from Alabama?
Mr. Adderholt, no.
Are there others who have not had an opportunity to record their vote or wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. Oh, the gentlelady, has the gentlelady recorded her vote? Gentlelady from Utah?
Miss Malloy votes no.
On this vote, the ayes are 27, the noes are 33. The amendment is not adopted. Is there any further amendment or discussion? Gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I move that the reading be dispensed with.
Thank the gentlelady, and the gentlelady is recognized to explain her amendment.
I rise in support of my amendment that would strike simply some report language on page 22 related to reproductive health services. This report language, unfortunately, supports the Department of Veterans Affairs' decision under this administration to stop providing abortion care and counseling to our veterans, even in the most extreme cases of rape, incest, and health emergencies. This language explicitly supports the VA's false assessment that abortion care and counseling is somehow unnecessary or should be banned. This is quite frankly offensive to more than 2 million women veterans who have served our country so well. Abortion is a critical part of reproductive health care. Many veterans wait to have children until they have completed their service. Denying them the full scope of health care needed to navigate that journey safely is unconscionable. These women have risked their lives and deserve the dignity and respect that comes with having their medical needs met. Of course, my amendment is not just striking report language. Even if it passes, it will not mean that the VA's rule goes away, a rule that was slipped in last December 2025. However, voting with me in support of this amendment would be an important way to vote with veterans, to vote with women veterans, and to demonstrate to all of our veterans that we recognize the harm of this rule and we are committed to restoring their access to full reproductive care. Colleagues, I urge you to join me in supporting women veterans. Abortion counseling and care is health care. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Carter, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to the amendment. This report language simply calls out VAs no longer using taxpayer dollars for abortion services at their facilities as issued by the DOJ Office of Legal Counsel. This regulation at the department is similar to the Hyde Amendment and is included in the labor HHS bill, which has been a long-standing bipartisan provision in this for decades. This report language does not include any reporting requirement or action by the department. I urge my colleagues to oppose it.
Thank you, gentlemen. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the gentlelady's amendment, which strikes report text on reproductive health that, while non-binding, and I appreciate that it's non-binding, serves no purpose but to intentionally antagonize women veterans and anyone who supports a woman's basic right to equal access to health care. It's stunning, really, that we still have to wage this battle. How can it be in 2026 that women can risk it all to protect the very freedoms that their family, community, and country all cherish, yet they themselves are still denied basic reproductive freedoms? There's no other way to view this final rule to curtail abortion access at VA than to see it as a slap in the face to the women who served. No veteran who seeks care at VA should ever have less rights than a veteran who risked just as much in a neighboring state. Those are not the equal rights and protections that either of them fought for. Just like any man who served, any woman veteran should be able to consult with her doctor and receive the medical care that she needs in the VA system. And not just the limited care that mostly male politicians in Washington think she's entitled to. That's certainly not the equality that generations of service members fought and died for. So I want to thank Congresswoman Dean for leading on this critical issue and for fighting for all female veterans. I hope my colleagues will join us. I support this amendment, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. Yield back.
Thanks, gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
I thank the chairman, and I do thank the chairman of the subcommittee. I thank the ranking members. It's a privilege to be here with you today and to get going on all of this. Finally, I want to just raise one more thing. If you don't buy the substance of this, how dangerous and dismissive it is of women veterans not to provide or to ban counseling, abortion counseling. I think of ectopic pregnancies and other health-related emergencies around pregnancy. If you don't want to go with me on this substance, maybe you could go with me on this style. Listen to the first sentence of this madness. The language is so confusing. Try to understand the opening sentence, laden with double, triple, quadruple negatives. We can do better than this, folks. Reproductive Health Services, page 22 of the report. The committee recognizes that the final rule issued by the department to reverse the policy established on September 8th, 2022, that wrongfully removed longstanding language preventing taxpayer funding for abortions and abortion counseling. If you can follow those 4 negatives in that single sentence, you are better than I. We can do better than this by our veterans and by our language. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Pennsylvania. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. A few more hands, please. Okay. Sufficient number in support. A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Klein. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Miss Dean. Miss Dean, aye. Mr. Loro. Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Miss Escobar. Miss Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Miss Frankel. Miss Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson, no. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Miss Capter. Miss Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota, no. Miss Lee. Miss Letlow. Mr. Levin. Miss Malloy. Oh, Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Miss Malloy. Miss McCullum. Miss McCullum, aye. Miss Ming. Miss Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Miss Perez. Miss Perez, aye. Miss Pingree. Miss Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Miss Underwood. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Miss Wasserman Schultz. Miss Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no. Mr. Shreve. Mr. Shreve, no.
Are there any members wishing to record their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Ohio?
Mr. Joyce, no.
Gentleman from Arizona?
Mr. Siscomani, no.
Gentlelady from Illinois?
Miss Underwood, aye.
Gentleman from New York?
Mr. Espaillat, aye.
Are there any other members wishing to change or record their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. Despite the interruption, the vote on this, the ayes are 25, the noes are 32. The amendment is not adopted. Is there any further amendment or discussion? Gentlelady from California, Ms. Torres, is recognized for an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I rise to offer an amendment on behalf of the more than 100,000 Americans.
Does gentlelady wish the amendment read, or?
Excuse me, yes.
Yes?
I have an amendment at the desk, please.
Okay.
read the
Does the
amendment.
gentlelady wish the amendment read?
Yes.
Okay, the amendment will be read.
I want it read.
An amendment offered by Mrs. Torres at the appropriate place in the bill, insert the following, section blank, protections for veterans in removal proceedings. Little a, access to legal counsel. None of the funds made available by this act may be used to remove from the United States any veteran of the Armed Forces of the United States unless the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of Justice certify that, 1, the individual was provided access to legal counsel at no cost, and 2, the individual was afforded a full and fair hearing in removal proceedings before an immigration judge consistent with current law. C, reporting requirement, not later than 180 days after the enactment of this act, the Secretary of Homeland Security shall submit a report to the Committees on Appropriations of the House of Representatives and the Senate detailing, 1, the number of non-citizen veterans placed in removal proceedings in the preceding fiscal year, 2, the outcomes of such proceedings, and 3, the legal representation status of each such veteran.
Thank you. Gentlelady is recognized to explain her amendment.
Thank you for permitting that time, Mr. Chairman. I rise to offer an amendment on behalf of the more than 100,000 American veterans who do not have a U.S. citizenship to ensure they receive a fair hearing before a judge before being deported. My amendment does not prevent a veteran from being deported. My amendment simply ensures that veterans cannot be deported without first receiving legal counsel and a fair hearing. It also creates transparency by requiring DHS to report data on how many veterans are being targeted for removal and whether they have had legal access to legal help. Just last month, I spoke to a constituent who proudly served our country, a Marine, who in fact is an American citizen, but ICE agents did not see a Marine. They saw a brown-skinned man who met the racist profile for deportation. So while entering the parking lot of a hardware store, masked and heavily armed ICE agents surrounded his car and at gunpoint demanded to see his passport. He was so afraid that his hands were violently shaking. And when he reached for his wallet, he fumbled and dropped the wallet, spilling all of his papers everywhere. Thank goodness that he had his physical veteran ID card on him. And I have asked, Mr. Chairman, this committee to ensure that the VA reverses its recent decision to make these ID cards virtual and no longer allow physical ID cards. So that is just one of the many cases in my district. Fortunately for that Marine, as the contents of his wallet spilled out, his veteran ID fell on top of the stack of papers, and the ICE agent accepted it as a form of citizen documentation. Lucky Marine, unlike my other constituents, he was allowed to drive away and go home safely. We cannot claim to support our troops on our campaign ads if we allow the system to treat Jeffrey Wade, an Army veteran who lived in this country for more than 50 years, as if he were a threat to the state. He spent months sleeping on a 2-inch mat in detention center, begging for a judge to hear his story. If honorable military service isn't good enough to guarantee you a fair hearing in the United States, then what is the value of our promise? These are not isolated cases. According to the latest information we have, this administration has attempted to deport 282 veterans and family members, people who were promised protections the day that they were recruited. This isn't about open borders. It is about the rule of law that we all sworn to protect. It is about ensuring that the men and women who defend our democracy system actually have access to it. And if we have the money to recruit them, we have the duty to ensure that they aren't treated like disposable laborers. This amendment demands a bare minimum: legal counsel, due process, and basic dignity for those who served. That should not be controversial. That should be our honor to our veterans. And I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Carter, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to this amendment. As drafted, this directs DOJ and Homeland, who are not in the jurisdiction of this bill. I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment. I will offer a second-degree amendment that addresses the underlying issue.
We have to finish debate on the
Right,
amendment.
right.
Okay. Gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment. The Constitution guarantees every person in America due process, regardless of their status. This includes the right to fair treatment, a standardized legal process, and access to counsel when their freedom is at risk. This has been as fundamental to our way of life as all other freedoms guaranteed by the Constitution, and this is guaranteed to non-citizens. We have non-citizens, specifically lawful permanent residents with green cards, serving honorably in the military, making the same sacrifices for this country as their fellow service members. Additionally, individuals from certain Pacific Island countries are also eligible. We also have foreign-born individuals serving in the military, bringing critical skills to the services. These individuals voluntarily signed up to lay their lives on the line for this country in spite of not being citizens. These veterans should not be subjected to what is happening right now with ICE enforcement. They should be protected from being kidnapped and sent to third countries, countries to which they have no identity or citizenship, just for political points. This amendment reaffirms the rights we have in the Constitution, and I urge its support. And I will point out that we already have a provision in this bill that has no connection to this bill. And so if we're going to be consistent, then anything that isn't directly related to the bill should certainly be eligible for consideration and deserve support, especially when it comes to people who are going to bat to fight for our country, a country that they are not even citizens of. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Thank you, gentlelady. Do other members seek to recognition to speak to the Torres amendment? Okay, hang on. No, not yet. There's a amendment to test in the second degree to the gentlelady's amendment, so we go to that next.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to offer a second-degree amendment, the gentlelady's amendment. And I ask unanimous consent that we dispense with the reading of the amendment.
Without objection.
I strongly support this amendment. It does three things: reinforces the current law and due process rights based in our Constitution, supports President Trump's policies, and promotes accountability. To be clear, this amendment does not add any rights or changes to existing law. It enforces the laws on the books, protests due process rights, and supports our veterans in the process. That's it.
Gentlelady from Florida is recognized to address the amendment in the second degree.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While I can appreciate Chairman Carter's attempt at trying to address the gentlelady from California's concern, this second-degree amendment moves her amendment from bill language to report language. It simply restates what current law is. It really has no resulting impact that the gentlelady is intending. We should be making sure that ICE isn't, indiscriminately going after veterans who have served our country, who are not citizens, and who the law already helps ensure, but yet is not being enforced specifically enough to prevent veterans who served our country that are not citizens from being rounded up in the same way that too many individuals are being rounded up and sent to countries they don't live in, that they don't know the language. People who have served our country deserve special treatment, and that includes non-citizens. That's the policy of this country, and the gentlelady's bill language would ensure that. I urge defeat of the the second-degree amendment and support of the gentlelady's underlying amendment.
I thank the gentlelady. The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized to address the amendment in the second degree.
Thank you, Chair Carter. I think you're trying to come up with a compromise, but a compromise can't be had with this. In Minnesota, we had 4,000 Customs and Border Patrol and ICE agents. We had a section in the federal building, the Whipple building, for U.S. citizens to be held in. It said U.S. citizens. So when we had veterans, but let me just describe a little bit about what would happen. People would be literally warming up their car and pulled out of their car. The cars would be left running. They didn't have their passport on them, or they didn't have the right documentation, and they were hauled off. And it would sometimes take us 3 or 4 days to find folks. So what Ms. Torres is trying to do is make it bill language, make it the law. You can prove you're a veteran, you prove you're a veteran, you get due process. End of story. You don't go into a federal building with unsanitary conditions. You don't go in a U.S. citizen's holding cell, maybe. And the fact simply is that if we don't make this the law, I can speak from personal experience throughout the state of Minnesota that well-intentioned Mr. Carter's language is, it will not change anything. It will not change anything. So if we want to protect veterans, to make sure at least they get due process, I believe everybody should, but at a minimum, veterans. We, unfortunately, Mr. Carter, I will be opposing this and supporting, hopefully, if this doesn't go on it, meaningful change. Because I witnessed it firsthand, folks, and you would be appalled. And some of you, when I talked to you on the floor and I would start saying what happened to my constituents, the brain injuries that occurred with being slammed into the ground, the people who weren't even given an opportunity to show ID taken away. You saw on the news a Hmong elder in his underwear in freezing cold temperature removed from his house who was legally here, a U.S. citizen. This has to be bill language. And for that reason, I oppose the second-degree amendment.
Thank you, gentlelady. Are there others wishing to address the second-degree amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman from Texas. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. Gentlelady from California, Ms. Torres, is recognized to address the second-degree amendment.
Thank you, Chairman, and I have nothing but respect for the chairman of the subcommittee. I understand that you are trying to work within a system that is impossible to work. I rise to oppose this second-degree amendment. Last year, we had bipartisan support for this amendment. The second-degree amendment simply restates current law, current policy. It does not demand protection. It does not demand that a veteran, maybe a Purple Heart veteran, should have access to legal counsel. This amendment takes binding bill language and turns it into a report, a cozy statement of concern. We can't get away with a cozy statement of concern. We have to demand legal representation. That is the rule of law. That is the promise of our democracy, of our Constitution. We don't need another statement of concern. Last year, the Trump administration deported 34 veterans and arrested 125 more for immigration violations. Immigration violations, not for treason or violent criminal behavior, but immigration violations. They needed fairness and due process, and those Marines, those veterans need you today. That is why the underlying amendment is so important. We have an opportunity, we have a chance to make real change for the over 100,000 non-citizen veterans who have served our nation, decent people who see themselves as Americans. There is nothing more American than volunteering to give your life and to serve our country, to bleed for our country. There is nothing more honorable that we can do in this room today than to ensure that they have access to legal counsel. And with that, I yield back to the chairman.
Thank gentlelady. Are there others wishing to address the second-degree Carter Amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman from Texas is recognized to close, for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I happen to have dealt with free lawyers for 20 years. Free lawyers are not free. It costs you a lot of money. I mean, a lot of money. A capital murder case that has a court-appointed lawyer, the court-appointed lawyers will get some in a county like mine, which is cheap, okay? Will get paid between $10,000 and $15,000 just to take the case. And then the bill will run from there. But I want to point something out to you. And I am no one respects the United States Army more than I do. But 2 days ago, you should have turned on the television and seen the situation about a guy who served 4 years in the United States Army that shot 9 of his children. So service in the military is honorable, but it's no proof. It's no proof of citizenship. I ask that we consider the cost and consider the reality that our law states what their due process is. Please follow it.
Questions now on the second-degree amendment offered by Mr. Carter. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Please, just enough hands. A recorded vote has been requested. Sufficient number of hands having been raised, the recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Aye. Mr. Adderholt, aye. Mr. Aguilar. No. Mr. Aguilar, no. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, aye. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, aye. Mrs. Bice. Aye. Mrs. Bice, aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Calvert. Aye. Mr. Calvert, aye. Mr. Carter. Aye. Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Case. No. Mr. Case, no. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, aye. Mr. Klein. Mr. Cloud. Aye. Mr. Cloud, aye. Mr. Clyburn? Mr. Clyburn, no. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, aye. Mr. Cole?
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Cuellar? Mr. Cuellar, no. Ms. Dean? Ms. DeLauro? Ms. DeLauro, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart, aye. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, aye. Mr. Elzey? Mr. Elzey, aye. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar, no. Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Espaillat, no. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman, aye. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel, no. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin, aye. Mr. Guest? Mr. Guest, aye. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder, no. Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris, aye. Mrs. Henson? Mrs. Henson, aye. Mr. Hoyer? Mr. Hoyer, no. Mr. Ivy? Mr. Ivy, no. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce, aye. Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter, no. Mr. Lalota? Mr. Lalota, aye. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee, no. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow, aye. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, no. Ms. Malloy? Ms. Malloy, aye. Ms. McCollum? Ms. McCollum, no. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, no. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, aye. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, aye. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan, no. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, aye. Ms. Perez? Ms. Perez, no. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, no. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, no. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, aye. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, aye. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, aye. Mr. Strong? Mr. Strong, aye. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, no. Miss Underwood? Miss Underwood, no. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, aye. Miss Wasserman Schultz? Miss Wasserman Schultz, no. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, no. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, aye. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, aye. Mr. Shreve? Mr. Shreve, aye.
Are there others wishing to record their vote or change their vote? Gentlelady from Pennsylvania?
Ms. Dean, no.
Gentlelady from Maine?
Ms. Pingree, off aye, on no.
Are there others wishing to record or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 34, the noes are 28. The amendment in the second degree is adopted. We'll now return to the amendment offered by Mrs. Torres as amended. Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close on her amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. Once again, my amendment would do something to stop the absolute disgrace, the way our government is treating non-citizen veterans who serve our country with honor. And while I absolutely agree that attorneys cost money, let me remind everyone that wars cost lives. Men and women who took an oath to defend the United States, they risked their lives for our freedoms. And what do they get in return? Detention, deportation, denial of legal counsel, no due process, no respect. This is not just a failure, it is a betrayal. To every veteran watching this today, To every service member wondering whether our country will keep its word to you, I want you to hear me loud and clear that I see you. I am not going to stop fighting for you, and I am not going to let this chamber look away. I urge my colleagues to stand up for our veterans and support my amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from California as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. I'd prefer it be done outside, at least off camera. But we have a second. Okay, gentlelady from California.
No, you can't.
Gentlelady from California is recognized for another amendment.
Can we dispose of the reading?
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. My amendment is simple, common sense, and fiscally responsible. It prevents the administration from raiding funds intended for the well-being of our veterans and service members and redirecting them toward an unauthorized spiraling war in Iran. We are currently subsidizing a conflict that has already drained $28 billion. And for what? The president wants to wipe a civilization off the map, yet he has failed to present this body with even a concept of a plan. There is no coherent military strategy. More importantly, there is no congressional authorization. He did not make his case to the American people. He did not consult our allies, and he has fired experienced and respected generals, and now he expects this committee to foot the bill for a war that is spiraling out of control. The cost of this war isn't just felt on the battlefield, it is felt at the kitchen table. The IMF has confirmed that this war would tip the world into a global recession. Gas prices are highest that they've ever been in 60 years. Working Americans have been bled for an extra $12 billion at the pump since this began, and studies suggest that this could become a $1 trillion mistake over the next decade. With inflation hitting 4% in March, the president's priorities are fundamentally backwards. He is asking for 3 years of funding for ICE and CBP while working families are being crushed by the cost of living. We need to talk about what these billions could do for people we represent instead of sinking resources into the Middle East. We could be providing $11 billion a year for school lunches so no child goes hungry, full funding for child care development block grant so parents can get back to work, and robust support for Head Start, ensuring the next generation isn't left behind. The $200 billion the administration originally requested for this war could cancel every single dollar of medical debt in the United States. So you care about how much it costs? This is the time to take a stand. We cannot allow the executive branch to treat our veterans' benefits like a slush fund for an illegal war. Let's keep our focus on veterans and service members and their families, not on a reckless intervention this Congress has never agreed to. And all of this said, I realize that this may be better addressed on the defense bill, so I will withdraw my amendment and I yield back to the chair.
Thank the gentlelady. Just advise the gentlelady that was actually better than a kiss, so thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Appreciate the time. The gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Escobar, is recognized for the purpose of amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask for unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to strike Section 413 on page 88 of the bill. This partisan rider prohibits the Department of Veterans Affairs from reporting certain individuals, specifically those assigned fiduciaries, to the National Instant Criminal Background Check System, or NICS, even in cases where federal law otherwise prohibits firearm possession. This provision undermines a longstanding common sense tool that helps ensure individuals who are legally prohibited from possessing firearms are not inadvertently able to do so. At a time when too many veterans are struggling with mental health and suicide, we should not be removing the protections that society depends on. My amendment strikes this rider and preserves VA's existing authority because supporting our veterans means protecting them in moments of crisis while keeping our communities safe. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Carter, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to this amendment. Section 413 was agreed upon in a bipartisan manner in and is the law of the land and has been carried for the past several years. This provision protects the Second Amendment rights of veterans, and I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment. This bill prevents VA from reporting a beneficiary that has been deemed mentally incompetent based on medical evidence and therefore is assigned a fiduciary to protect them in handling their finances from being reported to the National Instant Criminal Background Check System. This is required by longstanding federal law. The existing program to prevent veterans who are a threat to themselves or to others from gaining access to a firearm has a full due process system, and veterans have access to an appeals process to ensure that their rights are protected. The process of applying for disability benefits is wholly separate from the processes by which veterans receive VA health care. The Veterans Health Administration does not take away veterans' firearms. However, by implying VA bureaucrats are going to take guns away from veterans, this provision not only does nothing to increase access to care, it seeks to dissuade veterans from even seeking the health care they have earned in the first place. The reporting of individuals to NICS is meant to keep veterans and those closest to them safe. We have a major issue with veteran suicide, and suicide by firearm is the most commonly used method of suicide. And we all espouse, very eloquently, many times throughout the discussions and deliberations of the markups of our bills on how important it is to us that we reduce and eliminate veteran suicide. But veterans experience higher suicide rates than non-veteran adults, and 75% of veteran suicides involve firearms. And this trend has tragically been increasing. We must deploy every tool we have to stop veteran suicide. Additionally, in February of this year, VA has already said that they will not report veterans to NICS. So while I don't agree with the VA's decision, this also makes the current provision in this bill completely useless and unnecessary. And I'll point out that it was just mentioned that there was a veteran who used a firearm who had a history of mental health issues to kill 7 of his own children. And I can only think that if that veteran had not had been able to get access to a firearm, how much more likely it is that those children would be alive today. So thank you to Congresswoman Escobar for her tireless work to end veteran suicide. I support the amendment to strike this rider and encourage my colleagues to do the same.
Thank you, gentlelady. Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in very strong opposition to this amendment, which would strip away critical Second Amendment protections from the very veterans who honorably served our nation to defend these constitutional freedoms. And as a veteran myself, I want to protect the rights of every solitary veteran. As many of you know, federal law enacted in 1968 prohibits individuals who have been adjudicated as a mental defective from possessing or acquiring firearms. This restriction is enforced primarily through the National Instant Criminal Background Check System, or NICS, which is consulted during retail firearm purchases. At the same time, the Department of Veteran Affairs allows service-disabled veterans to receive their hard-earned benefits through a fiduciary when the VA determines they are unable to manage their own finances. However, this determination is often made by VA officials who may lack adequate mental health training. When the VA makes such a determination, the veteran is automatically reported to NICS as a mental defective, resulting in the loss of their Second Amendment rights. This happens without any judicial finding that the veteran poses a danger to themselves or to others. In other words, service-disabled veterans who simply need assistance with financial matters can be stripped of their constitutional rights, not by a judge, but by an unelected bureaucrat. These veterans are faced with an unacceptable choice: either receive the benefits they rightly earned or retain their constitutional rights. This is a shameful and unjust dilemma, particularly for those who risk their lives in defense of our freedoms. I'm proud to say that through the work of this committee, Congress took an important step to address this injustice. The FY24 enacted Consolidated Appropriations Act and subsequently enacted appropriations bills have included language directing the VA to cease this practice, and I'm very pleased to report that earlier this year, Secretary of Veterans Affairs Doug Collins from my district confirmed the VA has complied with the law and will no longer report veterans to NICS solely because of their need for a fiduciary. That is a real, meaningful victory for our veterans and a testament to what this body can accomplish when we stand up for those who have served. But that progress is now at risk. I want to thank the Chairman Carter and Chairman Cole for including Section 413 in this bill, a vital provision that builds on that victory and ensures these protections are permanently codified so that no future administration can reverse course and once again use a veteran's need for financial assistance as grounds to unilaterally revoke their God-given rights. This dangerous amendment would remove that protection. For that reason, I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, and I yield.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady for Connecticut, the ranking member of the full committee, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment. It is crucial to note two things. First, this rider does not change federal law or regulations that bar these beneficiaries from possessing a firearm. Second, nearly 6,400 veterans die by suicide each year. On average, over 17 veterans a day. Let's put that into perspective. That's more than the number of people sitting up here at the dais today. Veterans account for roughly 1 in 5 firearm suicides in the United States. Want to stand up for veterans? Yes, let us stand up for veterans today. From 2003 to 2022, more than 93,000 veterans died by gun suicide. 17 times the number of service members killed in action the same period of time. The Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Appropriations Subcommittee receives notifications every time a suicide occurs on VA property, and nearly every single one includes a gun. Let us stand up for veterans. This rule has already caused the VA to be unable to appropriately intervene and offer aid to veterans who are experiencing mental health struggles. Now, each year, nearly 20,000 individuals who are experiencing mental health struggles are able to access firearms each year in a community that already has one of the highest risks for suicide. Let's stand up for veterans. Guns are used in 3 out of every 4 veteran suicides, and preventing VA from reporting a beneficiary who was unable to manage their own benefits to a national background firearm safety system for a review only makes them less safe. Let's stand up for veterans. This rule was a death sentence in waiting for many veterans. We do not need more needless deaths among our veteran community. We need to repeal of this rule immediately. The recent killings in Shreveport, Louisiana, are a tragic example of how easy access to firearms can turn a difficult situation into a deadly one. Yes, 8 children died. 2 adults were wounded by a man who had previously served in the Louisiana Army National Guard and had an illegal firearms conviction on his record and had expressed suicidal thoughts to family members, according to reporting. He killed 7 of his children. He should not have had a gun. Should not have had a gun. Investigations are underway as to how he had a pistol, which police said, quote, operated like an assault-style weapon, close quote, that he used to carry out this unspeakable tragedy. It is very likely he should not have been able to own any firearm legally because of his prior conviction, according to the Shreveport Police Department. Whether this shooting was tied to this writer or not, we cannot accept this as normal. We cannot keep throwing up our hands and acting like there is nothing that we can do. We can take a step forward today. We can give the VA an opportunity to intervene before tragedy strikes. Let us stand up for veterans today and their safety. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you very much. Look, the gentleman from Georgia makes the point that what the current policy does, it just says, and you can read it, it says you have to have a finding of a judge, magistrate, or a judicial authority. The gentlelady from Connecticut brings up that case in Louisiana, tragic case.
Yeah.
A judge had convicted that person. That person went to an adjudication under a judge, magistrate, or other authority. That's all we're asking, is that if you're going to use the VA as the entry into that mental health exception for owning a firearm, that's fine. Just go to a judge. That's all this says. And if you look at the exclusions for owning a firearm in the United States, you can look it up, Google it, with the exception of use of a controlled substance, all the other ones are ones where you have gone before a judge, magistrate, or other competent authority. Because we don't take away rights without someone fairly high up in the system, a judge, magistrate, or other, as it says, other judicial authority. They're the ones who can take away your constitutional rights, no one else. That's all this VA policy says. So I would oppose this amendment because I think you should leave it up to a judge, magistrate, or other judicial authority. Yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Are there any other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to assure my colleagues of the robust internal quality reviews associated with the evaluation by the VA. And I'd like to close actually with some numbers. From 2003 to 2022, 87,000 veterans died by gun suicide. This is 16 times the number of service members killed in action over the same period. Every day, an average of 13 veterans die by gun suicide. Veterans are 3 times more likely to die by gun suicide than non-veterans. 3/4 of veteran suicides are by gun, the highest it has been in 20 years. And over the past 20 years, the veteran firearm suicide rate has increased by nearly 60%. The data is there. We know how to help. This amendment can help. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Texas. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient number in support. A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter.
No.
Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Klein. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Ms. Dean. Mr. Loro. Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson, no. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Captor. Ms. Captor, aye. Mr. Loloda. Mr. Loloda, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, no. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Miss Underwood. Miss Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Miss Wasserman Schultz. Miss Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no. Mr. Shreve. Mr. Shreve, no.
Are there any others wishing to record their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Arizona?
Mr. Siscomani, no.
Gentlelady from Pennsylvania?
Ms. Dean, aye.
Gentleman from Hawaii?
Mr. Case, aye.
Are there any others wishing to record or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally.
That's the same one.
On this vote, the ayes are 25, the noes are 32. The amendment is not adopted. Are there further amendments or discussion? Gentlelady from Washington State, Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez? Gentlelady is recognized for the purposes of amendment.
And thank you for that loud, Perez. Our national debt is at
Does the gentlelady like the amendment read?
I'll dispense with the reading, please.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
I appreciate my colleague, Representative Pingree's amendment on the Triumph Arc, but I would like to highlight that we are in a massive amount of national debt, approximately 37 trillion. We have thousands of homeless veterans. We have military barracks in disrepair. There are a lot of things that we ought to be ensuring our money is spent on. And while we may not say confidently that this is the place where the money will come from for the Triumph Arc, we ought to be able to say this is the place it will not come from. We ought to be able to give our veterans and our service members the confidence that this is not the piggy bank that will be broken into for what is a questionable vanity project at best. So I ask for the committee's support in this. Tell our veterans that this is not the place that money will be taken from, and ask for your support in this amendment to ensure that the Triumph Arc is not funded out of this bill. That I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Carter, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to the amendment. Similarly to the previous amendment, the site of the approved arc is on land managed by the National Park Service and not under any jurisdiction of the Secretary of Army. This bill does not provide funds for the arc, and the project is also not part of the Arlington National Cemetery, which we do take care of. The amendment is not germane to this bill, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. And in fact, by that statement, it doesn't come from this bill, so it won't come from this bill.
Gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment. Now, my colleague has just argued that there's no funding proposed in this bill for the arch. As I pointed out in the previous amendment on this issue, we unfortunately have already seen this administration make vague statements about utilizing outside funding for its infrastructure pet projects and then later take taxpayer money instead. Even if the president indicated private funds would pay for the arch, we already know the administration does intend to use taxpayer funds. So far, they're taking $15 million from the National Endowment for the Humanities. I think we all know $15 million is not enough for a 250-foot arch project. So we're rightfully concerned about the administration attempting to take additional taxpayer dollars, especially because this administration, this president, has a track record and a penchant for doing so. The president has admitted the arch project is being proposed for himself, not to honor veterans, not to improve Arlington National Cemetery in line with its long-term planning. Nope, he simply said the arch is for me. This administration must seek congressional approval for projects like these in our national capital region, and this amendment would reassert our congressional power of the purse. The men and women who made the ultimate sacrifice for their country deserve better. They deserve to be honored for their sacrifice, and construction impacting Arlington National Cemetery should be done in a thoughtful manner that is focused on that goal. We should not fund political pet projects, monuments to individuals around Arlington National Cemetery that veterans oppose. There has been an outcry from veterans already, including through legal action against this project. We have a responsibility to stand up for these veterans. That is the responsibility of this committee, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there others wishing to comment on the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close. Gentlelady has yielded back. Questions now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Washington. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient number of hands have been raised. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt? No. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar? Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Amidei. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter.
No.
Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscamani. Mr. Siscamani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Mr. Loro. Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson, no. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Letlow. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Miss Underwood. Miss Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Miss Wasserman Schultz. Miss Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no. Mr. Shreve. Mr. Shreve, no.
Are there any others who wish to vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Nevada?
Mr. Amidei, no.
Are there others wishing to record their vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. Was the gentleman recorded? Did you need? Gentleman from Indiana is not recorded.
Mr. Mervan votes aye.
Gentlelady from Nevada, were you recorded? Ms. Lee?
She's not recorded.
The gentlelady is not recorded. Does she wish to cast her vote?
Ms. Lee votes aye.
Oh, gentlelady from Louisiana is not recorded. Gentlelady care to be recorded?
Ms. Letlow votes no.
On this vote, the ayes are 25, the noes are 31. The amendment is not adopted. I believe the gentlelady from Florida asked to be recognized.
Thank you.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your indulgence. Colleagues, while I continue to have some serious concerns with several policy provisions and funding levels in this bill, I'm incredibly concerned that the bill still prevents the VA from following the law and reporting beneficiaries deemed mentally incompetent and assigned a fiduciary to the National Instant Criminal Background Check System, and what that prohibition means for efforts to reduce veteran suicide, an issue we all care about. I also continue to be bewildered by the insistence on keeping two separate Guantanamo Bay riders in this bill, which are unnecessary and irrelevant to the bill before us. In fact, they are so unnecessary, even this administration has once again requested their removal in the budget request. Regarding funding, I think we all know this bill woefully underfunds military construction, which is something we really have to work on together. It's essential to military readiness and quality of life when compared to the President's overall $1.5 trillion ask for Department of Defense funding. I'm disappointed we don't have a defense allocation at this time so that we can better put these funding cuts into context. I realize that when we conference a bill with the Senate, this number is likely to change. But I think it sends a poor signal for the House bill to underfund these priorities so significantly when we are likely to see such a large overall increase in defense spending in the House bills. Chairman Carter, my dear friend, has worked in good faith towards bipartisanship, both in his drafting of the bill and in the compromise we reached here today, to ensure the continuity of care for our veterans exposed to toxic chemicals and substances. Despite my reservations about these issues with the bill, I want to acknowledge that we are still early in the appropriations process, and we will have a chance to build on the bipartisan work that we did here today to address these issues and make this bill better again in conference. The bill before us provides necessary investments in providing for the care of our veterans, as well as addressing barracks deficiencies, environmental contamination, and the deficit of military child development centers. The report includes important provisions related to holding privatized military family housing providers accountable to the commitment that they have made to our military families. Most importantly, I hope Judge Carter and I's cooperation and true effort to meet in the middle and find common ground sets an example for other subcommittees and our work here together. For these reasons, I plan to vote yes on the motion to report the bill and urge my colleagues to do the same. While the bill before us is not the bill I would write on my own, it is a much improved bill from what we saw in full committee last year. It is a better bill than we saw at the start of the markup this morning, and will be an even better bill as Democrats continue to fight throughout the FY27 process to ensure it fully meets our commitments to those who serve our country. I'm proud to be the first ranking member to be able to ask my colleagues to join me in voting yes on this bill, and look forward to continuing to work with you through the product. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Texas is asked to be recognized to respond.
Thank you.
The most eloquent speech of the day. No question about it. Seeing no further amendments, I'll now recognize Mr. Rogers for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move to favorably report to the House the fiscal year 2027 Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Appropriations Bill.
Questions now on the motion to favorably report the fiscal year 2027 Military Construction, Veterans Affairs, and Related Agencies Appropriation Bill. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Excuse me, the ayes have it. I just want to see if you were listening. Just see, you all passed the test. So the motion is agreed to. A roll call has been requested. Just, come on, hands, please. Can we get a show of hands on the roll call? Got to get to 13. Okay, plenty of hands. All right, sufficient number of hands have been raised. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, aye. Mr. Amadei. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, aye. Mr. Klein. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, aye. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, aye. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Mr. Loro. Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, aye. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, aye. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, aye. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, aye. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, aye. Mr. Guest. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, aye. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson, aye. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, aye. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota, aye. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, aye. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, aye. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, aye. Mr. Moore. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, aye. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, aye. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, aye. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, aye. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Miss Underwood. Miss Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Hear him? Miss Wasserman Schultz. Miss Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, aye. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, aye. Mr. Shreve. Mr. Shreve, aye.
Are there any members wishing to record their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Nevada?
Mr. Amade, aye.
Are there any other members wishing to record or change their votes? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. Okay. On this vote, the ayes are 58, the noes are 0. The motion is agreed to. Well, let me finish this. I ask unanimous consent that staff be permitted to make technical and conforming changes to the bill and report just approved. Seeing no objection, so ordered. 3 days.
Chairman, 3 days.
Okay, 3 days. And before we move to this, Chairman Carter's asked for a brief moment of recognition.
I want to thank all my colleagues, every one of you, for this decision. I am honored by it. God bless you.
We'll take a brief recess, 15 minutes. About 15 minutes to set up for our next bill. When we return, we'll begin consideration of the Financial Services and General Government Bill without objection. The committee stands in recess for 15 minutes. It's going to be 15 minutes. Meeting will come to order. Our next order of business today will be consideration of Financial Services and General Government Appropriations Bill for fiscal year 2027. Just so you know, we've got the okay from my ranking member to go ahead and get started. She'll be here momentarily, but we've got a kind of short window between now and when we'll break for votes, so we wanted to go ahead and move things forward. I'll now recognize Chairman Joyce to present the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Cole. I am pleased to present the fiscal year 2027 Financial Services and General Government Appropriations Bill to the full committee for your consideration and approval. I'd like to thank Chairman Cole and Ranking Member DeLauro, and of course, I'd like to thank Ranking Member Hoyer. As I have said, and I'll continue to say until he retires, I value his insights on and off this subcommittee. You'll notice I left you some Buckeyes there from the great state of Ohio, a little something to sweeten you up. Maybe you'll see your light and join in with us at the end here and want to vote yes. Mr. Chairman, I'm proud of the bill we are marking up today. This bill builds on bipartisan work which we did in the fiscal year 2026 bill, which was enacted into law. As you all know, the Financial Services and General Government, or FSGG bill, funds a large part of the federal government, including the Department of Treasury, the Executive Office of the President, the Federal Judiciary, the District of Columbia, and more than 20 independent commissions, departments, and agencies. The FSGG bill also directs a broad swath of government operations through its general provisions, or GPs. The FSGG top-line allocation for fiscal year 2027 is $25.4 billion. This includes $143 million in new disaster funding we provide to the Small Business Administration. Without the disaster money, this bill cuts a little over $1 billion from the 2026 enacted bill. This bill is also consistent with the President's fiscal year 2027 budget request for FSGG, which proposes more than $26 billion in new budget authority spending when all the budget cancellations, rescissions, and user fees are removed. Last year, I focused on 3 priorities in drafting our bill and report. 1, ensuring fiscal responsibility. 2, leveraging new technology. And 3, strengthening national security. This year, I emphasize a 4th priority, eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse and other improper payments in both federal and state governments. These are priorities on which all our members on both sides of the aisle should agree and support. Briefly, I'll describe the bill title by title. Title I funds the Department of Treasury at $12 billion, a $1.1 billion or 8.3% cut from the fiscal year 2026 enacted levels. Within the Department of Treasury, the bill cuts the salaries and expenses account by 16%, funds the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States at $22 million, an increase of $1 million, holds the Office of Terrorism and Financial Intelligence constant at $238 million, holds FinCEN constant at $185 million, cuts the Community Development Financial Institutions funds to $276.6 million, cut the IRS by 8.5% from fiscal 2026 enacted levels to $10.2 billion. Title II funds the Executive Office of the President, or EOP, at $872 million, which is consistent with 26 enacted levels. Within the EOP, the bill holds the Office of Management and Budget constant at $129 million, holds the Information Technology Oversight and Reform account, ITOR, constant to $8 million, increases the high-intensity drug trafficking program within the Office of National Drug Control Policy to nearly $300 million, and other federal drug control programs account to $142 million, including an increase in the anti-doping efforts to help support the 28 Olympic Games in LA. Title III of the bill funds the federal judiciary. Like the legislative and executive branches of government, we need to ensure the effective operations of our third branch of government, including physical and cybersecurity protections. This includes funding for the Supreme Court justices, judges, and people who work in our federal court system. The bill fully funds this court security at $921 million and the Federal Defender Program to ensure justice system works effectively and efficiently. This bill cuts the Administrative Office of U.S. Courts and Federal Judicial Center. Title IV of the bill cuts federal payments to the District of Columbia by almost 10% to $792 million from fiscal year 2026 enacted levels. This includes a 50% cut to the Tuition Assistance Grant Program and more than 40% cut to the Emergency Planning and Security Costs account. Title V funds are independent agencies. This includes the SEC, the FTC, the FCC, GSA, USPS, SBA, and other smaller agencies. Total funding for the Title V is approximately $2.2 billion, which is 23% cut from fiscal year 2026 enacted. Specifically, the bill includes a $2 billion for the SEC, a cut of 5.7%. Level funding for the FTC at $383 million. $971 million for the SBA, a cut of 22%, which also includes $143 million of new disaster funding, and $390 million for the FCC, a cut of 6.2%. Relatedly, I'd like to highlight a provision that in the end block that I will be offering later today, prohibiting any reconfiguration or repurposing of the lower 900 megahertz band, as well as existing report language directing the FCC to brief this committee on any future proposal. I know many of us have had to continue to have many concerns about the petition filed at the FCC by NextNav and the impact that this proposal could have on RFID devices, critical infrastructure, electronic highway tolling systems, aviation, retail, and manufacturing. This language demonstrates to the FCC we will be watching this closely. Finally, this bill continues the important policies that apply across the federal government, the District of Columbia in Titles 6, 7, and 8. Most of these provisions are legacy riders, which have been around for years, and if not decades. We are going to reaffirm important pro-life protections, defund the disastrous climate rule, stop the Biden-era divisive social policies, prohibit mask and vaccine mandates, protect traditional marriage, and codify the REINS Act and other critical executive orders such as eliminating waste and saving taxpayer dollars by consolidating procurement, restoring common sense to federal office space management, modernizing payments to and from the America First bank account, protecting America's bank account from waste, fraud, and abuse, and establishing a task force to eliminate fraud within the Executive Office of the President. As I said from the beginning, I'm proud of the work the FSGG subcommittee has accomplished to date, and I close by encouraging my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this important bill, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'd now like to recognize Mr. Hoyer for his remarks on the bill.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. There will be not, unfortunately, the same unanimity that we had on the last bill. There is a huge constituency for the last bill. Democrats and Republicans both committed to supporting our veterans. This bill does not have the kind of constituency that I think would lead to a frankly more responsible bill. At its essence, this bill is a good government bill. It invests in our civic institutions, our fundamental obligations as a country, elections, taxes, a judicial system, consumer protection. I said in markup on the subcommittee, this is not a sexy bill. It doesn't excite people. Nobody goes out and say, guess what, I funded the IRS. Isn't that exciting? Does this bill sufficiently resource the agencies and the judiciary to do their jobs and do it well? In its current form, this FSGG bill falls far short. This process is not a good process. Our chairman has essentially, our big chairman has indicated that. We should have gotten a budget on a timely fashion. Most administrations do not give us a budget on a timely fashion. That's the bad news. The good news is it really doesn't matter because we can proceed under the Budget Act on our own. Last year, we did not do that. We waited far too long, and the end result was we haven't finished that process even today. I've already pointed out that the draconian cuts the IRS with an 8.5% reduction overall and a 28% cut to enforcement. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you would listen to this because it's critical to every one of the committees. Natasha Sarin, an advisor for tax policy in the last administration, says this: over a decade, the size of the tax gap, the amount of taxes legally owed and not paid in a timely fashion over a decade approached nearly $7 trillion. Yet we talk about an expenditure of $100, $1 million, $100 million, and we have taken a policy under this bill to again cut the IRS and cut the enforcement process in particular. It also undermines our election system, which is more critical this year than in others. The bill guts the Election Assistance Commission by a whopping 45%. We talk about fair elections. We talk about administering elections so that there is no fraud. 45% cut in the Election Commission, which includes a 6.2% reduction at the Federal Election Commission, the FEC, to make sure that our financing of our elections is fair, open, and transparent. It cuts the District of Columbia by 9.8%. This is our 250th birthday. Going to be a lot of people coming to our town. And we are reducing their budget to cope with that. Obviously, we make some federal expenditures, but the majority of the burden falls on the District of Columbia. I think that is an unfair and ill-advised reduction. As I said, the FSGG is the good government bill, and it oversees, frankly, some of the actions that have been taken which have caused the greatest chaos. I speak of DOGE, which is under our jurisdiction, the extraordinary OPM, which agency after agency has been decimated in terms of its ability to conduct its work. The bill is the vehicle for funding numerous consumer protection agencies that ensure American families and businesses can afford to make it in America. Yet the cost of living in America is higher than ever, despite President Trump and the Republicans' promises to lower prices. Because of the administration's broken promises and misguided policies, tariffs are costing households an additional $2,500 per year. Gasoline costs an extra $740 per year. And as a result of tariffs, war, and chaos, the costs keep rising for groceries, utilities, and everyday necessities. American families are hurting. We can and must do better. The Small Business Administration, which provides for 36 million small businesses and their 62 million employees, faces a 23% cut, 22.3%. And its disaster loan program will see a 38% cut. Try explaining that to all those living in flood-prone regions, including in Western Maryland, where President Trump denied assistance for political reasons, as he articulated. Put another way, the bill tells the American people, you're on your own. The Bureau of Fiscal Services at Treasury, which ensures the timely payment of Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid funds, would be cut by 9.2%. The Community Development Financial Institutions Fund, which supports economic growth in low-income communities, it'll see a 14.6% of its budget going under this bill. It isn't just this bill that is flawed, though. It's been the process. Secretive to the extent that we have only had one agency testify in front of our committee. The Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of Treasury has not testified. The OMB Director has not testified. Numerous other agencies under our aegis have not testified to us. So this bill comes without the informed judgment that witnesses provide. The President's budget came out less than 3 weeks ago, as the Chairman has indicated. We've had just 2 hearings with only one department, as I said, testifying about the ability of the government to deliver services with the resources requested. No hearing, as I said, with the Secretary Bessent. No hearing for OMB Director vote. No hearing with GSA. No hearing with the White House. No hearing with the IRS. Not a single regulatory commission under our aegis has testified on their bills. So, ladies and gentlemen of this committee, we're flying blind. And the fallback position has been to cut the ability of our agencies and committees and commissions to do their job to protect the American people and to serve the American people. And that is what's at stake, Mr. Chairman, whether or not the American government works those it serves. Process, as you know, I think matters. Good process leads to good product. This is neither good process nor good product. We have a flawed process and we get something that isn't up to the standards the American people expect of us or that we ought to expect of ourselves. Perhaps that's because we all know that this bill is merely a pretense, a placeholder, until the Senate acts and we face reality and responsibility. It sets up for disagreement with the Senate and yet another late in the year CR or worse, another shutdown. This process becomes so broken that we no longer do the actual bipartisan work of appropriation in the spring. Rather, we have a small group of members and staff do it, and significantly after the start of the fiscal year. There was an error in the House when we tried to deliver bipartisan, on-time appropriations. I congratulate the big chairman for trying to get back to that place, and I wish him great success. I'm sorry that I won't be here a longer period of time to work with him to get that done. It is a reminder that what's possible if we really want this institution to work for the people. Cursory consideration, which is the best you can refer to what we've had. Cursory consideration is not sufficient if we really want good government, responsible government, government of, by, and for the people. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I now recognize myself for remarks on the bill. Thank you, Chairman Joyce, and thank you, Ranking Member Hoyer, Ranking Member DeLora, and all of the members. With our first full committee measure approved, we are now carrying that momentum forward and continuing fiscal year 2027 work with the Financial Services and General Government Appropriations Bill. Taxpayers expect a government that's accountable, disciplined, and delivering results. This measure upholds those standards, which is incredibly important given the vast scope of the portfolio before us. It funds the institutions that sustain our economy, enforce the rule of law, and deliver on the America First agenda. From the Executive Office of the President and our judiciary to the Small Business Administration and Treasury Department, its impact reaches every American. With that in mind, we're redefining what effective delivery looks like for the nation. The bill reflects a government that has rejected the habits of Washington's past and now operates with clarity, restraint, and purpose. Chairman Joyce focused on a simple objective: a leaner federal structure with sharper execution. Waste and bloat are eliminated. Simple things like spending less, restoring pre-pandemic workforce levels, and reining in red tape show that the era of excess is over. These reductions are made without compromising essential services, ensuring resources are aligned with the highest priorities of Americans. The people demanded a new mandate, and we're carrying it forward. That includes reinforcing President Trump's work to end Biden-era rules, rein in supercharged IRS, and ensure that only citizens vote in our elections. The legislation also strengthens national security efforts, including investments to counter cyber vulnerabilities, scrutinize foreign acquisitions from adversaries, prevent terrorists from exploiting our financial system, and keep fentanyl and other drugs out of our communities. We protect against threats while strengthening what drives growth. At its core, the bill is built on the fundamentals of American success: free enterprise, small business, and empowered consumers. Government should work smarter, faster, and more efficiently, and this legislation achieves just that. I thank Chairman Joyce for his leadership. I appreciate his partnership with Ranking Member Hoyer, and I thank all the staff for their hard work in bringing this bill forward. I look forward to the advancement of the FY27 FSGG bill and continuing our progress through the appropriations process. With that, I yield back. I now recognize the Ranking Member of the full committee, Ms. DeLora, for her opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Chairman Cole and Chairman Joyce, Ranking Member Hoyer. I want to start here today by speaking for a moment about my friend and the Ranking Member, Mr. Hoyer. I have served with Steny Hoyer since my first day in office, And throughout it, he has been a thoughtful partner, an honest broker, and an untiring advocate for this institution. As you all know, this is Steni's last financial services bill. So I want to say at the outset, here how glad I am to have worked with you all of these years, over the years, Steny, to congratulate you on what has been a remarkable career, both in the Congress and on this committee. I mean, your heart has always been on the Appropriations Committee. And to thank thank you for everything that you have given back to this institution. The place will not be the same without you. I will miss you, and I look forward to our work for the rest of this year, but after that, in terms of how we can collaborate together. So thank you, Steny Hoyer. Thank you very, very much. Let me also say a thank you to the committee staff, to Matt Smith and Philip Tizani on the minority side, and on the majority side, Kim Betts, Alex Yost, Mike Patterson, James Galkowski. Thank you all for your hard work in bringing these bills to the floor. The bill we are considering today is yet another giveaway for the very wealthiest Americans and large corporations who have raked in record profits under the Trump administration, while ordinary working families struggle to keep up with rising costs. Under this bill, more wealthy tax cheats will be able to get away with not paying what they owe, even while reaping the benefits of public services. Under this bill, the products that American consumers spend their hard-earned money on are more likely to be hazardous, broken, or harmful to their long-term health. Under this bill, more large corporations will be able to merge together, reduce competition, drive up prices for the rest of us while supercharging profits for themselves. The Trump administration is a government of, by, and for the billionaires. The legislation that we are considering today is a reflection of that fact. This bill cuts funding for the Consumer Product Safety Commission. That makes it easier for corporations to get away with pushing faulty or dangerous products onto American consumers. Just last week, the CPSC issued recalls for a children's toy with tiny pieces that pose a choking hazard and can cause serious injury or death. A tea kettle that could detach from its handle while it is boiling, posing a serious risk of severe burn injury, and a pressure washer that may electrocute the user. Without strong guardrails to protect our families from these kinds of products, more and more people will get hurt, and the cuts proposed in this bill weaken those guardrails. And yet another giveaway for the wealthiest Americans, this bill cuts the IRS enforcement by $1.4 billion. Even after passing $4.5 trillion in tax cuts that overwhelmingly benefit the rich, while cutting $1.2 trillion from Medicaid, stripping health care away from 15 million Americans, this bill makes it even easier for the rich to avoid paying what they owe. Our tax system is broken. Working families are forced to pay far more in taxes as a percentage of their wealth, while massive multi-billion-dollar companies routinely game the system to avoid paying any taxes at all. The Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy, ITEP, just released a report detailing 88 corporations that made more than $100 billion in profits, but did not pay a penny, not one penny, in federal income tax. These are companies like Tesla, Southwest Airlines, United Airlines, Live Nation Entertainment, which, by the way, a jury found had a harmful monopoly over big concert venues for years, CVS Health, Yum Brands, that's Taco Bell, Pizza Hut, KFC, KY Fried, and Disney. I also want to quote from the Budget Lab at Yale and their recent report. The IRS reductions from funding and layoffs have likely resulted in about $861 billion in decreased revenue. The layoffs from actions like DOGE alone have likely resulted in $597.8 billion in decreased revenue over the 2026-2035. And clawbacks in IRS funding of $20 billion has likely resulted in $262.8 billion in decreased revenue over the same period. My friends, We have a revenue problem, not a spending problem. Working families struggle to get by and should not have to pay more in taxes than some of the largest, most profitable corporations in the country. We should be addressing this issue immediately. Instead, the Republican proposal lets the wealthy and large corporations get away with even paying less. This bill also cuts funding for the Small Business Administration, also the entrepreneurial development programs, paring back support for hardworking Americans trying to get their businesses off the ground. Meanwhile, big corporations continue to swallow up their competition. Mega mergers in tech, media, medicine, and energy have eroded the market pressure that brings prices down and allowed corporate giants to emerge on a scale we have not seen since the Gilded Age. Yet, this bill underfunds the Federal Trade Commission, defunds the Federal Communications Commission, clearing the way for even more acquisitions, less competition, and higher prices for American families. This bill is a boon for the very rich and the large corporations. It does nothing to alleviate the strain on working families who are struggling just to get by as the cost of living crisis continues unabated. In fact, it makes the problem even worse. This bill also takes aim at our election infrastructure, defunding the Election Assistance Commission, weakening political fundraising guardrails, and allowing misinformation and disinformation to spread unchecked. We should be taking steps to shore up our election infrastructure from any and all interference, make sure that states and localities have the resources they need to conduct elections that are free and fair and that the American people can have faith in. I encourage my colleagues to oppose this legislation before us today, to craft a bill that offers relief for working families and cracks down on big corporations, not the other way around. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Before we move into member comments, let me just give you a quick kind of overview of where we're headed. We're going to try and get at least a number of the people that want to respond to the bill before we break and go. Then they estimate we'll finish the vote around 3:45. We should be back here around 4-ish. But I would recommend you come immediately after the votes here. There'll be enough time for whatever business you need to do between now and then. And we'll move. We're going to try and not be here like the 10 o'clock at night. The ranking member and I talked about trying to get out at a reasonable time tonight. Tomorrow, we will stay here as long as it takes. So you might just keep that in mind tonight because we do have to finish by tomorrow. But we don't want to keep you here. Probably shooting for someplace between 6 and 7 to let you out. So just sort of seeing where we're at in that break. And trying to time that along. Again, I know you have events and different things you need to do. We will convene at 10 o'clock tomorrow to begin. So if you need time for a caucus, we're going to probably caucus around 9 just for our members so we have a chance to talk about where we're at. But tomorrow we will drive to the end of the process. So with that, let's see if we can just get a few of these things in. It's going to take a while. Are there any other members wishing to make general comments about the bill? Somehow I suspected there would be. You want to hand me? Gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Alford, is recognized for initial comments about the bill.
Well, thank you, Chairman Cole. I will try to be brief in my remarks considering the vote is ensuing. Thank you, Chairman Joyce, as well as Ranking Members DeLauro and, of course, our good friend Standing Hoyer. Thank you for your service to our great nation. I appreciate your passion. I want to take a brief moment to highlight what I believe is one of the most impactful provisions in this bill, not only for my district, but for the national security of the United States of America. Included in the report for fiscal year 27 Financial Services and General Government Bill is language that will require the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, or CFIUS, which is under the purview of the Treasury Department, to review all transactions surrounding sites associated with our nuclear triad that have occurred since 2017. Now, why, you ask? For years, our foreign adversaries, including entities associated with the Chinese Communist Party, have been purchasing businesses and real estate near sensitive national security sites with impunity. This provision will help combat this dangerous trend. Of course,
All of our military bases and national security sites are sensitive, but our nuclear triad is the cornerstone of our deterrence and President Trump's peace through strength agenda. This language directly responds to two of the most concerning reports involving foreign ownership of American land that I have ever seen, and you probably won't believe what I'm about to tell you. First, groundbreaking investigative reporting from the Daily Caller News Foundation uncovered potential CCP-linked ownership of a trailer park adjacent to Whiteman Air Force Base in my district. Second, that same investigative reporting team uncovered alleged CCP-linked ownership of 2 golf clubs next to Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana. What makes these 2 bases so special? Well, I'll tell you. Whiteman Air Force Base is home to the B-2 stealth bomber and soon to be home to the B-21 Raider. Barksdale hosts the Air Force's Global Strike Command. Now, we all acknowledge the generational threat posed by the CCP. The transactions that enable these ownership arrangements pose grave national security risk, and we must ensure that they are adequately scrutinized. These sites hold our most valuable strategic assets, and this provision will ensure that they are protected. Now, we're not asking CFIUS to take on this new responsibility without the resources to carry it out. This bill increases its funding to $22 million, ensuring that CFIUS has the money to do the job to protect our nuclear triad. I want to thank Chairman Cole, Chairman Joyce for including this language in the report. I urge all of my colleagues to support the FY27 FSGG bill. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Capter, is recognized to make comments on the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Cole, and again, appreciate your and Ranking Member DeLauro's efforts for regular order. It just feels so good. I want to also say to Congressman Hoyer, it has been a great privilege to sit next to you on this dais for many, many years, and I know though you will be leaving, in many ways you will still remain with us. I know that you'll figure out a way because you live in the region, and we can surely use your continued help and counsel, and we wish you Godspeed, truly. Chairman Cole, Ranking Member DeLauro, Chairman Joyce, and Ranking Member Hoyer again, thank you for your hard work on this bill. We're again marking up a bill that seeks new ways to reward billionaires. We are again marking up a bill that cuts essential programs. It cruelly slams the door shut on opportunity for the less fortunate. And need I remind my colleagues that the big bonanza for billionaires bill will add $4.2 trillion more to the national debt, according to the Committee for a Responsible Budget. President Trump has asked for $250 billion more in defense spending short-term and $1.5 trillion in the upcoming defense bill, with no accounting for how much money is being expended for his war of choice in Iran. The fiscal year 2027 FSGG bill funds community development financial institutions, by contrast, at $277 million. This is $47 million below last year, and meanwhile, the cost of buying a home, renting an apartment, and the overall cost of living have accelerated significantly compared to last year. It's really shocking, $47 million below what we are spending this year. By cutting funding for the community development financial institutions, the bill takes a big step backward. Let me remind our colleagues across the aisle that these organizations help fund home ownership. They invest and retool our local communities, and they support countless Americans simply seeking a better life. Indeed, the community development financial institutions are a critical financial lifeline for families across America who are in dire need of responsible credit, which doesn't always exist, as well as housing. The total discretionary allocation for FSGG is $25 billion, $1 billion less than last year. And this is misguided. In last week's Budget Committee hearing with OMB Director Russ Vought, I emphasized how deeply I cared about our debt and our nation's future. But cutting for cutting's sake is not what the American people want. We should look at all programs and ensure that they are delivering for the American people. But taking money from the Internal Revenue Service to go after tax cheats is not moving the proverbial needle. And that's why I strongly support Congressman Hoyer's amendment to increase IRS enforcement by $1.8 billion. Tax cheats should be made to pay their fair share. And we should also work to reinstate the free file system so American taxpayers aren't gouged by big money tax preparers. This proposed bill cuts $25 million from the Small Business Administration, threatening the more than 62 million Americans who work in or own a small business. That is a cut that touches every community across America, both big and small. And recklessly slashing the Consumer Product Safety Commission only benefits reckless corporations. If your corporation has to defend a lawsuit, it might be a lot more expensive than merely fixing a product before it gets to market. I'm reminded of the old adage, a step in time saves 9. Finally, as a former letter carrier myself, I note the U.S. Postal Service processes 258,000 pieces of mail per minute, including paychecks, Social Security payments, and medications Americans depend on. That's a wow by any measure. Yet, and every household and business in America benefits. Yet once again, this bill carves away at a long, trusted, and constitutionally mandated government service, reaching every single household and business in our nation. I urge my colleagues to consider fixing this bill. Clearly, it is not ready for prime time. Absent drastic changes, I'll be voting no, and I urge my colleagues to do the same unless we can fix it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. We're going to try and get 2 more speakers in. At that point, we'll go ahead and recess, if that's all right. Gentlelady from Iowa, Ms. Henson's recognized for remarks on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in support of the fiscal year 27 Financial Services and General Government Appropriations Bill. This bill does take important steps to ensure that our agencies remain equipped to provide these essential services to the American taxpayer while reining in years of out-of-control spending and additional layers of red tape. On the heels of Tax Day within the last week and passing the largest refund in our history for Iowans, we are prioritizing programs and funding to support Iowans while making some tough decisions to restore fiscal responsibility and accountability. So our bill here today really restores and builds on the work that President Trump and I have done to protect America's bank account from waste, fraud, and abuse. It is time that we stop ripping off the American taxpayer and driving our government into further debt. Ensuring that federal agencies comply with existing law to promote good stewardship of taxpayers' hard-earned dollars is a top priority of this bill. This bill invests in addressing national security threats against Americans and protects our federal government and financial systems against threats from our foreign adversaries, as my colleague from Missouri just talked about a few minutes ago. And this continues my initiative to ensure that the federal government works efficiently for the hardworking American taxpayers and supports economic revitalization and growth. And it also helps promote cybersecurity for agencies that perform these critical functions for our federal government, including the Bureau of Fiscal Service. So in closing, this bill does provide accountability for the taxpayer, but it eliminates wasteful and excessive spending at the same time. So I urge my colleagues to support the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your hard work getting this
Thank you,
written and done.
gentlelady. The
Thank you.
gentleman from South Carolina is recognized to address the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much for your leadership of this committee. I'd like to thank our ranking member for her innovative leadership as well. And I'd like to add my voice to the thank yous to Steny Hoyer. I suspect, as I look around this room, I've known Steny longer than anybody in this room, for more than 50 years. We have had a friendship long before either one of us got here. So I thank him for his friendship over the years and thank him for his leadership on this committee. I also want to thank Chairman Joyce. I've known Steny the longest, but you and I get the chance to commune together very often. Unfortunately, I cannot see my way supporting your effort. I would love to, but I can't. In large measure because of that part of this bill that's dealing with the fundamentals of our democracy, and that's voting. I doubt that any of you can remember experiencing your parents, college educated, but not allowed to cast an effective vote, simply because of the rules of the time, regulations, and the law. A law which, the funding of which will be weakened drastically by this bill. And if you couple what we're doing here with the so-called SAVE Act, you will see a reduction in people who look like me over 50% in the next 4 years. How do I know that? Because the history is very clear. It has happened before. And if you look at the little nuances in that bill, you will see the same things that happened after Reconstruction and during Jim Crow. I've studied this issue pretty much all of my adult life. Just finishing a new book it's my third book. I've been writing this history, and this is the third attempt. And in this book, I go through those little things that were done during the 1870s, around the time we were celebrating the 100th anniversary of the birthday of this country. This country was born in 1776. In 1876, as we were celebrating our 100th birthday, guess what happened? The elections got thrown into the House of Representatives. An unholy deal was cut, and African-American voters in this country went from, or in my state, went from over 80,000 down to 8,000 because of the same little things that were done that seemed to be revived in the SAVE Act. Why should I be denied the vote because I cannot find my original birth certificate? I couldn't, if my life depended upon it, I don't think I can find my original birth certificate. I've got one that I keep in my wallet. It is wallet size, but that's not enough according to the SAVE Act. And all the funding that is necessary to protect voters are being cut in this bill. Why are we underfunding the Help America Vote Act? Why are we attempting to limit access and weaken fundamental political fundraising? Why are we making it impossible for candidates to challenge people who misrepresent the truth about their records? Why? I don't understand why it's necessary for a democracy to allow this to happen and call ourselves a democracy. Voting is too fundamental to the future of this country. And so therefore, because if I could get around all these other things, I don't think I could possibly get around that, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Votes have now been called. The committee will now recess. Please return promptly at the conclusion of the last vote in the series so we can continue consideration of our bill. Thank you very much. Committee will reconvene. We're going to continue to work through people that want to make remarks about the opening part of the bill. Obviously, some people aren't here. We'll call them as they come in. But again, we're back in session, and the gentleman from Wisconsin has requested to make remarks about the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it. I rise today in opposition to the fiscal year 27 FSGG appropriations bill. We're marking this this bill up despite having held one public oversight hearing and no budget hearings with anyone that's regulated under this bill. We haven't heard from a single person about fiscal year 27's budget request. This bill cuts 11% from some of the most important agencies we have that exist to help lower costs and protect American consumers from scammers, fraudsters, and other predatory bad actors. At a time when Americans are dealing with soaring gas prices and price gouging from tariffs and the war with Iran, this bill is only going to make things worse for people. At the IRS, this bill would cut enforcement by over a quarter, 28%. That's almost $1.5 billion less in funding to go after wealthy tax cheats. A recent study found that for every dollar put towards auditing the wealthy yielded $12 in revenue. The Federal Trade Commission doesn't even meet the president's budget request, nearly 10% less to go after bad actors. Cutting the FTC again only helps scammers and those who take advantage of consumers. The Small Business Administration gets cut by $279 million, a nearly 23% cut. Small businesses are already hurting from Trump's chaotic tariff policies and healthcare cuts. I don't see how cuts to vital entrepreneurial development programs is going to help. This bill also deviates from a long-standing agreement on funding to DC's educational system and instead cuts DC public school dollars and directs those tax dollars to fund private school vouchers instead. DC voucher schools have been shown to discriminate against students and their families on the basis of disability, religion, and income, and we should not be siphoning funds away from public schools for more of these voucher programs that often don't meet the standards of public schools. This bill also cuts the Consumer Product Safety Commission by $9 million. That's the agency that's in charge of making sure that toys and appliances are safe to use for children and the public. It cuts $122 million out of the Securities and Exchange Commission, another pro-crime, pro-scam cut, and allocates only $15 million for election security grants. And that's not to mention the dozens of problematic, divisive, and discriminatory riders included in this bill as well, which we all know have no chance of becoming law. This bill has all the wrong priorities, and I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill. And before I yield time, I do just want to recognize Mr. Hoyer. Thank you so much for your leadership as the ranking member of this committee. I've especially appreciated all the insight you've offered me over the years, and especially on this committee, and I want to thank you for that. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Bishop, is recognized to make comments on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member. Thank you, Chairman Joyce, and thank you, Representative Hoyer. Let me thank all of you for your leadership of the committee. We don't always agree, and we have difficult times, but this is one opportunity that I want to take to especially thank Ranking Member Hoyer for his many years of service and leadership and his friendship. He is what you might call an institution here within this Congress. His tenure, his stamina, his leadership, and his gravitas, and his ability to function and to lead these debates and isolate and lift up these issues has been so very, very meaningful. And I just want to take this opportunity, as this is your last markup, to say thank you and commend you for your services. I wish I could stand here today in support of the bill, but I can't. I can't in good conscience vote yes to pass it out of committee as it is currently written. The Financial Services and General Government Bill for FY27 is flawed, and I'm disappointed in the direction that it takes. It guts the IRS's enforcement budget yet again, and we know exactly who that helps: billionaires and big corporations that can afford to use dubious accounting tricks and sometimes outright fraud while everyone else gets stuck footing the bill. If there's a problem with the tax code, change it through legislation. Don't shoot the messenger. Do my Republican colleagues not have faith in a tax bill that they passed last year? It makes absolutely no sense to exacerbate the problems that already burden the IRS from its chronic underfunding, all while making it harder for everyday folks to file their taxes. And with election threats continuing at a steady pace, the bill pays lip service to election security. The accompanying report even acknowledges a lack of resources for our nation's aging election infrastructure. If my colleagues truly cared about protecting our elections from foreign interference, they'd put the resources behind it. Instead, we get empty rhetoric, zero urgency, while putting the right of citizens to vote at risk with legislation like the SAVE Act. Election security grants are a lifeline to states to fund critical equipment upgrades and harden security against our global adversaries. But $15 million is nowhere near enough to put a dent in the problem. It's imperative that we not ignore the constant threat international actors pose to our election security and integrity. Doesn't stop there. The bill slashes funding for the Federal Trade Commission, the watchdog for unfair business practices, and it maintains deafening silence on the independence of the agency while the president claims to be able to shape the commission at his will. It rewards that abuse of power and undercuts an agency that protects people from scams, price gouging, and junk fees. The bill is similarly silent about the illegal and unconstitutional attempts to fire members of the Federal Reserve Board of Governors and the Consumer Product Safety Commission. It slashes support for the Small Business Administration and cuts programs that help small business owners lower costs and stay competitive. On top of that, the bill is stuffed with extreme policy riders. It attacks reproductive rights, DC self-governance, clean energy programs. My colleagues across the aisle would rather force through a dangerous political agenda than sensibly fund our government. This bill weakens the agencies and programs that protect consumers, support small businesses, and safeguard our democracy. I oppose the legislation as it stands, and I encourage my colleagues to incorporate truly bipartisan priorities and bring Congress back to its position as a co-equal branch of government. I regretfully cannot support the bill in its present form, and with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is recognized for comments on the bill. Oh, okay. Well, I know Ms. Dean wanted to make comments on the bill, but she's not here. Are there others wishing to make comments on the bill? Oh, gentleman from New York, recognized for comments on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the opportunity to say a few words, and always want to give my thanks to the chairs and ranking members for the hard work they do. As my colleagues have already pointed out, there are a number of deeply troubling aspects in this spending bill, and I'm disappointed we appear to be heading down the same path as last year, where the House work product is seemingly designed to make certain the bill will not garner bipartisan support. I have to note, after last year's reconciliation debacle, where my colleagues on the other side of the aisle granted massive tax breaks for billionaires and corporations while cutting almost $1 trillion in Medicaid and other domestic spending and adding over $4 trillion to the national debt, they're now proposing cutting enforcement at the IRS by $1.4 billion. As has been said before, as a reminder for everyone, funding for IRS enforcement does not increase the amount of taxes anyone owes. It simply ensures taxpayers follow existing law. A budget is a statement of priorities, and I'm deeply concerned with the priorities being exhibited here today by the majority, assisting wealthy taxpayers in evading their legal obligations. Mr. Chairman, I could continue for some time outlining additional concerns, but as a ranking member of the Committee on House Administration, I'd like to spend a few minutes talking about the importance of funding for our elections. The revolutionary idea upon which this country is built, its citizens choose to govern themselves. There are no kings, there are no monarchs, but the fulfillment of the promise of a vibrant democracy requires people to participate and to exercise the franchise. In 2024, nearly 90 million eligible voters did not vote in the presidential election. In response to this crisis, how have President Trump and his anti-voting allies reacted? By attempting to make it even more difficult to vote. They want bills like the SAVE Act, the Save America Act, and the MEGA Act, all of which would create further obstacles for voters and severely burden state and local election administrators as they strive to serve their communities. And I'm always impressed with Democrats and Republicans at the local level who see this as a sacred obligation and responsibility. President Trump, however, has issued illegal executive orders to block ballot access for millions of Americans, including just last month, attempting to eviscerate vote-by-mail programs in states across the country, though tens of millions of people vote annually this way. People around him have mused about deploying the military or law enforcement to intimidate voters or interfere with election administration. The Department of Homeland Security is not doing its duty to protect election-critical infrastructure. They have defunded and gutted the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, and its support for election administrators. Extraordinary at this time, and they failed to do their duty to protect our elections from attempted interference, foreign and domestic. Mr. Chairman, the president clearly wants to take over the upcoming midterm elections. In fact, as he often does, he said the quiet part out loud. His policies have failed to make the lives of American people better and to avoid what he expects, and many others expect to be a harsh judgment in November. All that's left is to try to skew the rules of the game. It's in this environment that my colleagues have proposed only $15 million for election security grant funding for state and local election administrators. $15 million. In a country with an estimated voting age population of 244 million Americans, the Republican spending bill proposes spending 6 cents per voters on election administration and security. That's 0.13% of what was spent on just the first week of an unauthorized military incursion war in Iran. Mr. Chairman, over and over again, I hear from state and local election officials across the country, again, both Democrats and Republicans, those doing the work on the ground, that one of the most significant needs in election administration is robust and consistent funding. These public servants are on the front lines of upholding our democracy, ensuring our elections remain accessible, accurate, and transparent, and seeing to it that every eligible American has equitable access to the ballot and that their ballot is counted. Yet once again, I'm deeply disappointed by the majority's refusal to treat funding for our elections with the seriousness it demands, particularly in this environment of increased threats and intimidation, including just $15 million as a mere drop in the ocean compared to what is required to adequately support our state and local election officials. In my view, there is nothing more urgent in this moment than protecting American democracy. Voting is the foundation of our democracy. It's our responsibility to see that every eligible American can cast their ballot and every vote is counted. As we continue to work on these appropriation bills throughout the year, I urge my colleagues to give state and election officials the resources they need to do their job. And with that, I yield back, sir.
Thank the gentleman. The other gentleman from New York, Mr. Esbiat, is recognized for remarks on the bill.
And Ranking Member, I rise in opposition to this bill, which is full of harmful provisions and policy riders that would make it extremely harder for agencies to do their work and easier for the very wealthy to evade paying their fair share of taxes. Instead of focusing on the cost of living crisis in America, this bill has put forth an underfund crucial financial resources to small businesses and impose undue oversight on the District of Columbia. This bill cuts funding for the Small Business Administration and the entrepreneurial development programs. This is part of a continued attack on women and minority-owned small businesses by the administration. Later, I will introduce an amendment that will specifically call out the administration's unfair proposed rule that would
ban legal residents and green card holders, people that are playing by the rules within the parameters of the law, from accessing loan programs from the SBA. So small business owners that are green card holders that are here legally, that are providing jobs and contributing to the economy by paying their taxes, will not be able to access loans from the SBA. This is fundamentally unfair. Businesses have already suffered enough because of the cuts to access and Trump's tariffs and trade policies. Underfunding these development programs will further restrict access to capital and technical assistance and harm businesses. This bill also cuts funding for the CDFIs by $47 million. CDFIs like the Ponce Bank in my district, which directly supports my constituents. They help small business owners create jobs, first-time homeowners and families find stability, and non-for-profits expand critical services. Nearly 8,000 small businesses within my district that I am concerned of will receive a gut punch by this bill and will contribute to a pause in growth, particularly in neighborhoods that are already underbanked and underserved. A vote for this bill is a vote against small businesses and underrepresented communities. I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Vote no.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean's recognized for general comments on the bill.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Chairman Joyce, Ranking Member DeLauro, Ranking Member Hoyer. I too add my compliments to the extraordinary career and work of Steny Hoyer. The good news is he's not finished yet. We're still together. I too rise in opposition to this bill as it falls short of addressing the pressing challenges of our time. First, this bill cuts funding for IRS by nearly $1 billion compared with FY26, hamstringing its enforcement capabilities. And this comes after the IRS has already endured a series of attacks. My Republican colleagues rescinded billions of dollars in funding for the IRS that Congress passed through the IRA in 2022. DOJ-directed cuts mean IRS workforce has declined by 27%. Further, the administration ended Direct File, a hugely successful program that allowed taxpayers to file their federal and state tax returns for free. And the bill before us today endorses that decision by prohibiting IRS from using funds for free filing. That doesn't make any sense to me. With an administration so interested in being efficient and making sure that we are collecting revenues from those who owe it, blocking efforts about waste, fraud, and abuse. Why would we want to block people from actually paying their taxes that we can collect and doing it for free? It's innovative. It is cost-effective, and it would be it has been very helpful. In all, this has resulted in decreased tax enforcement and a more expensive, more difficult filing season for my constituents, and I bet all of yours. Next, this bill cuts funding for CDFIs, community development financial institutions. In a bipartisan manner, we appropriated $324 million for CDFI fund in 2026. This bill funds it at only $276 million. Further, there continues to be delay in the dispersal of FY25 and 26 CDFI funds. I'm encouraged by the recent news that OMB has released $289 million appropriated to the CDFI fund in FY25. Again, why are we dragging our feet, reducing the funding, and not even getting the funding out the door for the last 2 fiscal years? We must continue to demonstrate strong bipartisan support for the CDFI fund, as we know, certified by Treasury, bipartisan support, which is one of the most cost-effective ways to facilitate access to capital for those who need it most. Also of concern to me, this bill cuts funding for election security, as Mr. Morelli just spoke about. Election security grants. providing only $15 million compared to the $45 million we appropriated in FY26. Why in God's name would we do that? We all agree that free and fair elections are the cornerstone of our democracy. Our failure to meaningfully invest in election security funding in the last few years is deeply concerning to me. We must ensure that states have the resources they need to secure their election systems. Finally, I am concerned that this bill fails to respond to this administration's improper politicization of federal agencies. For example, did you know this administration has repeatedly canceled grants and denied funding based on political ideology? Something that my colleague, Mr. Levin, will be addressing with his amendment today. But also, this administration has threatened the nonpartisan nature of civil service. This is extremely serious. I'll give you an example. During the government shutdown this fall, political leadership at agencies altered employees' out-of-office messages to include partisan talking points and included partisan messages on official agency materials. That is completely unacceptable. No one should want that to happen. Further, political ideology has crept into the hiring process. For civil service roles, for example, applicants have been asked to identify one or two of President Trump's executive orders, quote, that are significant to them, and explain how they would help implement them if hired. New hires being asked about favorite executive orders by the president? Very political and unacceptable. I think we can all recognize the importance of preserving nonpartisanship in these areas. I implore my Republican colleagues to do more. Speak up. Hold this administration accountable for these critical infringements. We can do better. We must do better. I urge my colleagues to join me in opposing the bill, and I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlelady. Gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, recognized for general remarks on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to thank Chairman Joyce for his work on this bill on a number of issues that are things that I have worked on, some for many years, actually both for many years, including the Virginia Graham Baker Pool and Spa Safety funding for their grant program at the Consumer Product Safety Commission, as well as the Pool Safety Program, which is a national education and awareness campaign that helps make sure that we can reduce and hopefully eventually eliminate childhood drownings, which are the #1 killer of children in America under 5 years old through unintentional death. That is a crisis that we need to continue to chip away at, and this subcommittee has always been able to help ensure that we can continue those resources. But it is a national health crisis, and one that doesn't just require an education campaign, but ensuring that there are resources to help make sure that communities across America have the ability to raise awareness, to put obstacles in the path of children when supervision lapses, and to ensure that they can develop strategies to help prevent these tragedies is critical. My home state of Florida just experienced 112 child drowning deaths in 2025 alone, which is a record high for these preventable tragedies. So this $2.5 million for the VGB grant program is a meaningful step, and I'm glad to see it maintained. The bill also, the manager's amendment also includes a provision that will name the new Fort Lauderdale Courthouse after Judge William P. Demetrioulis. That is an important consensus position for our community, and it is well-deserved, and I appreciate the chairman's support and indulgence. I do just want to express concern more generally about the administration's proposal to eliminate the Consumer Product Safety Commission and fold it into the Department of Health and Human Services. That would be a real serious challenge. It would make it so that it would be very, very difficult to fight to protect young children and others from hazardous products, and It is the Independent Consumer Product Safety Commission that has been able to stop unforeseen tragedies in homes across America, and it needs to maintain its independence in funding, not interference and elimination. If the administration succeeds in demolishing the CPSC, even more dangerous toys, cribs, and electronics will end up in stores and homes, endangering families everywhere. Children's safety has been a career-long priority for me. So I plead with each of you, let's do all we can to ensure that it remains well-funded and nonpartisan in its work. And then we've worked together on the Postal Service. We've seen so many issues come up when it comes to the Postal Service, and we need to continue to work together because only the United States Postal Service leadership could think it makes sense to charge more for something that's slower, more inconvenient, and less reliable. Whether it's closing post offices, assigning accurate zip codes, disrupted distribution facilities, or missing and stolen mail, the USPS leadership needs Congress more involved, and thankfully this bill actually begins to meet that challenge. I also want to lastly just touch on scam phone calls. In the last year, I've personally seen an insane increase in calls for everything from my supposed personal loan, one that I never applied for, that's now ready for me to sign, apparently. And I've been contacted by someone who wants to speak to me about my computer being compromised. I get 2 to 4 bogus calls on my cell phone a day. We even have reports of people being scammed by ads inside of phone apps that attempt to trick people into thinking that their device has been hacked. But when you click on the ad, it takes you to an unrelated junkware download. Fighting scammers should be a bipartisan effort. If you think your constituents aren't being targeted, I implore you to talk to your casework team. I promise you, all of our offices have received the same uptick in calls and emails that my office has seen, and we need to work together to fight this. So thank you again to Chairman Joyce, and also in closing, my dear friend and mentor, you will be sorely missed. I'm so glad we get to spend the rest of the year working together, and I know that you will be in my life forever. And this is not goodbye, but see you later. And I wish you the best, and thank you for your incredible mentorship and your service. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Are there any other members wishing to make general comments on the bill? Gentlelady from Maine is recognized.
Mr. Chair, thank you for giving me the time. I just have one issue I want to talk about that came to my attention this morning. Otherwise, I probably would have written a lengthy amendment and forced you all to vote on it. But it's related to the issues that we've all been experiencing with the United States Post Office. And while I don't have an immediate remedy, I just want to point out some of the challenges that are being faced in my district. And I think some of these stories will sound familiar to all of you. I know in a rural state like Maine, we hear frequently from people who say they haven't gotten their mail for a week, for several days. They've received some packages, but no mail has been delivered. They go down to the post office and they say, we don't have your mail either. In rural communities, people wait for their mail. They go out to the mailbox, or they go down to the local post office because they're looking for their paycheck, their prescriptions, the many things that you are dependent getting by the mail. So to us, we take this very seriously, and we've been frequently complaining to the post office about what kind of mismanagement is going on there, and why is it so impossible for people to get their mail. Well, this morning, bright and early, I got a Facebook post that was sent to me by many of the people in my district, and particularly those who live in my hometown. As you've often heard me say ad nauseum, I live on an island 12 miles off the coast of Maine, and I represent several other island communities. And the Penobscot Island Air Service that runs single-engine planes, brings us our mail, brings us our packages, is there when we need them in an emergency to bring us back to the hospital or to a doctor's appointment, contacted everyone via Facebook and said, there will be no mail delivery today. And the reason there was going to be no mail delivery today is because they needed to make the point that the United States Post Office owes them money for their deliveries going back to 2023. They've received no payments virtually in this year, and the United States Post Office owes them $388,000 for the deliveries that they make every day. Now, these are hardworking people who get up in small single-engine planes, which many of you wouldn't even want to ride in once, and they do it in all kinds of weather if it's possible to travel, and they come to the islands of North Haven, Vinyl Haven, and Matinicus, and they bring out our mail, they bring out our packages, they make sure we get our paychecks, Social Security checks, your prescription drugs, and they do it relentlessly throughout all kinds of weather. And many times, if you have a medical emergency in the middle of the night, they'll be the ones who are there, landing on some of these airstrips where you have to use car lights, truck lights, to light up the airstrip to make sure you can land safely and bring someone off of the island. So we depend on them. We care about them deeply. So you can imagine how the islanders have felt when they saw this recorded, that they were not getting their payments, something that none of us knew about and all of us would have wanted to do something about earlier, I'm sure, if we could have. But my question is, who runs the post office? What the hell is going on over there? What is going wrong? And why do we have to hear these complaints so often, and particularly ones like this, where $388,000 of back payments, about a fifth of their yearly revenue, has not been paid? Why should they have to put up a Facebook post? They told everyone to call the local post office in Rockland, Maine. I called them this morning and said, you know, I don't think they have the money in a vault somewhere. You need to call your members of Congress. So I'm organizing a letter with our entire delegation. We will get directly back to the post office, see if we can get to the bottom of this. But I think it's important that we all know, as the Appropriations Committee, the Oversight Committee, that this lawless institution, yet one more institution under this administration that's being poorly managed, poorly run, not delivering the mail, not fulfilling the requirement they have to make sure that whatever community you live in, your mail arrives, that is not being done. And perhaps I wouldn't have been so dismayed about this if I hadn't been hearing about this over the last few years, hadn't been hearing from people who work for the post office about staffing issues and insufficient staff, hadn't been hearing about the kind of mismanagement that means people often go a week without mail, or they put their mail out in a box and, you know, where I live, you put up the little red flag and hope somebody comes to pick it up. And a woman contacted me the other day and she said, I've had a payment sitting out there for a week. When are they gonna come and make sure I make that payment so I don't have to make late fees or I don't have any other kind of penalties? But this one hit home. This one hit home to my community. There's no mail delivery day today, and while I'm sure we'll be just fine without one day of mail delivery, we will not be just fine if this company that is contracted and been there delivering our mail for 75 years loses a fifth of its revenue because this incompetent entity cannot do its work. So I'm just asking all of you to support me in understanding how important it is that we make sure we have an efficiently running post office, that we have decent management, that we have congressional oversight, as we should, and that we get this problem solved. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Are there any other members wishing to make comments, general comments on the bill? Seeing none, there is actually a discussion going on about the manager's amendment right now. So we're going to move past that and come back and pick it up. So a gentlelady, distinguished ranking member of the full committee, is recognized for purpose of an amendment. Oh, are you?
That's good, that's good. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. It's DeLauro Amendment Number 1, and I ask that the reading of the amendment be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you so much. My amendment would establish and fund an independent office of Inspector General for the Office of Management and Budget, OMB, beginning in fiscal year 2027. My amendment does not, I repeat, increase spending. It funds the Office of Inspector General for fiscal year 2027 by drawing from existing balances. Many of you have already voted to support those provisions to establish an Inspector General for OMB, including my friends on the other side of the aisle, Representatives Amade, Carter, Diaz-Balart, Newhouse, Reschenthaler, Simpson, Valadeo, and the leaders of this subcommittee and full committee, Chairman Joyce and Chairman Cole. This was an amendment that had been introduced by Congresswoman Virginia Fox, which you all voted for. The reasons to support this amendment on a bipartisan basis in this committee could not be clearer. Under current law, one of the most powerful agencies in government, the so-called, quote, nerve center, end quote, of federal spending, is not subject to the same independent oversight that applies to the rest of the government, including agencies with far narrower missions and far less influence. Inspectors General provide independent oversight that builds public trust, promotes efficiency and accountability, and safeguards taxpayer dollars by preventing fraud, waste, and abuse. For decades, Congress has for good reason required that federal agencies be subject to independent Inspector General oversight. The Office of Management and Budget, which places itself at the heart of the executive spending apparatus and has outsized influence over the entire federal budget, should not be an exception. My amendment simply provides for OMB to meet the same oversight standards that apply to the rest of the government. My amendment would also safeguard the appropriations that this committee passes into law by ensuring that agencies receive the appropriations that we provide no later than 30 days after enactment of the applicable Appropriations Act. I think that we can all agree that the funds we appropriate to agencies should be available to agencies on a timely basis to aid efficiency, predictability, and program performance. If we appropriate the money, they should be able to spend it. This amendment is, in my view, common sense. It's good government. It's a good government measure with a record of bipartisan support. And I urge all my colleagues to join me in supporting it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Joyce, recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose this amendment. The EOP, including OMB, is charged with implementing the president's policies. The only offices within an agency that have a specific inspector general are the IRS, the National Reconnaissance Office, and the National Security Agency. The IRS has a budget of a little less than $12 billion and 100,000 employees. NSA, while classified, is estimated at $11 billion and 35,000 employees. OMB has a budget of $129 million and 500 employees. The Department of Justice Office of Special Counsel already has responsibility for investigating and prosecuting individuals at agencies such as OMB. Separately, while I appreciate the ranking member's concern about the speed by which OMB is apportioning funds, a monthly auto pay system is not the answer to these concerns. That is why this is why we have oversight hearings to question the administration and pin them down on their actions to ensure they fulfill their responsibilities. For these reasons, I encourage my colleagues to oppose this amendment.
Thank you, gentlemen. Distinguished gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer is recognized to address the amendment.
Chairman, we have a lot of debate all the time about waste, fraud, and abuse. What we don't have is a lot of support for finding that waste, fraud, and abuse. That's what the inspector generals are supposed to do, and they're supposed to be independent. Now, if the theory is, as has been articulated, that somehow somebody is looking over the shoulder of OMB, maybe we can find that out if we have a hearing that includes OMB. But certainly, this proposal is consistent with everybody who talks about waste, fraud, and abuse. You're either for having somebody look at it or you're not. Now, I'm going to be talking about IRS because we're deeply undermining their ability to see whether there is fraud, waste, and abuse. Not so much abuse, but fraud. With reference to paying what is owed. So I'm not sure what I heard the chairman, but I'm not really sure what the rationale for not having this particular agency overseen. Now, I know Mr. Voigt's a very powerful person. I know he's intimidated some people in the government, but he is not immune from having waste, fraud, and abuse in his agency, even if he doesn't participate. There's no allegation, I have no reason to believe that there's fraud, waste, abuse. He's pretty open about what he wants to do. I disagree with him, but I don't necessarily believe it's either fraud, waste, or I may believe it's abuse. So I won't be too quick on that. But we ought to have oversight. And this amendment seeks oversight. If you're against having bad things happen at agencies, this is an appropriate amendment for you to support. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess in this 1 minute, I would just ask the question. There were a number of people that I articulated who voted for this not that long ago. You thought it was a good idea. Chairman Fox presented it, and all of the folks and people up here voted for it. What's happened between then and now? Maybe it's in the person who's offering the amendment. Well, that would be too bad. The content is the same. No, but the other thing is, when is the oversight hearing going to be? When will we have an oversight hearing? I don't know if the chair wants to answer that question. And if not, if you want to handle this in a different way than the 30 days, how is it that we are going to do that? Keeping in mind all of the grants, all of the NIH, all of the biomedical research, all of these funds are beyond a 30-day limit. They're going on and on and on with us having appropriated the money. Think about who we are. We appropriate the money. We say, you need to implement it. And now all of a sudden, we're afraid. We are afraid. We should not be afraid. Mr. Chairman Cole, a simple proposal, long-standing bipartisan support from at least 10 Republicans in this room. I voted to create OMB Inspector General when Democrats control the House. So this is not a Republican move. I did that. I also did apportionments with a Democratic majority. And I hope everyone in this room will join me to move this policy forward again today. And I thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Connecticut. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
Oh, God, yeah.
Roll
call.
Opinion of the chair, a roll call has been requested. Sufficient number of hands have been raised. A recorded vote's ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amadei. Mrs. Bice. Mr. Bishop.
Yes.
Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn.
Aye.
Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Ms. DeLauro.
Aye, and I don't know why you were afraid of Russ' vote.
Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson, no. Mr. Hoyer.
Aye.
Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Miss Underwood. Miss Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no. Mr. Shreve. Mr. Shreve, no.
Are there any members wishing to vote or change their votes? Gentlelady from Oklahoma?
Mrs. Bice, no.
Gentleman from, okay.
Fear in the hearts of our country.
Are there others wishing to vote or change their vote? Oh, gentleman from Nevada.
Mr. Amadei votes no.
Any other members wishing to record or change their vote? Seeing, I'm sorry? Where?
Mr. Moore?
Mr. Moore, have you,
Mr. Moore, no.
just going to ask, had you been recorded? So you answered both questions. Are there any other members wishing to be recorded or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. Gentlemen, has gentleman from California been recorded?
Mr. Aguilar, aye.
Has a gentleman from New York been recorded? I do not believe the gentleman is recorded.
Mr. Morelli, aye.
Again, any others? Seeing none, the clerk will tally.
Russ voters watching. It's counting.
On this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 33. The amendment is not adopted. Any further amendments? I now recognize Chairman Joyce to offer a Republican en bloc amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the amendment.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman's recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. This amendment strengthens the FY27 bill and report by making several technical changes, including ensuring that Treasury can use funds for future G7 summit to be held in the U.S., correcting the division of funds for DC charter schools under school improvement, ensuring the Small Business Administration microloan TA has all the resources that it needs, adding a new prohibition on the Small Business Administration to ensure staffing in its satellite office occurs, and making a corresponding change to the report, making technical corrections on the senior executive pay freeze to update the public law authorizing the freeze, updating the report to include revised language on the FTC contact lens rule, encouraging GSA to submit more timely prospectuses, directing the FTC to brief on updates to its green guide, among other things. In addition, this en bloc makes the strong step of ensuring the FCC does not reconfigure or repurpose the lower 900 megahertz band. I know we've all heard from interested and affected stakeholders about the impact that the next NAV petition would have on the band. As I said in my opening, we will be watching the FCC. I appreciate all the interest and work that members have done to make this bill better. I'm proud of the work we've done, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
I thank the gentleman. Clearly, there are things in this that we do not agree with, and we're going to have to deal with these at some point in time with the United States Senate, particularly the changes in federal payment for school improvement section of the DC charter schools. I'm not sure why, when there's a lot of talk about charter schools, why we'd undermine charter schools, and then reduces the DC public schools funds. There's also language that I think is somewhat offensive in terms of health care for people. And then the CFB to review previously issued advisory opinions and guidance that impose obligations. Obviously, again, here we are pursuing efforts to undermine oversight in the CFPB provision. So I think on this side, we'll oppose this, but basically the chairman is speaking of a lot of technical issues as well.
Thank you, gentlemen. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde, is recognized for remarks on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in strong support of the entire Republican en bloc, including my amendment in it to the FSGG report reiterating current law related to facade easement treatment by the IRS. Facade easements have long served as a critical tool for preserving the historic architecture that defines communities across this country. And that includes communities in my district in Georgia, as well as every other district by people represented here in this committee. Despite the IRS sometimes treating such easements as an exotic tax shelter, facade easements are legitimate conservation tools recognized in federal law and used by property owners who choose community stewardship over development. The amendment in the en bloc before us is straightforward. It directs the IRS to value facade easements at the highest and best use of the property, which is, I would note, already required under current IRS code at 26 CFR 170 alpha-14. This report language is not a change in policy. This is our committee making clear that existing IRS policy must be followed. I raise this because a constituent of mine has experienced firsthand what happens when the IRS decides to disregard its own regulations. In this case, a property owner in my district made the decision to preserve an architecturally significant building, a building that the city itself moved to nominate for historic designation by suggesting a facade easement. This was a property owner making a genuine preservation decision in coordination with a recognized easement organization in full compliance with federal law. The IRS accepted the validity of the easement, 100%. However, the IRS then denied the highest and best use valuation. In fact, it valued it at 0 initially. The very valuation standard the current IRS regulations require, which is highest and best use. And the validation at issue was not speculative. It was based on a comparable development the same owner had completed and sold within 1 year within 2 miles of the subject property. This is about as clean a comparable as you will find in any appraisal. The IRS has disallowed the taxpayer its rightful deductions, assessed the taxpayer penalties across multiple consecutive years, resulting in an ongoing dispute with the taxpayer that has dragged on over 7 years. All because the IRS accepted the easement, but will not apply its own valuation standard. This committee funds the IRS. We have both the authority and the responsibility to provide direction on how that agency operates. This language would use that authority to direct the IRS to follow its own rules, value these easements correctly in accordance with the code, and stop making property owners fight for years to get the treatment the law already guarantees them. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this en bloc, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Are there any other members wishing to address the amendment? Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak briefly, but before I do that, I want to thank the FSGG team and the staff for the work that they do on this. And speaking of staff, if I could just take a moment of personal privilege and embarrass the fire out of my staffer, who yesterday about this time wasn't here. She was in Boston, and she completed the Boston Marathon in a time of just over a few seconds over 3 hours. Averaging 6:55 per mile
And to her credit, she didn't show up this morning in high heels. So, but Grace Vandergrift is a former Florida Gator runner and distinguished herself and this entire committee in Boston yesterday. I'm sure. Yeah, well, true. I have tried to teach Grace how to call the hogs in Arkansas, and her arms get up, and then they end up doing that gator chomp anyway. Mr. Chairman, I want to speak just briefly on this en bloc.
They want to see her.
Say again? Grace, stand up, Grace. She truly is amazing. But I want to speak on the en bloc for just a minute. Because there's an item in there, and I want to thank Chairman Cole and Chairman Joyce for giving us a little space in this en bloc for moving at a provision that you probably haven't heard about, but unchecked you will. But there's a petition before the FCC that, if approved, would disrupt a wide variety of industries and in turn negatively impact consumers. And that petition that I'm referring to is to reconfigure the lower 900 megahertz band to make room for one singular emerging technology. Now, this lower band is where a whole lot of things happen, licensed and unlicensed users, under the FCC's current rules. And this spectrum involves people from public safety to transportation, and particularly supply chain management. A prime example of this technology is at risk if the petition were to move forward. And that's on the RFID side. This technology is used by nearly all retailers and grocers for inventory tracking and management. On a weekly basis, around 1 billion items are RFID tagged globally. And changing this framework puts those at risk. And if they had to reconstruct their supply chain processes, a full retrofit and redeployment of existing systems, we're talking a price tag likely in the billions of dollars. So you haven't heard much about this. But this bill today, this en bloc amendment, does include some language that prohibits the FCC from finishing the work on the reconfiguration of this 900 band. I do appreciate the administration's efforts to develop positioning, navigation, and timing, that's P&T stuff, for GPS alternatives, but I'm afraid this amendment or this process, if went through unchecked, would be counterproductive to the greater good of the American public. This amendment prevents this petition from moving forward, averts potentially devastating impact to our economy and our public safety systems. And with that, Mr. Chairman, again, I thank you and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentleman from Montana is recognized to make comments on
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I got to say, I've run one marathon in my life. It was just under 4, and now you can say you kicked a seal's ass.
You can tell when control of the hearing is slipping out of your hands. Are there any other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, I recognize Chairman Joyce for 1 minute to close.
I'd urge my colleagues to support this amendment and yield back.
Well spoken. The question is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is accepted. Gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I rise, and I ask so much the reading of the amendment be considered reading all the amendment.
Without objection, the reading, you asked it to be read?
No.
Okay, sorry. Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman's recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This amendment will restore a cost of living adjustment for our nation's civilian federal employees who work hard every day to deliver their Americans' priorities. Last year, Musk and Doge agents undermined the morale very substantially of federal employees. Give you an example, Secretary Kennedy testified before our committee a few days ago, said they had fired approximately or let go or voluntary retirements, which we don't think are voluntary, about 12,000 people, and that they had hired back about 12,000 people, but not after much disruption and trauma, which was Mr. Vogt's intended objective, to cause federal employees trauma. Now, the point is not that. The point is, if you're going to have good people, high-performing people, qualified people, to do these extraordinary jobs that we have done in the federal government, in which the Pay Advisory Committee adjusts them as being 18% behind their private sector counterparts. I think that's true at NASA. It's true at, frankly, so many other agencies as well. And I want to say to you, for many years, we pursued the principle of parity. Why did we do that? Because, for instance, in the Pentagon, you have civilians and military working side by side doing the same thing. One's civilian, one's military. Now, there are other obligations that military have, and they are compensated for that, particularly if we put them at the point of the spear, as we ought to do. Now, having said that, from 1995, I'll not go into when Democrats were in charge up until 1995, but from 1995 to today, there have been 34 years. In 27 of those years, we had parity. In 20 of those years, Republicans were in charge. So this is not like this is a partisan issue. For the overwhelming majority of time over the last 30 years, we have had parity between the military and the civilians. There are obviously offsetting pays for particular skills, both in the Army and in the military service and in the civilian forces. The President has proposed a 7% raise for the military. Now, it is calculated on 3 different pay grades, 7% for the lowest, 6% for the next, and 5% for the highest. There's been no recommendation at this point in time beyond 1% for federal employees. I am suggesting in this amendment that we adopt a 3.1% raise for federal employees. I think that is approximating where they would have been on a cost of living adjustment, which is the criteria, although we have a formula that then applies a comparability. The bill that controls that, frankly, I co-sponsored, and Mr. Joyce, that was in what we then called the Treasury Postal Bill in 1990. It really has never been followed because it comes up with too high a number. This does not come close to the 18% that the federal authorities set up in that bill are saying there's a disparity from private sector to public sector, but it is a recognition of the extraordinary service that our federal employees perform on a regular basis for the American people, and very importantly, in carrying out the duties that we have assigned them with through legislation and directed them to achieve. So I would ask everybody on the committee, we have honored parity at 27 of those last years, of the 34 years that I've just recited in a very brief period of time, 27 out of 34 in a bipartisan way. Now, Mr. DeLore just pointed out we had a bipartisan IG vote, which was not pursued. And Mr. Chairman, I hope, both chairmans, I would hope that we could again get back to a place where we are treating people who are doing equal things equally. And with that, I will yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Joyce, recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would oppose this amendment. I remind my colleagues the EOP serves at the pleasure of the president. Just as President Biden increased the federal workforce by 6%, this administration has made streamlining the federal workforce and reducing federal spending two of its main goals. We're in the middle of an unprecedented changes to the federal hiring process, as well as changes to overall staffing numbers across the workforce. Presidents for both parties have made it the annual practice to use alternative pay plans when setting increases. This president has chosen to increase law enforcement officers at a higher rate than office workers, which is his prerogative. This is the reality of politics, and that's exactly why we have elections every 4 years.
Thank the gentleman. Are there any others wishing to address the amendment? A gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivey, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I speak on the amendment, I do want to acknowledge my neighbor. My district borders the district of Congressman Steny Hoyer. In fact, he used to represent the district, the land, the geographic part of it that I now represent. And I want to say his service has been beyond outstanding. He's made a huge difference in our community. I know it's true for the state and the country and really in the world in a lot of ways, but I want to thank him for his service. It's been outstanding. I know you're on the victory lap in a way, but we got more that we're going to get out of you over the next year, and we appreciate your service. So thank you so much for that. On the amendment, which I want to support, and I know that it's no coincidence that Mr. Hoyer is behind this amendment. He's been an outstanding stalwart for federal government workers for decades now, and thank goodness for that. I did want to say, and I know the committee chair has already announced that he doesn't support the amendment, but you know, we're in a race with China on scientific issues across the board. Now, just a few days ago, we had the spectacular return of Artemis, the launch into space that I think electrified not just the nation but the world. Yeah, I thought it was really an outstanding moment for the United States, and a necessary moment. Unfortunately, there's a lot of things going on. I think we look past the impact of it, but it's a reminder of the fact that federal government employees who are NASA can do extraordinary work and do extraordinary work every day. And it really is important for us to remember that we get a lot of things from the private sector too, but you know, the launch we had just a few days ago, I think, was it Blue Glenn? New Glenn. Not me, but a company that tried to do a launch and didn't go so well. The NASA effort was fantastic though. And we have federal government employees across the board, whether it's at the NIH or at the Department of Justice or, you know, NASA and our scientific institutions that are doing outstanding work and helping to keep the United States at the cutting edge. A few days ago, we were at, Steny and I were at a kickoff for the quantum computing piece, ARLIS. The federal government, it's a public-private partnership, but quantum computing is really the cutting edge of what's going to happen in the world. And it's not clear that the United States is going to beat China on that front. The AI piece that we're competing with them for, I think it's neck and neck. And if they win the AI piece, the international aspects of that could be devastating, especially from not just a public safety standpoint, but a national security standpoint. And I got to be candid, I really don't think the United States is paying enough attention to that. Iran and what's going on there should be a real wake-up call for what we could be doing and should be doing in that competition. But at the end of the day, if you don't have the talent in the federal government to do the work, if we don't retain it, we're going to fall behind. Now, China's pushing people. They can't push enough engineers and scientists and technologists into these areas to do the work. We're doing the opposite. We're putting those jobs, we're reducing security for these positions. We're not providing them the basic cost of living increases that would help to attract and maintain that kind of talent. we need to do it. Otherwise, we're going to have a real problem on our hands in the very near future. So I hope you'll consider supporting this amendment. I heard the chairman's position, and I understand the points that he made, but these are dollars well spent. I frequently tell crowds, the earth hangs in the balance for what's going to happen in the next few years from our scientific competition with China. Let's make sure we win it. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Are there any other members wishing to address the amendment? If not, before I recognize the gentleman to close, I think I could speak for our side. We're willing to vote you the most valuable player award on the other team. And we'll pay for the going away party. We're going to miss you, and I mean that with all sincerity. You have distinguished yourself and this committee and this institution your entire length of service. And we are grateful for your service. And none of us are happy that this may be your last markup as a chairman here. But we want you to stay in touch with us, and we want you to continue to be the strong voice for the values you represent, the district you've represented, state you've represented, because you're a class act, my friend. So with that. Now you can go ahead and cut us up. I recognize the gentleman for 1 minute to close.
I feel a little bit like I'm attending my own funeral. If you didn't hear me, I said I feel a little bit like I'm attending my own funeral. That's not the case, but I very much appreciate all the comments that are made, and certainly, Mr. Chairman, you made, when I announced my retirement, I sent you a note on this, but you had extraordinarily gracious comments, and I very much appreciate them. Having said that, let me go back to the issue at hand. Donald Trump in 2017, the military under Donald Trump got a 2.1% raise. In 2017, the federal employees got a 2.1% increase. In 2020, his last year, although the fiscal year 21 was a budget hit on his watch as well, 3.1 for federal employees, 3.1 for military. So in 2 of the years out of the 4 that he was president the first time, he followed what I have said the majority have done, and that is pay comparably for comparable work. The Artemis folks, let me tell you, they go into the private sector. Is there anybody here doubts their salaries go up 100%? Or in that range? No. So keeping the whole premise that Trump followed 2 out of the 3 years, and then it wasn't much different. In 2018, it was 2.4, 1.9, and then 2.6, 1.9. So although it wasn't absolutely comparable, it was close. The enmity towards government ought not to be enmity towards the federal employees. We ought not to devalue them. And frankly, the reason I mentioned DOGE is, ladies and gentlemen, the morale of the federal employees, I will tell you, is at a very low point. That's not good for Americans. It's not good for America. And very frankly, let me tell you, those federal employees, they're going to the gas station, just like every other person that has to commute is going to the gas station. And they're paying $1 more per gallon. You want to bring costs down? One thing, if you can bring costs down, that's great. But if you can make them affordable, that's also great. These are average working Americans who are working for their country, and they're patriots, and we ought to recognize them in a commensurate way. I urge the adoption of this amendment.
Thank you, gentlemen. If there's no further debate, without objection, oh, well, I'm sorry. Wrong stuff here. Questions now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Maryland. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient number of hands have been raised. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt? No. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar? Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford? Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amadei? Mr. Amadei, no. Mrs. Bice? Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert? Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case? Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscamani? Mr. Siscamani, no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Cloud? Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn? Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole?
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar? Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean? Ms. Dean, aye. Ms. DeLauro? Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey? Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Guest? Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson? Mrs. Hinson, no. Mr. Hoyer? Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy? Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce?
No.
Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota? Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow? Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy? Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum? Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez? Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong? Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo? Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, no. Mr. Shreve? Mr. Shreve, no.
Are there any members wishing to record their vote or change their vote?
Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, no.
How's the gentleman from Florida recorded?
Mr. Rutherford votes no.
Are there any other members wishing to record or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 32. The amendment is not adopted. Are there further amendments and discussion? Indeed, there is. I would like to recognize Chairman Joyce to offer the manager's amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the amendment.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to offer this manager's amendment to the FY27 FSGG bill. Before I describe the amendment, I want to first thank Ranking Members Hoyer and DeLauro for working with us. I appreciate their commitment to ensure we have the best product possible. This manager's amendment includes provisions that make technical corrections to the bill, eliminate the matching requirements for CDFIs that serve the disability community, encourage the HIDA program to allocate resources appropriately so the program remains effective in stopping methamphetamine and weapons traffickers in areas such as Texoma, oversee the federal judiciary to ensure it holds itself to the highest workplace standards, direct CPSC to examine pool safety grants, direct GSA to ensure agencies have life-saving stations that can be accessed, and ensure local post offices are meeting the needs of their constituents. I'll end my remarks to ensure those with provisions in the amendment have time to speak. And I'd like to thank my colleagues for their work and yield back my time.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, is recognized to address the amendment.
We have worked with Mr. Joyce on this amendment. We understand what's in it, and we have no objection.
Thank the gentleman. Do any other members seek recognition to address the amendment? Seeing none, I recognize Chairman Joyce for 1 minute to close.
I'd like to thank my colleagues for their work, and I'd ask for a vote in the affirmative.
The questions on the amendment, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. It was an anemic aye, but there were no noes at all. So the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, is recognized for an amendment.
Now we're going to be talking about is the one that deals with the Schedule F and Schedule G. And I ask unanimous consent that the reading of the amendment.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman's recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I mentioned the discussion we've had about waste, fraud, and abuse. I think we had an amendment to look at that, and we rejected it. I think that's unfortunate. This amendment is to try to protect against what President Trump in his campaigns and his discussions have worried about, ironically, and that is the weaponization of government. Back in the 1800s, they were worried about political hacks peopling the federal government and being appointed because of their political positions rather than their skills or talents at the job that was open. They chafed under the fact that they couldn't tell people what to do. People who would follow executive directives who may or may not say, yeah, they're great. And what the administration has suggested they want to do is create another 50,000 politicized jobs. What do they give to the administration? The ability to fire them without cause. What does that do to those 50,000 employees? There are already thousands, as all of you know, employees who are in fact appointed by either the Democratic or Republican president. So there are all the secretaries, the deputy secretaries, assistant secretaries, et cetera. So it's not as if the president doesn't have, the executive department doesn't have its people in place to carry out the directives and policies of that administration. But what they want to do, which the Pendleton Act was designed to avoid, and that's the politicization of the civil service. The pride of our country has been that we have a non-hack civil service, a civil service composed of people who carry out their duties faithfully, and if they don't, they ought to be fired. But what they should not be is be turned into 50,000 additional political appointees by either administration, Democrat or Republican. We've talked about this before. The administration tried to impose this in their first term, and they are still on the track again, of making, ironically, the weaponization of government easier. And frankly, I've been here for some period of time. I've not seen any administration that has weaponized the federal government as much as this president has. One of the things I have been concerned about under the Biden administration, it was an arm's length transaction. They wouldn't talk to them about not judicial things, but about other matters in terms of the management of the Justice Department. I know this is going to be defeated, but if you defeat this amendment, you encouraged the undermining of the civil service system, which has been one of the prides of American government. And it is frustrating that we don't have real debate on this issue. Maybe it could be 100,000 next time or 250,000 the next time. I mean, I presume many political administrations would like to have an unlimited number of political appointees. So I would ask you to seriously consider whether or not you want to further politicize the civil service of our country, or whether you want to maintain a civil service that is a professional civil service based upon qualifications for the duties to which they are assigned. And so, Mr. Chairman, I would hope that you would support this amendment. We haven't talked about it. I mean, you knew it was coming, but we haven't talked about it. But I would hope that you would support this, because I know you support a non-political service for our countries, with obviously political leadership elected by the people, who then hire people to oversee the departments of government and the agencies of government. But we are not advantaged by making it a more political civil service than less. And I urge the adoption of this amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Joyce, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While I oppose the amendment from the ranking member, while I can certainly appreciate the various positions regarding some of his administration change the federal workforce, they fall within his prerogative. If I remember correctly, the previous administration may change the workforce as well. Prerogatives of each administration only reinforce that elections have consequences. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment.
Excuse me. I thank the gentleman. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Ladies and gentlemen, all of you know elections have consequences. And over the last 75 years, if you look, we've gone back and forth either every 12 years, every 8 years, or every 4 years. And the reason the civil service was established in our country was so we didn't go one way and then the other and back and forth radically. They wanted some stability. They wanted some professionalism in the people who were administering the policies of whatever president's elected. That's what ought to be the change. Yes, obviously the policies being pursued would be radically different had Harris been elected. And they're radically different because Trump was elected. And that's, as you point out, the system. But what we rejected was having the stability and professionalism that the civil service system gave us from making the country go radically this way or radically that way every 4 years. Now, it hasn't done it every 4 years, but it's done it on cycles of 4 years, 8 years, and yes, the Reagan administration sort of was 12 years with Bush, Vice President Bush following the 8 years of Ronald Reagan. But this is something that is bigger than partisan politics of being a Republican or being a Democrat. Obviously, if this amendment passes, if assuming none of you on that side assume it, maybe we assume it, a president of our party is elected 2 years from now, I don't think you want to see a great swing one way or the other. The strength of America was its stability. We want to keep it so. I urge you to support this amendment.
Thank you, gentlemen. The question's now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Maryland. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And please get enough hands up there and hold them for just a minute. Thank you. A roll call has been requested. Sufficient number of hands have risen. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscamani. Mr. Siscamani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Mr. Loro. Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson, no. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Captor. Ms. Captor, aye. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Miss Underwood. Miss Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo, no. Miss Wasserman Schultz. Miss Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no. Mr. Shreve. Mr. Shreve, no.
Are there any members wishing to record or change their vote? Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Cuellar votes aye.
Gentlelady from California.
Mrs. Torres votes aye.
Gentlelady from Florida.
Ms. Frankel votes aye.
Are there others wishing to record or change their votes? Seeing none, the clerk will tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 27, the noes are 33. The amendment is not adopted. Gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Harris, is recognized for the purpose of an amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be offering this amendment and then withdrawing it just to start the conversation. Look, everybody likes their community banks, their small community banks, but those small community banks are in constant competition with the large banks. The bottom line is that the way the regulations are written now for a small community bank that's capitalized up to $3 billion, that has a holding company, you know, they're a subsidiary of a holding company. If they go above that, they have to go under the Basel III rules and regulations, which are the big bank rules and regulations, but they're much more cumbersome, much more expensive. And because of that, we have a failure about one community bank every day just goes under in the country, not because they wrote bad loans. They just can't keep up with the big banks. So what my amendment would do, because the banking bill is hung up, and I talked to the chair of the authorizing committee, and he's okay if in this bill we would just go ahead and raise that threshold from 3 to 15. Now, two bills have been considered by the committee, actually 25 billion. We don't need to go that high, but if we did it up to 15 billion, we raise that threshold, that would give major relief to our small community banks. Remember, these are the ones that fund that write the loans on the small businesses, the mortgages in your local community. They need our help. And just to put it in perspective and some people say, well, that's a lot of money. You know, Silicon Valley Bank was over 200 billion in capitalization. So we're more than an order of magnitude under that. It's those large banks that will destabilize if, the regulators get it wrong and they're not seeing what's going on. It's not the small independent community banks. So again, I look forward to perhaps working with the chairman of the subcommittee, seeing if we can get something done at some point, because this needs to be done. And again, if the banking bill gets held up, because there is a provision in that big, larger kind of omnibus banking bill, I don't know if it's going to pass, but our independent community and small community banks, they need our help in this. So with that, again, I would hope that the subcommittee chair, and I'll ask for his opinion on it, but then I do intend to withdraw the amendment.
Thank you, gentlemen, very much. Well, actually, before we move on, the gentleman from Ohio is recognized to address the amendment.
I appreciate the amendment from the gentleman from Maryland and the goal of this amendment. When this bill moves to the floor, I'd be happy to support it.
A gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, is also recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you very much. I would simply say, all of us, I think, have heard from our community banks on this issue. It is an issue. We ought to deal with it. And we ought to deal with it not in a partisan way, because the small banks deal with all of our people, whoever they are, Republican or Democrat. And so I appreciate the gentleman's withdrawing it. It is an issue that I think the Financial Services Committee ought to deal with and ought to come up with an answer, because there is no doubt, not only the CDFIs, but the small banks generally are having this problem. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman. If there's no further debate, the gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 1 minute to close.
I'll just move to withdraw the amendment.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, is recognized for the purpose of an amendment.
Well, I'm going down to a much smaller number than the gentleman's $15 billion. This is $1.8 billion. And it is I asked so much to read the amendment be considered read.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
I thank the gentleman. I know I sound like a broken record. And I would ask all my Republican friends on the committee, whatever you do on this amendment, look at this issue. We are creating an IRS unable to conduct the duties that it must perform. I know everybody that has talked to us from the administration says, oh, we're fine, we're going to be great. And we've got mechanization and technology is going to solve all this problem. The individuals I talked to who have run the IRS over the last 20 years, not continually, but they have been in IRS directors over 20 years, very worried about the performance of this tax season already. One example, in the big bad bill, as we call it, the big good bill, as you call it, we speculated that we ought not to have taxes paid on overtime. It's not that simple. Some people think it's that simple. There are other aspects to it. However, at this point in time, which is relatively early in the filing season is over, April 15th, came and went, but there were speculated to be about 14 million people in the consideration of that provision in the big bad bill. There have actually now been some 22 million people who are using that. And very frankly, I will tell you, there are tax preparers who are trying to figure out how income that perhaps did not qualify but could be argued as overtime pay. That's just one relatively simple example. I've showed you this before, but if you were a business manager, and many of you have been business, our new member has been very, very successful in business. And I'm sure that if you told his business, you know, we're losing money. We're not being paid for the product we're selling. People owe us money. I doubt that his response would be, let us collect our department that goes after receivables. I can't believe it. He would say, look, we need to get that money owed us if we're going to be solvent. What has happened, and I've showed you this before, these are corporations. These are numbers of filings, and this is oversight. Ladies and gentlemen, if you talk about deficits, and I tell you that there's somebody who believes, one of the organizations that looks at taxes, that over the years, we're going to, in a decade, lose $7 trillion in taxes owed. And we are struggling to cut 15% of the budget, the non-defense discretionary part of the budget. And all of the committee chairs know we are a small part of the expenditures of this government. And to think that we can solve the budget deficit, and Mr. Womack talks about that all the time, and he and I thoroughly agree, you can't get there from here looking just at non-defense discretionary spending. And defense discretionary spending, the president's proposing increasing by $500 billion in 1 year. And at the same time, we are cutting IRS to one of the lowest places it's been, particularly if you put in what inflation has done to their abilities, not only in cutting personnel. And why these corporate returns go down? Because they're very people intensive. Now, maybe we'll get AI to a place where they can do it. But the current IRS commissioner will say, well, we're going to get there, but they haven't gotten there yet. And you should not cut accounts receivable until you receive and get to a place where it is an effective collection for monies due and owing for services rendered. And I see you all looking down at your iPads or your phones or something, and I get very discouraged. I don't know about how you feel. I think this is a real process. This is not just yakking to yak. You know, I can give great speech. Oh, I don't know. I can give great speeches, but I can pretty stem-winder speeches, as some of you probably heard on the floor. But that's not about speeches. This is about, are we going to have the IRS in a position where when we pass a law and say you owe $10 on every $100 you make, or $20, that means, as a famous justice said, that's our price for freedom. That's our price to run America. Mitt Romney, who ran for president, wrote an op-ed column and said, tax me more. Now, Mitt Romney's probably not your favorite presidential candidate, some of you, I'm sure. But he's a man of great integrity, and he knows, and business acuity, and he knows you cannot do this if you do not collect the money due and owing. Because if you do, then the little guy who has no option, the little guy every week, every biweekly, every month, we take money from his pocket. He never gets it. A lot of people, we don't do that to, and we need to check that they're being honest. I urge the adoption of this amendment.
Magic minute's gone. Thank the gentleman very much.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Joyce, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I, for one, used to enjoy watching you and Kevin McCarthy tangle on our hearings or our meetings on Thursdays and Fridays. It was well worth the hour, the price of admission.
I enjoyed them too.
I oppose the gentleman's amendment. Under the past administration, spending on enforcement at the IRS increased to record levels. On a partisan basis, Democrats appropriated almost $80 billion to hire 87,000 new IRS agents. This has not benefited taxpayers, quite the opposite. Small business owners have become the target of costly and onerous audits that can drag on for years. The funding in this bill for both the taxpayer services and technology and operations support accounts changes this dynamic. We want to help taxpayers on the front end, answer their questions, help them understand why they need to file with the IRS, rather than bog them down in unnecessary audit or worse yet, enforcement action. I would also say that we provided a solution in the enacted bill for FY26 that this bill continues, which is broad transfer authority. This bill continues to give the IRS broad authority to use existing funds like the IRA to support its existing accounts. If the IRS needs it, it can use remaining IRA money to support its activities. For these reasons, I oppose the amendment.
Thank you, gentlemen. The gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment. The IRS estimates that tax evasion by millionaires and billionaires alone costs the United States more than $150 billion annually. These are the very richest Americans who have reaped the greatest benefits from society, and yet year after year, they do not pay what they owe. The CBO has found that for every dollar we devote to enforcement at the IRS, we receive between $5 and $9 back in revenue. For the very richest Americans, other studies show that we get up to $12 back for every dollar that we commit. Let me just read from a report that was just done by the Budget Lab here. Interesting information. We find that a 10-year reduction of $20 billion in the IRS budget increases the deficit by about $263 billion. Similarly, reduction of almost $28,000 in staffing, mirroring cuts that occurred in 2025, increases the deficit by almost $600 billion. Together, these cuts increase the deficit by about $861 billion. All I can say is I hear from a lot of my friends on the other side of the aisle about the deficit. $861 billion added to the deficit by actions that this committee has taken and that the administration would take. There is no question that one of the most cost-effective ways the government can spend money is cracking down on rich cheats. But this is about more than the most efficient way to raise revenue. It is about really right and wrong. It's wrong to allow the richest Americans to get away with not paying what they owe, while working families are left to pay a far greater share of their wealth in taxes when compared to the ultra-wealthy. And it is not just the richest individuals, but the most profitable companies as well, which game the system to avoid paying any taxes at all. The Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy, ITEP, just released a report detailing 88 corporations that made more than $100 billion in profits, but did not pay a penny in federal income tax. Here are some more that I mentioned some earlier, but here are some more that I did not name in my opening. Palantir, Citigroup, Duke Energy, PayPal Holdings, Halliburton, GoDaddy, and Block, which includes Square, Cash App, and Afterpay. There is clearly much work that must be done to repair a tax system that allows this injustice to take place. But we should start with providing the IRS with the resources they need to crack down on those who have enjoyed the greatest benefits from our society while refusing, it's not their fair share. They are refusing to pay any taxes at all. $861 billion added to the deficit. My friends, it is clear the right thing to do is to provide the IRS with the resources that it needs to go after these tax cheats. And again, it is a revenue problem that we face and not a spending problem. I'm a little tired of that lame argument that we hear over and over again. The data proves that wrong. I thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Gentlelady from Illinois is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, we see Republicans in Congress choosing to prioritize billionaires and corporate interests over working families, children, and small businesses. This Republican funding bill targets the IRS for deep, destabilizing cuts. Incredibly, the IRS funding level for fiscal year 2027 in this bill is even lower than when I came to Congress in 2019. Why is that? Maybe because the Republican majority wants to starve the IRS, so it will be too weak to hold the president's billionaire inner circle accountable. It seems like the goal is to make sure that those at the very top, like the president's own businesses and all of his rich friends and donors, never have to pay their fair share. This isn't about tax policy, it's about whether the rules apply to everyone. Defunding the IRS doesn't lower taxes, it just makes it easier to cheat and harder to get caught. By gutting these enforcement programs, this Republican majority is prioritizing the president's personal interests over the needs of working families. Because every dollar lost to billionaire tax evasion is a dollar taken away from Medicare, Social Security, and our schools. These are funds that should be invested in paving our roads, fixing our bridges, and supporting the services that our communities depend on. Republicans already robbed working families to pay for massive tax breaks for the ultra-wealthy in their big ugly bill, and now they're back for even more. A functional IRS should not be a partisan issue. We should all want an agency that actually answers the phone when a taxpayer needs help and gets those refunds out quickly. Instead, the Republican majority is making these services worse. It's a gift to white-collar criminals paid for by working families. Mr. Hoyer's amendment would put the IRS back on track. We need to pass this amendment, and then we need to repeal the billionaire tax breaks in the big ugly bill. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean's recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of Ranking Member Hoyer's amendment, which increases IRS funding by $1.8 billion. As has already been discussed, this bill before us today cuts funding for IRS by nearly $1 billion compared with FY26. The cut is even more egregious when you look specifically at enforcement. It is cut by $1.4 billion compared with FY26. And this comes after already IRS has suffered a series of cuts, including Republicans clawing back billions of dollars of IRS enforcement funding from the IRA, and DOJ-directed cuts reducing the IRS workforce by 27% in 1 year. And we're already seeing the consequences. According to the reporting from Reuters, there was a 5% decline in revenue collected through IRS enforcement in 2025, which equates to almost $5 billion. And according to an analysis by Yale Budget Lab, the 2025 IRS staffing reductions are projected to decrease IRS revenues by about $600 billion over the next 10 years. Further, their analysis shows, as the ranking member spoke about, that reducing the IRS budget by $20 billion over the next 10 years reduces revenue by $263 billion over the same period. I know I'm talking a lot of billions here, but I'm going to put it all together real simple for you. Combined, this is $861 billion increase to our deficit over 10 years. $861 billion. I'm talking about revenues due by law. Receivables, as Ranking Member Hoyer says in business term. It is about the IRS code being enforced for dollars that are due. We all just filed ours. Why shouldn't everybody else be forced to do that also? And let's be serious. This is not theft from the American taxpayer, as the tariffs were. Theft directly from the American consumers and businesses, as the Supreme Court told this administration. They stole it, and now they're in the process of beginning to return that which they stole. So do the math. Invest, as Steny Hoyer put forward, $1.8 billion and collect $86 billion each year. I think that's a pretty smart investment to uphold the law and to bring in the revenues that are due. Given the majority party's claim to be the party of fiscal responsibility, I have to admit that I'm puzzled by your decision to try to cut IRS and enforcement. I do not understand it. I urge my colleagues to look at the basic math. Join me in supporting the ranking member's excellent common sense amendment. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Kapler, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I rise in strong support of the Hoyer Amendment. I'm sure other offices besides my own are flooded with calls, have been flooded with calls because of April 15th and the number of local people that could not get phone calls returned from the IRS. They were so overburdened. We try to help them, we try to get them help, but we don't have enough staff. That's what it backs up all over the country. So first of all, to serve our constituents, we need additional funds at the IRS. The Inflation Reduction Act's intent was to fund the severely depleted IRS while building up technology and enhancing and improving customer service. The current administration seems to be going in the polar opposite direction, cutting down on staff at local locations, you've all experienced that, in call centers, and underfunded the agency. Apparently, the majority in this administration think that by reducing the size of the agency and its personnel and facilities, that you're going to help reduce the deficit. That is categorically false. We know that for every dollar we invest in the IRS, our nation yields $6. That's pretty amazing. The majority proposes making these cuts, but who in the end are they aiding and abetting? The billionaires who got mammoth permanent tax breaks in the big, ugly billionaire bill. And they can afford to buy fancy lawyers, right, who help them skirt the system. The establishment class seems to think they're above the law. They sure behave like that. And they shouldn't pay their fair share of taxes. I think 6 mansions and 6 cruise boats and billions of dollars might be a bit exorbitant. And billionaires should pay their fair share of taxes. They're benefiting beyond belief. But with inadequate personnel levels, dated technology, we're making a mockery of the enforcement function. So I think we need a little soul searching here. The Center for Budget and Policy Priorities noted the IRS has the fewest auditors who handle the most sophisticated tax returns that it has had since the early 1950s, the whole half century, when the economy was far smaller and less complex. We have so many private things that are hidden now also. It takes geniuses to really figure out these tax returns, and those that have so much, they know that. So this depletion of the audit staff comes at a time when an estimated $470 billion a year, that's almost $500 billion a year, in legally owed taxes goes uncollected disproportionately from high-income individuals. $470 billion a year. The Hoyer Amendment, and I commend the gentleman for offering this amendment, is a step in the right direction toward fully funding the IRS and ensuring that billionaires and tax cheats pay their fair share in taxes. I think it's a very pro-American amendment. I support it, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Are there any other members wishing to address the amendment? A gentleman from Nevada is recognized.
Chairman, I don't usually stand up, and much to the gentleman from Ohio's or Idaho's, disdain. It's like, I'm not going to be here much longer, and so put up with it. Just real briefly, I remember standing up a year ago at one of these things, and we're all doing our stuff. And when you're in the minority, you say, please listen to me. And when you're in the majority, how quick can we get to the vote? And I remember talking about, hey, does anybody lobby anymore? Instead of walking in here, no matter what side you're on, and going, here's my amendment, and we're going to talk about it for a couple of minutes. And by God, you better find God during my talk. And I get that. But I want to give you an example of what works, and it involves the gentleman from Maryland. Made an appointment to come see me, nobody from nowhere, not someplace that's big and fancy like Idaho. And he talks to me about the FBI building. And he says, here's the Maryland story, here's the Virginia story, and here's what's going on in D.C. Where I come from, we're public school education people, it's called lobbying a fellow member. So that if you have a concern with what you're being told, you can ask some questions, have your staff go check it out, and go, okay. And guess what? I get a chance to vote for the FBI in Maryland, I'm going to vote for it. But I was lobbied and given more than a piece of paper the morning of the hearing, and then we trade talking points, which we all know how that ends. I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to address the amendment? Well, the chair will recognize himself, and this really doesn't deal directly with the amendment. It's a perfectly legitimate amendment that we ought to seriously consider. But I was just listening to the debate, and I just happened to Google, geez, what is the percentage of the gross national product that goes to local, state, and federal taxes? That's 25 to 27%. That's one out, God asked for 10. This is like 1 out of 4. So maybe someday we should ask the basic question, which is, how much do you want to do? But 1 out of 4 is a lot. With that, I recognize a gentleman from Maryland for 1 minute to close.
We talked about a revenue spending problem. We have a pay-for problem. That's how you don't create debt without spending. And if you pay for it, you don't have debt. We don't pay for things. The President hasn't suggested how we're going to pay for an additional $500 billion. We don't pay for it. And whether it's domestic spending or defense spending or entitlement spending, we don't pay for it. don't be surprised that we have a debt. And if you want to start paying for things, then you're going to have to vote for taxes, because that's how we pay for things. Very simple. Mr. Chairman, my gentleman from Ohio, my friend, my dear friend, we have a great relationship, Mr. Joyce. You're wrong. You're wrong on the level of spending at IRS. Yeah, I'll hold it. Excuse me, Marcy. This is an annual enacted budget that you talk about, and it is slight upscale. But we all know the concept of baseline. Every one of you in this room understands the concept of baseline. Zero raise, notwithstanding housing, gasoline, all your other costs that you incur every year. I hear about it all the time from a lot of you. My spending's going up. Let me just make this point.
Of course.
This figure, this line is the effective purchasing value of the IRS enforcement budget. Way, way down. This is the level of number of taxpayers going up. And this is the level of the budget. But the real number is here, because that's the purchasing power that they have left. It has been reduced consistently by both sides of the aisle. Why? Cutting IRS has no political cost. But it has a very real fiscal cost. I urge adoption of the amendment.
Thank the gentleman. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Maryland. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient number of hands has been raised, and the clerk will call the roll. Before the clerk does, let me advise the committee, we're going to try and do just one more amendment after this one. After that, we'll call it even. We'll be in tomorrow again at 10 o'clock. I just say this to the members of my committee. We will caucus at 9 to talk through some of the issues. But we will convene at 10, and we will stay until we finish. We made good progress today. I mean, we've gotten through, if we get through this next one, 9 amendments and the opening comments and a whole nother bill. So I just want to thank everybody on both sides of the aisle, number one, for staying within your time limits, and number two, for the manner in which you've conducted yourself during the debate. I mean, I don't think we'll ever see another miracle of 58-0 bill out of here. So I really want to congratulate Judge Carter and my friend from Florida, Debbie Wasserman-Schultz, for pulling that off. But overall, it's just moved rather well, and the tenure has been good. I want to thank you and urge you, and we will try to finish that other bill tomorrow. So with that, we'll now move on, and I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amodei. Mr. Amodei, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Klein. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Mr. Loro. Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson, no. Mr. Hoyer.
Aye.
Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce? No. Ms. Capter?
Aye.
Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota? Mr. Lalota? No. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee? Aye. Ms. Letlow? Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin? Aye. Ms. Malloy? Ms. Malloy? No. Ms. McCollum? Ms. McCollum? Aye. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming? Aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar? No. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore? No. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli? Aye. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan? Aye. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse? No. Ms. Perez? Ms. Perez? Aye. Ms. Pingree? Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan? Aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley? Aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler? No. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers? No. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford? No. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson? No. Mr. Strong? Mr. Strong? No. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres? Aye. Ms. Underwood? Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo? No. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood? Aye. Mr. Valadeo? No. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman? Aye. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack? No. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke? No. Mr. Shreve? Mr. Shreve? No.
Are there any members wishing to record or change their votes? The gentleman from Arizona.
Mr. Siscomani? No.
Gentleman from Maryland.
Mr. Ivy? Aye.
Are there other members? Gentlelady from Maine.
Ms. Pingree votes aye.
I noticed the gentlelady from Nevada came in late. Did the gentlelady? Okay, thank you very much. Any others? That the clerks will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 27, the noes are 33, and the amendment is not adopted. If we can, we'll move to just one more amendment. This will be the last amendment of the evening, then we'll recess, come back tomorrow. The gentlelady from Minnesota, Mr. McCollum, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Chairman Cole. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
I represent the 4th District in Minnesota. You saw what happened in my state last year. This amendment addresses an issue small businesses in my community and throughout the state are still reeling from Operation Metro Surge. I'm offering this amendment to study the financial impact of increased federal immigration enforcement on our small businesses. During Metro Surge, 2 U.S. citizens, Renee Good and Alex Preddy, were shot and killed by federal agents. A St. Paul Hmong elder, who was a U.S. citizen, was dragged out of his home in the bitter cold by masked agents because the federal agents had erroneous information. A 23-year-old St. Paul woman who was a U.S. citizen was warming up her car in the cold. She was dragged from her car. She was detained for 2 days. It took us a day to kind of find out where she might be. She had been shackled. She had been called racial slurs. She suffered a concussion and a seizure. Days later, she was arrested because she had spoken to the press. A St. Paul man suffered 8 skull fractures after being unlawfully arrested and detained by federal agents. The federal agents, they were at the hospital, intimidating doctors and nurses who normally would have called 911 after seeing these type of injuries, and someone would have been arrested. They didn't call the police. Instead, as I said, they were intimidated. I've got lots of examples. These are just a few of the unlawful and aggressive tactics. Let me be clear. This was not an isolated problem in blue cities, so I'll give you one in a red city, Wilmer, Minnesota, a county that voted for President Trump overwhelmingly. ICE agents, they ate lunch at a family-owned Mexican restaurant. The staff was concerned. They were scared. They served them anyways, politely. Those same agents came back that night, followed those workers as they left the restaurant, and detained them. This is a common playbook by ICE. Walk in as a patron, be served by the staff, come back and arrest the workers. I was at a Target store. You should have seen the fear in the kids' eyes as the Customs and Border Patrol agents walked in. An hour later, I was looking for a snow shovel, by the way. I went to a hardware store, a Menards store. CBC was in the parking lot just roaming around, creating chaos. 4,000 ICE and Customs and Border Patrol agents. I say this because people were afraid for their kids to go to school. Parents volunteered to make sure that they could enter safely and come home safely. People were afraid to go to work because people were just being pulled over and arrested. Sometimes their cars were still running after they were pulled out of them. If you didn't look like me, if you didn't look Irish or Nordic in Minnesota, you were at risk of being detained, regardless of being a citizen, regardless if you had your documents with us. So what does that do to a business? What does that do to the employees? What does that do about shoppers? Well, people are afraid to go about their normal lives, even leave their houses. In St. Paul, it's estimated that businesses lost over $16 million each week during Metro Surge. A total of over $100 million in the 2 months Operation Metro Surge was just in St. Paul, Minnesota. The losses were even greater in Minneapolis, $200 million. Businesses lost an estimated $200 million during Operation Surge. So, this wasn't unique to Minnesota, folks. This happened in California. This happened in Maine. This happened in Oregon, Illinois, and Washington State. And when the president weaponized ICE in our communities, they suffered. And that meant our small businesses did too. Small businesses are the backbones of all of our communities. They employ our neighbors, and they anchor our main streets. When a small business closes, a community just doesn't lose a storefront, it loses a piece of itself. Minnesota responded to these extraordinary challenges by caring for their neighbors. In Minnesota, we show up for one another. And I'm asking this committee to do the same thing by voting yes on my amendment and allowing us to get a report so this doesn't happen again in the future. Mr. Chair, I'm yielding back 22 seconds.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank gentlelady. Gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Joyce, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose this amendment. This is a matter better suited for the Homeland Security Subcommittee. Decision to send ICE and CBP agents into specific cities and states falls squarely on the Secretary of Homeland Security, not the Administrator of the SBA. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment.
Thank gentleman. Gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, is recognized to address the amendment.
We seem to have a reluctance to ask for information. Information that will inform us as to what our response ought to be. The gentlelady whose community experienced an occupation, as far as I can see, that didn't have much result other than to send Mr. Homan to Minnesota to try to resolve it. Mr. Homan, of course, is quoted as saying, "I don't care what the judges say." I didn't think that was a very good thing to do, but the president decided that he wasn't doing well, and he withdrew his troops. All this asks for is a report that will hopefully inform future presidents, and maybe this president, as to the consequences of the actions that were taken. And in that sense, in that vein, I think having that information would be useful to all of us and to future administrations, and frankly, to this one, if they would take it to heart. I urge the adoption of the lady's amendment.
Thank gentlemen. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Quigley, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a view from Chicago, a touch on how the ICE raids affected business there. In Chicago's Latino neighborhoods like Little Village and Pilsen, and I was there to watch personally, they lost 20 to 50% of their business. Family-owned businesses that have been there for decades are on the verge of going out of business. That impact remains today. And it's not just the restaurants. Every other business that are involved with events like birthday parties, weddings, quinceañeras, right? Bakeries, hairstylists, dressmakers, florists, party planners, all devastated by these impacts. But the impact isn't just in the Latino Hispanic neighborhoods. I will tell you, across the city, the most common thing I hear from the local small business chamber of commerce. Come to Chicago, I'll introduce you to them. Between tariffs and the ICE raids, the impact was far worse than COVID. And COVID had packages coming from the government to help people out, to help businesses through this. There's no such package. There's no relief available. And there's that obvious fear that when they come back, they will be finished. The Little Village neighborhood is the second busiest business strip in the city. It is second only to the Magnificent Mile. So for those of you who have been in Chicago, I'm sure you've been to the Mag Mile, that's sort of obvious. You imagine that's going to be the busiest business strip with the most revenue. The second busiest was Little Village until the ICE raids and tariffs. I wholeheartedly support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentlelady from Maine, Ms. Pingree, is recognized to address the amendment.
Mr. Chair, and thank you very much to the gentlelady from Minnesota for doing this. As someone who was born in Minnesota and has a lot of family there, I watched with horror to see the challenges that that city and state faced and the huge amount of damage that was done, the lives lost, and the just misguided activities. So I was a little bit prepared when ICE decided to come into the state of Maine, and it didn't get a lot of notice because it literally took about a week. But they lined up, came to our state, brought a couple hundred extra ICE agents, and staged Operation Catch of the Day. You can just imagine in a state where fishing reigns, how offensive that title was, Catch of the Day. It took about a week. It was centered around Biddeford and Saco, Lewiston and Auburn, Greater Portland, and communities were terrified. We were told, as we've been told throughout this whole immigration fiasco, that only the worst of the worst would be taken. But in fact, over 200 people were removed from our state, and about 11 of them had some sort of criminal history, and 80% of those detained were only picked up on immigration violations that are constantly changing as people try to deal with this system. So I just want to support this big concern that beside the fact that families were broken up, people were terrified, lives were shattered, there was a huge impact on our state, even in that short work. 2,300 people were absent from work each day on average. That meant the Tyson chicken line where we process chicken had to be shut down. That meant the hospital and long-term care facilities were underserved because so many of what we call our new Mainers, our immigrant communities, work in those essential facilities. But it was also engineers, prison workers, school teachers who couldn't go to work or who were afraid to go to work. 1,000 students were absent each day of the operation. As COVID was mentioned, it was just another opportunity for children and students to fall behind because they were afraid to go to school. And people were picked up in such arbitrary ways. at a healthcare center while they were meeting their court date, when they were going in for for the check-in. People were afraid to go to doctor's appointments. They were afraid to go almost anywhere and leave their house. So there were chains set up to deliver groceries and to make sure people got their vital need. And we don't really know exactly what the impact was on our economy. Our estimate was that there was a drop of about 3.4 million in retail sales in a state of 1.3 million people. That's a lot of money. There was much likely larger decline in the Mainers of Color community, where there was a 5 to 10% decline in economic activity, which could have cost about $10 to $22 million. As I said, there were food banks set up. There were people doing grocery drives to make sure people received the food that they needed. There were organizations that helped to pay the rent because people couldn't leave their house for so long. But overall, there was just the heartbreak of families going through this, the cost of being detained, the worry about whether or not they'll ever be returned to our state, and the many cases that are still pending. But we deserve to know what this economic cost is. We deserve to know what this debacle of an immigration system is doing to our states, and we deserve to understand exactly what the impact is. So I wholeheartedly support this amendment. I thank the gentlewoman from Maine for supplying us with this amendment, and I hope you will all support it.
Thank you, gentlelady. Are there any other members wishing to address the amendment? If not, gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized for 1 minute to close.
A couple of those 22 seconds I yielded back to thank Mr. Hoyer. The first time I met you was before I was elected, and the first time I saw a dog in an office, and it was a beautiful golden retriever. So thank you for everything. Folks, there's no money attached to this amendment. It's a report. And why is it in this bill? This is the bill where the Small Business Administration is. It's not in the Homeland Security bill. We have to understand what we need to do to support businesses when a disaster happens, whether it's man-made, as this one was, or natural. Americans suffered the reality of thousands, 4,000s, of undertrained at times, unidentified federal agents that were dressed like they were ready to go into Fallujah. I'm not kidding. You saw the pictures. Roamed our streets and our neighborhoods, and people were afraid. Our small businesses do so much to support our communities. I want to thank the National Guard of Minnesota for bringing calm out of chaos. So now more than ever, I believe we need to support the Small Business Administration. This committee has the obligation to help small businesses. We are asking just for a report so we understand, and as was said earlier, this never happens again to our business community. I can count. I probably know what's going to happen. I'm going to ask for a roll call if it doesn't go in our favor, Mr. Chair. But I want to seriously thank the committee members here for their silence and for their respect when I was talking about what happened to my constituents, the entire state of Minnesota, and other cities. You had to be there to feel it. It was brutal. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady, and we'll do a voice vote, but certainly get the roll call if the hands go up, and I'm sure they will. I will advise just quickly, this is the last amendment. There is Mexican food across the way for any of you that haven't had a chance. We didn't know how late we're going to go tonight, so I want to thank particularly Mr. Alford and Mr. Carter, who provided lunch. Mr. Alford at lunch, and I think you're Mexican food courtesy of Mr. Carter, so please. So if you want to take some and run, that's fine, whatever you want to do, but it is available. With that, again, I would, here we go. So I get the magic words right. Okay. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Minnesota. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient number of hands have been raised. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt? Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar? Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford? Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade? Mrs. Bice? Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert? Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case? Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani? Mr. Siskamani, no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Cloud? Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn? Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole?
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar? Ms. Dean? Ms. Dean, aye. Mr. Loro? Mr. Loro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey? Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Guest? Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson? Mr. Hoyer? Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy? Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter?
Bravo, Betty McCollum, aye.
Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota? Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow? Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy? Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCollum? Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Ms. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez? Perez. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong? Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, aye. Miss Underwood? Miss Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo, no. Miss Wasserman Schultz? Miss Wasserman Schultz?
Debbie. Just,
Miss Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Did she leave? Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, no. Mr. Shreve? Mr. Shreve, no.
are there any members wishing to record their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Nevada?
Mr. Amade votes no.
Are there any other members wishing to record or change their notes? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 26, the noes are 31. The amendment is not adopted. The committee now stands in recess until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. You are